practices may evolve slowly, maintaining the prevalence of these resources in the energy mix. While hydropower, nuclear energy, and various renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, biofuels, and hydrogen play a role in India's energy landscape, their contributions are relatively limited and not essential for ensuring the country's overall energy security. Although these energy options can assist in diversifying the energy mix, they alone do not provide the robust foundation necessary for meeting India's growing energy demands and securing a reliable energy future. The integrated energy policy presents a pragmatic assessment suggesting that, even with significant efforts and a remarkable 40-fold enhancement in their role within the primary energy sector, renewable energy sources are projected to make up merely 5 to 6% of India's overall energy mix by the fiscal year 2031-32. This conclusion underlines the ongoing challenges in transitioning to alternative energy forms and highlights the complexities of India's energy landscape moving forward. Hydropower stands out as one of the most crucial sources of renewable energy available today, especially considering our current technological capabilities. Among various renewable energy options, it holds a prominent position, showcasing a considerable potential that is significant in the context of our energy needs. The government's integrated energy policy highlights an important observation: even if India were to fully harness its substantial hydroelectric potential, which is estimated at 150,000 megawatts, the resulting share of hydro energy in the overall energy portfolio would still be limited, accounting for merely about 1.9 to 2.2%. This suggests that, despite the vast potential for hydroelectric power generation, it will only play a modest role in contributing to the nation's total energy requirements. Nevertheless, hydropower presents a variety of benefits that contribute to a more significant proportion of its contribution to electricity production. Hydropower plants demonstrate a higher efficiency in energy conversion compared to fossil and nuclear power sources. Specifically, when it comes to transforming potential energy into electrical energy, a hydropower facility can achieve nearly a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning that for each unit of primary energy harnessed, it can generate almost an equivalent unit of electricity. In stark contrast, fossil fuels and nuclear energy require a significantly larger amount of primary energy to produce the same quantity of electrical power, essentially requiring about 3 units of energy input for just 1 unit of electrical output. This stark difference showcases the superior efficiency of hydropower in harnessing and utilizing energy resources. The generation of hydropower is highly adaptable, making it an excellent option for addressing times of peak energy demand. Its ability to adjust output quickly allows it to provide the necessary support to the energy grid during periods of high consumption effectively. India's energy landscape stands to benefit immensely from a substantial rise in the contribution of hydropower. This potential growth hinges not only on exploiting India's existing hydropower resources but also on collaborating with neighboring countries known for their abundant hydropower capabilities. Specifically, by harnessing the vast hydropower potential present in nations like Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar, and perhaps extending efforts to include Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, India could see a marked enhancement in its energy mix. Such initiatives would not only diversify the country's energy sources but could also lead to more sustainable and reliable energy production. India ought to maintain its proactive engagement with neighboring countries on these matters, especially considering that collaboration in this area brings additional advantages beyond just energy-related outcomes. By fostering strong ties and partnerships within the region, India can not only enhance its energy security but also unlock a variety of socio-economic benefits that arise from mutual cooperation. This approach can help facilitate trade, promote regional stability, and strengthen diplomatic relations among the countries involved, leading to a more interconnected and prosperous neighborhood. Although the hydropower generated from initiatives in neighboring nations might not play a substantial role in enhancing India's comprehensive energy security, the revenue that these countries would receive from supplying electricity to India could greatly impact their overall growth and development. This financial influx could help bolster infrastructure, improve public services, and foster economic advancement in those regions. Hence, while the direct benefits to India might be limited, the broader implications for the neighboring countries could be quite meaningful and transformative for their societies. A prime illustration of this concept can be found in Bhutan. This small Himalayan kingdom serves as an excellent case study in various contexts. Establishing these types of agreements would not only integrate the economies of adjacent nations with that of India, but would also foster stronger and more amicable bilateral relations overall. By creating interdependent economic connections, countries can enhance their collaboration and understanding, leading to improved diplomatic ties. The successful implementation of regional projects hinges significantly on the presence of strong political commitment. However, it is equally important to tackle pressing environmental issues and to ensure that the needs of those who are displaced or affected by these projects are adequately met through appropriate resettlement and rehabilitation efforts. Balancing political will with social responsibility and environmental stewardship is crucial for fostering sustainable development in these initiatives. The debate surrounding the India-US nuclear agreement has led to a widespread perception that nuclear energy could serve as the ultimate solution to address India's energy challenges. This notion suggests that harnessing nuclear power might effectively resolve the country's long-standing issues related to energy shortages and growing demand. The excitement surrounding this matter appears to be unfounded and exaggerated. As it stands, nuclear power is likely to continue to play a limited role in fulfilling India's energy needs, unless the country effectively utilizes its significant domestic reserves of thorium. These reserves could potentially provide a substantial boost to nuclear energy production, making it a more viable option for addressing the growing energy requirements in India. By harnessing thorium, which is abundant in India, the country could shift the dynamics of its energy landscape and enhance the contributions of nuclear energy to its overall energy strategy. The Integrated Energy Policy outlines a significant point regarding India's energy landscape. It states that, even with a projected 20-fold increase in the country's nuclear power capacity by the year 2031-32, the overall share of nuclear energy in India's energy mix is anticipated to be only between 4% and 6.4%. This indicates that, despite efforts to boost nuclear energy production, it will still comprise a relatively small portion of the total energy sources available in India. The policy highlights the need for a diverse approach to energy generation in order to meet the country's increasing demand for power while ensuring sustainability and security in energy supplies. If the recent accord established with the United States leads to the nuclear suppliers group lifting sanctions, it opens up significant opportunities for the importation of nuclear fuels and the acquisition of nuclear power plants. This development should be proactively explored to accelerate the progress of nuclear energy initiatives. By engaging in such imports, we could enhance our capabilities in nuclear technology, thereby facilitating a more rapid advancement in our nuclear development efforts. It is essential to capitalize on these potential avenues to ensure a robust and efficient approach to our energy needs through nuclear power. In theory, nuclear energy provides India with one of the most powerful solutions for achieving long-term energy security. This form of energy has the potential to significantly bolster the country's energy supply and reduce dependence on fossil fuels, thereby addressing key challenges related to sustainability and environmental impact. India must effectively navigate and implement the three-tiered development framework in order to achieve its goals. This structured approach is critical to fostering growth and ensuring sustainable progress across various sectors. By addressing each stage methodically, the nation can enhance its socio-economic landscape, drive innovation, and improve the overall quality of life for its citizens. Success in this endeavor is essential for India to emerge as a significant player on the global stage and to fulfill its potential. By harnessing its extensive thorium reserves, the nation can achieve complete energy independence, surpassing the year 2050. This strategic move will enable the country to unlock the full potential of this abundant resource, ensuring a sustainable and self-reliant energy future. It is crucial to maintain ongoing support for India's nuclear capabilities, particularly with regard to the structured three-stage development plan. This program initiates with the establishment of pressurized heavy water reactors, PHWRs, that utilize natural uranium in its first phase. The strategic development of this nuclear energy program is designed to enhance the country's energy security and technological prowess. By focusing on this foundational stage, India can effectively lay the groundwork for subsequent advancements in its nuclear energy sector. In the initial phase of its nuclear energy program, India chose to implement the pressurized heavy water reactor, PHWR, technology. This decision marked an important step in the country's pursuit of advanced nuclear capabilities, as PHWRs play a crucial role in generating electricity while utilizing natural resources efficiently. Nuclear reactors serve as highly effective consumers of natural uranium, primarily for the purpose of generating plutonium. This is achieved through the reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel, which plays a critical role in the development of the Fast Breeder Reactor, FBR, initiative's second phase. By transforming the byproducts of nuclear fission into usable plutonium, these reactors contribute significantly to advancing the FBR program, ensuring greater sustainability and resource efficiency within the nuclear energy sector. The Fast Breeder Reactors, FBRs, will utilize plutonium as their primary fuel source. In addition to this, these reactors will have the capability to recycle used uranium fuel sourced from the pressurized heavy water reactors, PHWR. This recycling process is designed to produce additional plutonium, which can be harnessed to enhance electricity production. Ultimately, this innovative approach aims to create a more sustainable and efficient energy generation system by maximizing the use of existing nuclear materials. Currently, the field of FBR, Fast Breeder Reactor, technology is still in its early stages of development on a worldwide scale. This technology holds significant importance in advancing the second phase of India's nuclear energy initiative. As countries continue to explore and refine this technology, India is particularly focused on harnessing its potential to enhance its nuclear power capabilities. The initial prototype Fast Breeder Reactor, PFBR, is presently being built in Kalpakkam, India. This ambitious project marks a significant step forward in the country's nuclear energy capabilities, showcasing India's commitment to advancing its technological infrastructure in the field of renewable energy sources. For India to advance to the third phase of its nuclear energy initiative, which focuses on harnessing thorium for power generation, it is crucial first to establish a successful and widespread Fast Breeder Reactor, FBR, program. This program must be capable of generating substantial amounts of plutonium, which serves as a critical precursor for facilitating the transition to thorium-based nuclear energy production. Without a solid foundation in plutonium generation, the progress towards thorium utilization remains impeded. For this reason, it is crucial that India maintains the authority to reprocess spent nuclear fuel from its reactors. This capability is essential in ensuring the country can manage its nuclear waste effectively and sustainably, while also enhancing energy security and supporting the overall goals of its nuclear energy program. Retaining this right not only aligns with India's long-term strategic interests but also contributes to a responsible approach toward nuclear energy utilization and environmental conservation. During the third phase of nuclear energy production, the fertile material known as thorium-232 is employed as a blanket in Fast Breeder Reactors, FBRs. This process facilitates the generation of fissionable uranium-233, which serves as the essential fuel for initiating a sustained nuclear chain reaction. This chain reaction has the potential to yield considerable amounts of hydropower. According to the Integrated Energy Policy Report, the estimated output ranges from 208,000 megawatts to a substantial 275,000 megawatts. The higher estimate is contingent upon India's ability to import 8,000 megawatts worth of light water reactors, LWRs, along with their corresponding fuel within the upcoming decade. This strategy highlights the significance of thorium-232 and uranium-233 in enhancing India's energy independence and addressing its growing power demands. Nonetheless, the Integrated Energy Policy Report includes a crucial disclaimer regarding its projections. It specifies that these predictions are contingent upon several critical factors. First and foremost, it presumes that the fast breeder reactor, FBR, technology will be effectively validated by the 500 MW prototype fast breeder reactor, PFBR, that is presently under construction. Additionally, the report highlights the necessity for the opening of new uranium mines to ensure a steady supply of fuel, which is vital for the establishment of further pressurized heavy water reactors, PHWRs. Furthermore, it emphasizes the importance of India's ability to successfully assimilate light water reactor, LWR, technology through imports, as well as the development of the advanced heavy water reactor, AHWR, intended for the utilization of thorium by the year 2020. These elements are essential for the successful realization of the energy policy goals outlined in the report. The initial foray of India into the realm of light water reactor, LWR, technology can be observed in the nuclear power facilities currently under construction at Kudankulam, which are benefiting from the support and expertise provided by Russian collaboration. Following the recent endorsement from the Nuclear Suppliers Group, India is set to receive imports of light water reactors, LWRs. However, it is important to note that while the reactors themselves will be brought into the country, the associated technology for LWRs may not be included in this transfer. This distinction highlights the potential for India to enhance its nuclear capabilities while still facing limitations regarding the dissemination of related technological advancements. There exists a significant amount of reasonable doubt regarding at least 4 fundamental matters, where a lack of clarity has become apparent. This skepticism is not unfounded, as these critical issues remain elusive, warranting further investigation and understanding. The initial group of challenges pertains to the accessibility of fuel resources. It is essential for India to ensure a consistent supply of uranium that is accessible at affordable rates. This availability will play a crucial role in supporting the nation's energy needs and fostering sustainable development. By securing reliable sources of uranium, India can enhance its energy security and focus on expanding its nuclear energy capabilities, which are vital for meeting the growing demands of its population and industries. The issue at hand revolves around the extraction and overseas shipment of uranium. This particular matter encompasses various challenges related to both the mining process and the international trade dynamics of this critical resource. The market operates under the influence of a limited group of suppliers who essentially form a cartel. This small collective holds considerable power, and their decisions are often swayed by major political factors rather than purely economic ones. Should the flow of nuclear resources from foreign nations be interrupted, whether as a strategic maneuver aimed at exerting pressure on India or as a repercussion to a nuclear weapons test that India may execute in the interest of its national security, the repercussions for India's nuclear-dependent industries could be severe. Such a halt would not only disrupt operations but could also lead to significant financial setbacks in various sectors reliant on nuclear energy, highlighting the precarious nature of India's energy supply and the potential consequences of heightened geopolitical tensions. A different category of concerns pertains to the protocols and strategies regarding safety, environmental protection, and security arrangements. In light of the catastrophic gas leak incident that occurred at the Union Carbide facility in Bhopal in 1984, it is imperative that we hold steadfast to the principle of ensuring safety and accountability. There can be absolutely no concessions or leniency regarding this critical issue. The repercussions of that tragedy serve as a clear reminder of the importance of prioritizing safety measures to prevent such disasters from ever happening again. Individuals residing in the vicinity of nuclear power facilities will require substantial assurance regarding the safety measures in place. It is essential that they have confidence that both the nuclear reactors and the spent fuel storage sites will not pose any risks to the health of the local community, their livestock, or the surrounding environment. Adequate communication about health safeguards and environmental protections is crucial to alleviate any concerns, ensuring that the residents feel secure about their well-being in relation to these energy sources. It is essential that nuclear power facilities implement robust security measures to protect themselves from potential threats, including acts of terrorism and aerial assaults. Ensuring the safety and integrity of these critical infrastructures is paramount in today's world where the risks of such attacks have become more pronounced. The next category of concerns pertains to the financial implications associated with nuclear energy. In an ideal situation, the expenses associated with generating power through nuclear energy could potentially be more than 3 times lower than those incurred by coal-fired power plants. Establishing a nuclear power facility requires a significant financial investment, with the initial expenses being approximately 3 times higher than those associated with constructing a coal-fired power plant. This substantial difference in capital costs highlights the economic challenges and considerations involved in the development and deployment of nuclear energy infrastructure compared to traditional coal-based energy generation. Global experiences consistently demonstrate that projects tend to encounter both financial and schedule overruns. It is a common occurrence across various industries and regions to witness these delays and budget excesses, regardless of the project's scale or scope. This pattern suggests that unexpected challenges often arise, making it essential for project planners and managers to account for these potential pitfalls in their forecasts and strategies. The implementation of safety protocols, security enhancements, and environmental initiatives is expected to lead to an increase in expenses. As organizations prioritize these critical areas, it is likely that the overall financial outlay will rise, reflecting the necessary investments in safeguarding both people and the planet. Investors, regardless of their nationality, be it domestic or international, are likely to seek protection against potential risks and unforeseen events. As a result, the expenses associated with obtaining product liability insurance are expected to ultimately fall on the shoulders of the end consumers. This ensures that companies can safeguard themselves from possible liabilities while the users of their products bear the financial burden for this essential coverage. The management of spent nuclear fuel entails significant expenses associated with both its storage and eventual disposal. To accommodate this, it will be necessary to build costly holding ponds, which will serve as temporary reservoirs until the spent fuel undergoes reprocessing, if such reprocessing is pursued, that is. These storage solutions represent a crucial aspect of the overall financial burden linked with the handling of nuclear waste. To date, the government has not released any comprehensive analyses, evaluations, or official policy declarations that would clarify whether prioritizing nuclear energy is more beneficial for India compared to investing in renewable energy sources such as hydropower, wind energy, and solar power, particularly given the same level of financial commitment. This absence of transparent and detailed information leaves a significant gap in understanding the potential advantages and disadvantages of each energy option for the country's future development and sustainability. As India navigates its energy needs, it is essential for the government to provide insights and clarity on how these energy strategies compare in terms of investment efficacy and long-term benefits. There remains an ongoing uncertainty regarding India's entitlement to reprocess nuclear fuel, a subject that has already been discussed in detail in previous sections. The significance of this issue cannot be overstated, as it plays a crucial role in the broader conversation surrounding India's nuclear capabilities and energy security. Under the India-US 123 agreement, India has been granted the authorization to reprocess spent nuclear fuel. However, the agreement specifies that in order for these rights to be operationalized, India is required to develop a new national facility specifically designed for the reprocessing of safeguarded nuclear materials. This facility will operate under the safeguards of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. Furthermore, both parties involved will need to come to an agreement on the necessary arrangements and procedures that will govern the reprocessing activities, as well as any transformations of form or content that may occur at this new establishment. This ensures that all reprocessing follows established protocols and international regulations, maintaining oversight and compliance throughout the process. To put it differently, the United States, along with other nations, has the ability to impose restrictions, postpone decisions, or stipulate certain conditions regarding the authorization for reprocessing nuclear materials. If this occurs, India may find itself lacking the necessary plutonium needed to advance its ambitious three-stage nuclear program. This scenario poses a significant challenge to India's nuclear ambitions and could ultimately hinder its long-term energy and defense strategies. It would be unwise for India to place excessive dependence on nuclear energy in order to ensure its energy security. The significance of fossil fuels remains paramount. As a result, India will need to maintain a substantial reliance on fossil fuel sources, particularly coal, to effectively meet its energy demands. For the foreseeable future, coal is projected to be the dominant source of commercial energy in India, contributing approximately 45 to 50% of the energy mix. It is unlikely to fall below 40% during this period. This reliance on coal is expected to persist for several decades ahead, highlighting the importance of this fossil fuel in India's energy landscape. India possesses significant coal reserves, however, these quantities are inadequate to meet the increasing energy demands of the nation. As the country's economy continues to expand and urbanization accelerates, the reliance on coal for energy production is becoming more pronounced, revealing the limitations of the current coal supply in satisfying future needs. The cost-effectiveness of Indian coal is not guaranteed at all times. The bulk of India's coal reserves is predominantly found in a singular geographic area, specifically in the eastern part of the country. This concentrated distribution results in a situation where the cost of domestically sourced coal is significantly higher when compared to coal and other fuels that are imported, especially along India's western and southern coastal regions. The logistical challenges and transportation expenses involved in moving the coal from the eastern mines to various other parts of the country further contribute to this price disparity. Additionally, the quality of coal sourced from India is generally considered to be subpar. This is primarily due to its elevated ash content, which renders it less than ideal for use in steel production processes. India relies heavily on foreign resources to meet its coal demands for the steel sector, with approximately 65% of its requirement being fulfilled through imports. This dependence highlights the challenges faced by the nation's steel industry in securing a sustainable and self-sufficient source of energy for its operations. At this moment, there is a minor shortfall in the availability of coal needed for electricity production. Due to a combination of various factors, it is expected that India will find it necessary to significantly increase its coal imports in the years ahead. The growing demand for energy, coupled with domestic supply challenges, will likely lead to a situation where reliance on imported coal becomes more pronounced. This trend indicates a clear shift toward sourcing larger volumes of coal from outside the country, as local production may struggle to keep pace with the escalating energy requirements. The Government of India has established a newly formed entity called International Coal Ventures Limited. This initiative aims to enhance the country's coal sector by fostering collaboration and investment opportunities at an international level. The Indian company ICVL operates in a manner similar to that of ONGC Vijay Limited, focusing on international ventures in the energy sector. OVL aims to explore and seize investment opportunities in international coal mining ventures. This strategic initiative involves identifying and developing projects outside of their home market, allowing them to expand their portfolio and capitalize on the global demand for coal resources. By venturing into foreign coal mining operations, OVL seeks to enhance its growth prospects and strengthen its position within the global energy sector. Nonetheless, when considering the option of importing coal on a massive scale, one must take into account the existing limitations in infrastructure. These constraints can pose significant challenges to the logistics and feasibility of such large shipments. As we look ahead to the future, it becomes increasingly clear that India must prioritize environmental sustainability by decreasing its dependency on coal for energy production. This shift is essential for promoting a healthier planet, and transitioning to cleaner energy sources will play a crucial role in addressing ecological challenges. With a focus on long-term well-being, it is imperative that India takes decisive steps to mitigate its reliance on coal, fostering a more sustainable energy landscape. Should India establish stable, long-term agreements for importing natural gas, the country's energy landscape would likely see a significant shift. In such a scenario, power plants that use gas as their primary fuel source could gradually replace traditional thermal power stations. This transition would not only enhance energy security but also support cleaner energy production, aligning with India's broader goals for sustainability and environmental responsibility. In the upcoming 25 years, projections indicate that oil and gas will continue to play a significant role in the global energy landscape, constituting approximately 45% of the overall energy consumption. This suggests that despite the growing interest in renewable energy sources, fossil fuels are still anticipated to maintain a substantial presence in the energy mix during this period. India faces a significant challenge in its energy sector due to the stark contrast between its share of global oil and gas resources and its consumption levels. Specifically, the country holds merely 0.5% of the world's proven oil reserves and around 0.6% of proven natural gas reserves. In comparison, however, India accounts for a much larger portion of global consumption, representing 3.1% of the world's oil usage and 1.4% of natural gas consumption. This disparity indicates a reliance on imports and highlights the urgent need for enhanced exploration, production, and sustainable energy strategies to better align its reserves with its demand. The increasing trend of urbanization, along with the swift advancements in transportation infrastructure, is expected to fuel a higher demand for oil in the near future. As more people move to urban areas and seek efficient transportation options, the consumption of oil will likely rise significantly to meet these evolving needs. The primary consumers of gas will be the power generation and fertilizer production industries, which together will account for approximately 80% of gas usage. In contrast, the transportation and residential sectors will utilize it to a lesser extent. Power plants that utilize natural gas for electricity generation exhibit a cost advantage, producing electricity at a lower expense per kilowatt compared to those powered by coal or oil. This efficiency is largely attributed to their superior thermal performance. Additionally, one of the noteworthy benefits of natural gas plants is their relatively quick construction timeline, making them a more favorable option when considering both economic factors and the urgency for new power generation facilities. Regrettably, the production of oil and gas sourced from within India has stabilized, showing little to no significant growth. Although there have been recent findings of new gas reserves in the Krishna-Godavari basin located in the Bay of Bengal, the impact of this newly discovered output on the overall supply-demand discrepancy in the upcoming years is expected to be minimal. While these gas fields hold potential, they are unlikely to significantly alleviate the existing challenges related to energy supply and demand in the near future. As a result, India's reliance on imported oil and gas is an unavoidable reality. This persistent dependence poses significant challenges for the nation, influencing its energy security and economic stability. Despite ongoing efforts to develop domestic energy sources, the country's need for foreign energy supplies remains a crucial component of its energy strategy. At present, the reliance on this resource stands at approximately 70%. However, projections indicate that this figure could rise significantly, surpassing 90% by the year 2030. This anticipated increase underscores a growing trend that reflects an escalating dependency on the resource in question over the coming years. The oil and gas industry plays a vital role in ensuring energy security for India. This sector is essential for meeting the nation's growing energy demands and stabilizing its energy supply. Currently, approximately 66% of the oil that India imports is sourced from the Persian Gulf area. In addition to this, around 15% of India's oil imports are obtained from Nigeria, highlighting the significant reliance on these regions for energy supply. In the coming years, it is highly likely that India will maintain its significant dependence on oil imports from the Gulf region. This reliance on Gulf oil is expected to persist as the country navigates its energy needs and economic growth. The strategic partnership with oil-producing nations in the Gulf will play a crucial role in ensuring a stable energy supply for India, as it grapples with increasing demands for energy to support its expanding industrial and urban sectors. India has valid reasons to be apprehensive about the potential for instability or chaos in the Gulf region, as such disturbances could significantly impact the flow of essential supplies. The interconnectedness of global trade means that any turmoil in that area might directly affect India's access to vital resources, raising alarms about national security and economic stability. India's initiative to create a strategic reserve of oil serves as a precautionary measure that can help alleviate the negative impacts associated with temporary interruptions in oil supply. However, it is important to note that this reserve is not designed to address issues arising from extended disruptions or scenarios where oil supplies are permanently halted. One notable advantage that India possesses is its strategic geographical positioning, as the Gulf region lies just to the west of the country. This proximity allows India to have considerably shorter energy supply routes compared to numerous other significant nations. Consequently, India's access to energy resources from the Gulf is not only more efficient but also potentially more reliable, enabling the country to enhance its energy security and economic ties with this vital region. India has reached a preliminary agreement with leading oil-producing nations in the Gulf region, including Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. The focus of this collaboration is to forge sustainable strategic partnerships within the energy sector. This initiative encompasses various aspects such as the supply of crude oil and petroleum products, alongside the establishment of joint ventures that cover both upstream and downstream operations. Additionally, there is a concerted effort to work collaboratively in the field of marketing, ensuring a comprehensive approach to energy resource management and distribution. This partnership aims to enhance energy security and foster economic growth for all parties involved. The development of strategic partnerships has the potential to significantly bolster India's energy security. By fostering collaborative relationships with various nations and entities, India can diversify its energy sources, ensuring a more stable and reliable supply of energy for its growing needs. These alliances could lead to improved access to resources, technology transfer, and investment opportunities, ultimately strengthening the nation's resilience against energy challenges. Enhanced energy security not only supports economic growth but also contributes to national stability and development. Should oil-producing nations establish investments in India's downstream sector, it would instill a sense of confidence regarding the continuity of sufficient oil supplies to India. This strategic involvement could serve to strengthen the ties between these nations and India, potentially leading to a more stable and reliable flow of oil resources. In essence, such investments would not only enhance energy security for India but also foster deeper economic relationships between these countries and the Indian market. As India engages in negotiations for a free trade agreement, FTA, with the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, nations, which include Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Oman, it would be prudent for India to seek assurances regarding a consistent and reliable supply of oil. Establishing such guarantees would not only bolster India's energy security but also foster stronger economic ties with these important regional partners. Ensuring a stable flow of oil is crucial, given the nation's growing energy demands and the significant role that these GCC countries play in the global oil market. Thus, incorporating oil supply commitments into the FTA discussions could prove to be a strategic move for India. India has embarked on a significant initiative aimed at uniting major Asian producers and consumers of energy. The goal of this collaborative effort is to develop a comprehensive strategy that safeguards and promotes the long-term interests of all participating nations. By fostering dialogue and cooperation among these key players in the energy sector, India seeks to create a framework that not only addresses current challenges but also anticipates future needs in the rapidly evolving energy landscape. However, in the past couple of years, there has been a noticeable lack of robust follow-through on this matter. Despite initial enthusiasm, the level of commitment and action taken has not been as strong as it should have been. This has resulted in a stagnation of progress that could have been avoided with greater determination and effort. In light of the potential for a prolonged U.S. presence in Iraq and the very real possibility that the country may disintegrate, it is crucial for India to remain vigilant. There is a pressing need to ensure that the valuable oil reserves located in Iraq, as well as those in other nations within the Persian Gulf region, do not fall into the hands of foreign entities. Such powers could potentially restrict access to these vital resources, placing India at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, proactive measures must be taken by India to safeguard its interests in the energy sector and maintain a steady supply of oil, which is essential for its growth and development. Transportation systems face a variety of risks when it comes to security. Safeguarding these networks against potential threats is of utmost importance. India faces a significant challenge in safeguarding its sea lines of communication, SLOCs, that connect the Persian Gulf to its territory. The importance of these maritime routes cannot be overstated, as they are vital for the transportation of energy resources. If India fails to ensure the security of these critical corridors, it opens itself up to the risk of adversarial nations capitalizing on its energy vulnerabilities. Such nations could potentially leverage this weakness to impose economic or political pressure on India, thus threatening its national interests and stability. Therefore, maintaining control and safeguarding these strategic maritime routes is crucial for India's energy security and overall geopolitical standing. The construction and enhancement of the Gwadar port in Pakistan, which has been significantly supported by Chinese investments and expertise, has understandably raised alarms among security strategists in India. They perceive this collaboration as a potential threat, given its implications on regional dynamics and power balances. As a result, it is imperative for India to adopt an active and vigilant stance regarding the challenges surrounding security in the Gulf region. Taking a passive approach would not serve the nation's interests or address the complexities of the situation effectively. The Gulf nations are actively seeking the participation of significant Asian energy consumers in efforts to maintain stability within their regions. This collaborative approach reflects their commitment to fostering strong relationships and ensuring that these major consumers play a constructive role in supporting the security and sustainability of the Gulf. To reduce its reliance on oil imports and to achieve a more varied portfolio of oil supply sources, India has initiated a strategy focused on investing in oil fields located outside its borders. Currently, the country depends on imports for around 70% of its oil needs, and this new approach aims to maintain that level of dependency without increasing it. By investing in foreign oil fields, India seeks not only to secure its energy needs but also to foster greater stability in its oil supply chain. This proactive step signifies India's recognition of the importance of energy security in today's volatile global market. Over the past several years, Indian oil corporations, whether state-run or privately owned, have poured substantial financial resources into both established and actively producing oil fields, alongside engaging in exploration ventures across a wide array of countries. These efforts span regions as varied as Russia, Sudan, Vietnam, Myanmar, Iran, Iraq, Yemen, Oman, Syria, Egypt, Libya, as well as nations in South America like Colombia, Brazil, and Cuba. Furthermore, they have expanded their reach into parts of West Africa, including Nigeria and several other nations in the region. This strategy demonstrates an extensive and ambitious effort by Indian firms to secure their position in the global oil market. Implementing these strategies will undoubtedly facilitate guaranteed energy supplies and offer a degree of safeguard against soaring oil prices. However, it is important to recognize that their effect on reducing India's reliance on Gulf energy sources will be minimal at best. As a result, while these initiatives are beneficial in providing some level of stability and security in the energy sector, India's long-standing dependence on oil imports from the Gulf region is unlikely to see significant changes. Thus, While we can improve our supply chain and mitigate price fluctuations to some extent, the fundamental reliance on these sources of energy will persist. The expected contribution from both current and future overseas assets is likely to be limited, with estimates suggesting that it will account for no more than 25% of the additional oil demand projected for India. This indicates that while international properties may play a role, their impact on fulfilling the country's growing energy needs will be relatively modest. Furthermore, investing in Indian equity stakes in foreign oil assets would not alleviate the risks associated with the security of transportation. As a result, investing in oil assets located overseas does not effectively contribute to ensuring energy security. Nonetheless, these enterprises prove to be financially beneficial for the oil corporations, and therefore, it is advisable to promote and support their growth. In the early 21st century, natural gas is expected to assume a slightly more significant role within both the global energy landscape and India's energy portfolio. This increased focus stems from its reputation as a cleaner alternative to other fossil fuels, as well as the fact that worldwide reserves of natural gas remain largely untapped and underutilized. The potential for growth in the utilization of gas is noteworthy, especially considering the increasing emphasis on sustainability and reducing carbon emissions in contemporary energy discussions. As nations strive to diversify their energy sources and transition towards greener options, natural gas presents a viable solution that balances energy needs with environmental considerations. As of now, the reserves-to-production ratio for natural gas stands at 63, while for oil, it is considerably lower at 40.5. This indicates that, given the existing production levels, the available reserves of natural gas could sustain extraction for an impressive span of 63 years. In contrast, the current pace of oil production suggests that it is expected to be depleted in roughly 40.5 years based on the existing proven reserves. This notable difference highlights the greater longevity of natural gas resources compared to oil at present. India is in a favorable position due to the presence of abundant natural gas reserves located nearby, facilitating the possibility of large-scale importation through pipelines. This logistical advantage is something that numerous major gas-consuming nations lack, thereby granting India a unique opportunity to secure its energy needs more efficiently. The proximity of these gas sources not only enhances energy security but also promotes potential economic benefits through increased accessibility and reduced transportation costs. The decision-making process for India's energy strategy will probably be heavily influenced by a combination of technological advancements and economic factors, leading to a diverse approach that incorporates both liquefied natural gas, LNG, and gas pipeline infrastructure. This blend will aim to optimize energy supply while considering cost-effectiveness and sustainability. Consequently, it is expected that a well-thought-out strategy will emerge, balancing the growth of LNG facilities alongside the development of pipeline networks to meet the nation's energy demands. In an optimal scenario, it seems that utilizing liquefied natural gas, LNG, in the southern regions of the United States would likely prove to be more cost-effective, especially given their proximity to both existing and proposed LNG terminals. For the eastern states, a more viable option would be to transport natural gas from Myanmar and Bangladesh through a network of onshore and offshore pipelines. Meanwhile, the western and northern states could benefit from the import of natural gas sourced from Iran and Central Asia via strategic pipeline connections. This multifaceted approach to energy sourcing could potentially enhance efficiency and reduce costs across different regions. Given its significant natural gas reserves and geographical proximity, both Qatar and Iran emerge as the most logical choices for India to explore for energy resources. These nations, rich in gas reserves, present a strategic opportunity for India to secure its energy needs effectively. Beginning in 2004, India has engaged in the importation of liquefied natural gas, LNG, from Qatar, albeit in limited quantities, in order to enhance its domestic gas production capabilities. However, with a significant portion of its demand still unmet, the country is currently in discussions with Qatari officials to secure additional contracts for LNG supply. This move is aimed at addressing the persistent demand for gas within India, which continues to outpace local production efforts. In 2005, India entered into a liquefied natural gas (LNG) agreement with Iran. However, this contract is presently not active due to Iran's desire to revisit and amend certain conditions of the agreement. The renegotiation has led to a pause in the progress of this significant energy partnership, as both countries seek to establish terms that are mutually beneficial. India is currently undertaking extensive construction of liquefied natural gas (LNG) terminals along both its western and eastern coastlines. These facilities are designed to facilitate the importation of natural gas from nearby regions, such as Qatar, Iran, and Oman. Additionally, India is also in discussions to procure LNG from more remote nations including Algeria and Australia. This strategic expansion of LNG infrastructure is aimed at enhancing the country's energy security and diversifying its sources of natural gas supply. As of now, several countries in the Gulf region, such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, hold significant natural gas reserves. However, it is important to note that their production levels do not compare to the vast quantities found in Qatar and Iran. Despite their substantial reserves, these nations have yet to engage in exporting natural gas to international markets. A significant portion of the gas produced by them is primarily utilized for either local consumption by households or redirected back into oil fields. This reinjection process serves the important purpose of enhancing oil production levels. Despite this, they appear to be receptive to exploring an alternative framework for gas exports. India has successfully pioneered such a model with Oman and is currently in talks to implement a similar arrangement with Saudi Arabia. This shift in approach could unlock new opportunities for collaboration in the energy sector. The plan entails the establishment of collaborative business ventures within the Persian Gulf nations, where local natural gas reserves will be utilized to construct fertilizer production facilities that primarily rely on gas as their raw material. In this arrangement, the Indian partner in the joint venture commits to purchasing the entire production output of these fertilizer plants, thereby ensuring financial security and market stability for the project. This strategic initiative not only leverages regional resources but also strengthens economic ties between the participating countries. One significant benefit of implementing this type of model for nations that produce natural gas is the potential to create job opportunities within the local workforce through the establishment of fertilizer manufacturing facilities. This approach allows these countries to not only export their natural gas resources but also to diversify their exports by providing value-added products that utilize gas as an energy source for production. By doing so, they can boost their economies and enhance their global market presence while fostering sustainable development and reducing reliance on raw material exports alone. India has been actively pursuing the development of gas pipeline infrastructure to facilitate the import of natural gas from offshore fields located in Myanmar, in which it holds significant investment. However, this initiative has encountered competition from China, which has effectively taken the lead in securing access to these vital energy resources. As a result, India's ambitions in this arena have encountered significant challenges due to China's advancements in the same sector. As India hesitated on the decision to construct a pipeline that would pass through Bangladesh or take a route through the northeast region of the country, China acted decisively. They capitalized on their strong economic influence, military presence, and political relationships with the government of Myanmar to secure the agreement swiftly. This strategic move demonstrated China's ability to navigate regional complexities and establish vital energy links while India remained uncertain about its own transportation plans. It seems that India may not have effectively synchronized its technical discussions with its diplomatic initiatives. This lack of alignment could have led to missed opportunities for more cohesive collaboration between the two areas. Ensuring that technical negotiations are in step with diplomatic strategies is crucial for achieving optimal results on the international stage, and it appears this was not fully realized in this instance. Recently, India has successfully secured rights to explore additional offshore blocks in Myanmar. If the natural gas reserves in these areas are substantial, it may pave the way for the establishment of a gas pipeline connecting Myanmar to India. This development has the potential to enhance energy collaboration between the two nations and bolster India's energy security. In this episode, we delve deep into the significant geopolitical factors that play a crucial role in finalizing substantial agreements in the oil and gas sectors. Additionally, it highlights the intense rivalry that India encounters from China in the pursuit of these lucrative deals. The complexities of international relations are clearly illustrated, showcasing how they influence the dynamics of energy acquisition and positioning on the global stage. Among the various initiatives for gas imports through pipelines, the Iran-Pakistan-India (IPI) gas pipeline stands out as both a highly promising venture and a source of significant controversy. This ambitious project aims to transport natural gas from Iran, through Pakistan, and into India, facilitating energy supply and fostering economic ties in the region. However, the undertaking has sparked debates and disagreements due to geopolitical tensions, security concerns, and diverse national interests, making it a complex issue within energy discussions. The prospect of a gas pipeline project is quite reasonable given the circumstances, as Iran stands out as a significant producer of natural gas, while Pakistan and India represent substantial markets with an increasing appetite for energy. However, despite the apparent advantages of such a venture, India has long been hesitant to support the initiative. This reluctance stems from India's deep-seated concerns regarding Pakistan's reliability. Specifically, India fears that Pakistan might interfere with the flow of gas, thereby jeopardizing the energy security of both itself and its neighboring country. Consequently, India has remained resistant to the notion of collaborating on this energy project for many years. In January 2004, a significant turning point occurred in India's diplomatic relations when Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited Islamabad. This visit was pivotal as it marked the beginning of the India-Pakistan composite dialogue aimed at resolving long-standing bilateral concerns. It was during these discussions that India made a notable move to separate the contentious issue of the gas pipeline from other unresolved bilateral matters. These other matters included critical topics such as India receiving Most Favored Nation (MFN) status for trade and being granted transit rights for trade with Afghanistan. This strategic decision by the Indian government underscored the centrality of energy security within its overarching foreign policy agenda. Recognizing the importance of energy resources, India prioritized this issue, which consequently paved the way for a series of both trilateral and bilateral meetings involving Iran, Pakistan, and India. These meetings commenced in 2005 and aimed to explore and enhance collaboration among the three nations, particularly in the realm of energy cooperation and regional stability. Iran and Pakistan seem to have reached a consensus on the majority of their long-standing disputes. As a result, both nations are preparing to finalize a formal agreement pertaining to the Iran-Pakistan gas pipeline project. Notably, this decision is being pursued independently of any actions or positions taken by India regarding the initiative. The involvement of India in the IPI gas pipeline initiative is currently shrouded in ambiguity. Ongoing disputes regarding transit fees between India and Pakistan are contributing to this uncertainty. These differences highlight the complexities of regional collaboration and the challenges that need to be resolved for India to fully engage in the project. Iran faces the challenge of meeting the demands and expectations of both India and Pakistan in various critical areas. This includes addressing the certification processes for its natural gas reserves, ensuring that the quality of gas provided meets the standards required by both nations. In addition, Iran must engage in discussions about pricing mechanisms that would be acceptable to both countries. Furthermore, the financial and managerial structure of the projects associated with gas supply will need to be meticulously designed to accommodate the interests and concerns of all parties involved. Balancing these aspects is crucial for fostering strong relationships and ensuring successful collaborations in the region. India may have the ability to effectively address and handle its security issues. Through strategic measures and careful planning, the nation could potentially find ways to mitigate the risks it faces. Contemporary advancements in technology have the potential to reduce the security threats posed by non-state terrorist organizations. Furthermore, if Pakistan were to intentionally halt gas deliveries, it could trigger a reaction from India, which may respond by interrupting water flow from the Indus River and its tributaries that originate in India and supply Pakistan. Such actions could escalate tensions significantly between the two nations, highlighting the fragile interplay between energy and water resources in this geopolitical landscape. Beyond the concerns related to finance and security, it is primarily the political factors that are hindering India's involvement in the matter. The complexities of political dynamics play a crucial role in determining the level of engagement and cooperation that the country is willing to pursue. Despite official statements rejecting this notion, it appears that India is intentionally slowing down progress on the IPI project due to pressure from the United States. This has led to widespread speculation that external influences are playing a significant role in India's decision-making process regarding the initiative. Securing both technical expertise and financial backing for this pipeline initiative from Western nations might prove to be a challenging endeavor. However, it is noteworthy that Gazprom, the Russian energy giant known for its substantial resources and advanced technical capabilities, has expressed a keen interest in the IPI project. This engagement suggests a potential alternative for moving forward with the pipeline, despite the hurdles presented by seeking support from the West. Gazprom's involvement could provide not only the necessary funding but also the technical skills to help realize the project's objectives. Russia's strategic interests align with the idea of redirecting Iranian gas supplies towards countries such as Pakistan and India. By doing so, this would effectively create a void in the competitive landscape of the highly profitable European gas market. With Iranian gas diverted to these Asian markets, Gazprom would be able to operate without the threat of competition from Iranian suppliers, enabling the Russian company to maintain its dominance and maximize its profits in Europe. This maneuver not only benefits Russia economically but also solidifies its influence over the energy landscape in the region. One more significant gas pipeline initiative that has been evaluated for quite a duration is the Turkmenistan-Afghanistan-Pakistan-India (TAPI) project. This ambitious undertaking aims to facilitate the transportation of natural gas across the region, connecting multiple countries while contributing to energy security and economic development. The TAPI pipeline has been a subject of discussion and planning for several years as stakeholders consider its potential benefits and challenges. Before India can decisively dedicate itself to the establishment of a gas pipeline running from Turkmenistan to its own territory, a myriad of critical questions must be thoroughly examined and resolved. The precise quantity of natural gas reserves that Turkmenistan holds remains uncertain and is not definitively established. As of now, Turkmenistan has made significant commitments regarding the supply of natural gas to various nations. This pledge involves a substantial volume of gas that the country has agreed to export, demonstrating its role as a key player in the global energy market. Understanding the various ways that Russia can exert influence over it, Turkmenistan is likely to maintain its long-standing obligations to Russia. This decision is particularly relevant in light of the substantial price hike that Turkmenistan successfully negotiated with Russia back in 2008. Given this context, Turkmenistan appears committed to upholding its established ties, recognizing the complexities of their relationship and the geopolitical dynamics at play. In recent developments, Turkmenistan has pledged significant supplies of natural gas to meet China's substantial energy needs and financial resources. As a result of this agreement, the construction of a gas pipeline linking Turkmenistan with China is now underway. This initiative signifies a strategic collaboration between the two nations, aiming to strengthen energy security and enhance economic ties. In their efforts to lessen reliance on Russian natural gas, European nations are turning their attention towards Turkmenistan. This Central Asian country is becoming increasingly attractive as a potential alternative source of energy, as Europeans seek to diversify their energy supplies amid geopolitical tensions. This situation raises valid concerns regarding the actual availability of excess natural gas from Turkmenistan for export to neighboring countries such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. The uncertainties surrounding the nation's production capabilities can lead to skepticism about whether there is indeed a surplus that can be reliably channeled to meet the demands of these markets. Given the lack of guarantees in this area, it might be unwise to commit substantial investments in a country with significant political uncertainties, such as Turkmenistan. Investors should carefully consider the potential risks before deciding to allocate large sums of money in regions that may not provide a stable or secure environment for their ventures. India needs to take into consideration Russia's stance against the TAPI project as it moves forward with its plans. This opposition from Russia could have significant implications for the project and should be addressed carefully in order to ensure successful collaboration and implementation. The current security landscape in Afghanistan, alongside the instability in the Northwest Frontier Province, NWFP, and the federally administered tribal areas, FATA, along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, raises significant concerns regarding the feasibility of any international consortium undertaking the construction and ongoing maintenance of a pipeline. This precarious situation poses considerable challenges that may hinder progress and raise doubts about the viability of such infrastructure projects in these turbulent regions. In light of the numerous challenges and uncertainties that continue to envelop the TAPI project, India has made a significant decision by officially becoming a member of the consortium associated with the TAPI initiative, which is backed by the Asian Development Bank. This move marks a noteworthy development in the ongoing efforts related to the project, highlighting India's commitment to participating in this ambitious venture despite the potential obstacles it may face. Participation in this project aligns more favorably with India's national interests compared to remaining outside of it. By being involved, India stands to gain significantly more advantages and benefits, which enhances its strategic position in the region and globally. Engaging in the project offers opportunities for collaboration, economic growth, and development that would be unattainable from a position of exclusion. Thus, joining this initiative is in India's best interest. The proposed gas pipeline connecting Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, which deliberately excludes India from its framework, stands to position Pakistan as the primary nation linking Turkmenistan with Central Asia. This development would facilitate an economic, political, and strategic alliance between Turkmenistan and Pakistan, primarily driven by a network of oil and gas pipelines, along with supporting infrastructure such as roads and railways. As a result, Pakistan could become a critical hub for Central Asian nations eager to establish stronger ties through energy resources and trade routes. This venture not only enhances Pakistan's role on the regional stage but also signifies a shift in the geopolitical dynamics of Central Asia and its energy relations. Achieving this would provide Pakistan with the significant leverage and strategic advantage it has consistently pursued in its rivalry with India. Such a situation would likely discourage the military leaders in Pakistan from taking steps towards normalizing diplomatic relations with their Indian counterparts. The desire for dominance in the region could take precedence over any aspirations for peaceful interactions, solidifying a stance that may impede any potential reconciliation efforts between the two nations. Conversely, the construction of a gas pipeline traversing Afghanistan holds significant potential for fostering stability within the nation. This initiative would create essential employment opportunities and generate vital revenue, contributing to the economic well-being of the country. As a result, it could be instrumental in encouraging the younger population to abandon any inclinations towards insurgent activities, thus paving the way for a more peaceful and prosperous future. For India, fostering a stable and cohesive Afghanistan aligns with its national interests. However, this goal is contingent upon Afghanistan not evolving into an economic satellite of Pakistan. India seeks a situation where Afghanistan can thrive independently rather than being tethered to its Western neighbors' influence. The dynamics of regional politics strongly influence India's stance, as it is crucial for Afghanistan to maintain its sovereignty and not fall under the economic dominion of Pakistan. When comparing the IPI and TAPI initiatives, it appears that the IPI project might offer some advantages for India. One of the key factors is that the IPI project entails the engagement of just a single transit nation, while the TAPI project requires navigating through two different transit countries. This simpler transit route could make the IPI project more strategically advantageous for India in terms of logistics, diplomatic relations, and potential challenges associated with multiple borders. In the realm of geopolitics, the significance of Iran is on par with that of Afghanistan. Furthermore, it is doubtful that Pakistan would permit India to participate in the TAPI, Turkmenistan-Afghanistan-Pakistan-India, project, especially considering that this initiative traverses Afghan territory and carries heightened implications for Pakistan's interests. Such an allowance is more likely to occur only if there is a pre-existing understanding regarding the IPI, Iran-Pakistan-India, project. The intricate dynamics surrounding these projects highlight the delicate balance of power and regional diplomacy at play. As it stands, the IPI project is progressing at a significantly quicker pace compared to the TAPI project. However, it is important to note that it is entirely possible for both the IPI and TAPI pipelines to eventually be developed. In fact, there is potential for these projects to be interconnected, ultimately forming a comprehensive pipeline network similar to those found in European countries. This advancement could enhance regional connectivity and collaboration in the long run. In light of current geopolitical circumstances, it is wise for India to diversify its energy supply strategies rather than depending solely on gas pipeline transit routes that pass through Pakistan. By exploring alternative options and partnerships, India can mitigate potential vulnerabilities associated with over-reliance on a single source of transit, ensuring a more resilient and secure energy infrastructure for the future. This approach not only enhances energy security but also opens doors to a broader range of energy cooperation and trade possibilities. The sole viable option, or addition, to the IPI and TAPI pipeline initiatives is natural gas sourced from Russia as well as Central Asian countries. In Eurasia, a fresh iteration of geopolitical competition is currently unfolding, often referred to as the New Great Game. This term encapsulates the complex and strategic rivalries among nations vying for influence and control in the region. As different powers position themselves to secure their interests, the dynamics of this competition are reminiscent of historical struggles for dominance, albeit in a modern context. The key nations on the world stage, particularly the United States, China, and Russia, have firmly established their presence in that region. These countries have been actively involved and have solidified their influence, making their mark known in various capacities. It is essential for India to actively participate in oil and gas initiatives within the Eurasian region. This involvement is crucial not just for ensuring the country's energy security but also for addressing various political and strategic interests. Engaging in these projects would allow India to diversify its energy sources while simultaneously strengthening its geopolitical influence in a region that is increasingly significant on the global stage. In the context of regional dynamics, Pakistan is striving to assert its influence over Afghanistan while simultaneously seeking to limit India's presence in Central Asia. For India to play a significant role and establish a meaningful presence in the Central Asian region, it is essential for the nation to be deeply involved in the energy politics of Eurasia. By engaging with the energy markets and forming strategic partnerships, India can enhance its geopolitical standing and ensure its interests are protected in this vital area. While it's true that India may not have an extensive array of options at its disposal, it might consider capitalizing on its strategic location and the significant opportunity it presents as a nearby, substantial market for energy resources originating from Eurasia. By doing so, India could enhance its role in energy trade and strengthen its ties with energy-rich nations in the region, potentially leading to mutually beneficial partnerships that could bolster its economic landscape. Eurasian energy dynamics, assessing the role of Russia and Central Asia in India's energy security strategy. In the context of India's broader energy security initiatives, the significance of Russia and Central Asia cannot be understated. With the evolving geopolitical landscape, these regions have emerged as pivotal players in meeting India's growing energy demands. Russia, in particular, perceives its vast energy reserves not only as critical economic resources, but also as influential instruments in shaping its foreign policy and international relations. As India strives to diversify its energy sources and secure sustainable energy supplies, the collaborations and partnerships forged with Russia and Central Asian nations will play an essential role. The strategic utilization of these energy resources could greatly enhance India's energy independence while simultaneously consolidating Russia's position as a dominant force in the global energy market. In essence, navigating this intricate relationship will be crucial for India as it seeks to bolster its energy security framework and drive economic growth in the years to come. It exerts significant and frequently pivotal influence over the exportation of oil and natural gas in Central Asia. This control helps shape regional energy dynamics and impacts global markets. In the realm of political strategy, the year 2000 marked a significant milestone in the relationship between Russia and India. Acknowledging India as a long-standing and reliable ally, Russia extended an invitation for Indian investments in its energy sector. This was particularly evident in the Sakhalin-1 project, where the terms offered were exceptionally advantageous. This move not only reinforced the strategic partnership between the two nations but also highlighted Russia's willingness to collaborate closely with India on crucial energy initiatives. In the current geopolitical landscape, it appears that a more assertive Russia might not be as inclined to extend preferential treatment to India within the energy market. As Russia navigates its own strategic interests, this shift could signify a departure from past practices that favored Indian engagement in energy-related deals. Provided that there is a genuine commitment from both parties involved, it is imperative for India to promptly engage in a meaningful and comprehensive discussion about energy with Russia. This dialogue is essential to address current energy needs and to explore potential collaboration opportunities in the near future. India ought to prepare for substantial investments in new upstream oil and gas ventures, especially in greenfield projects that promise competitive returns. It's essential for the nation to position itself effectively in this sector, ensuring that it can capitalize on the opportunities that lie ahead while fostering sustainable growth in its energy landscape. The successful acquisition of Imperial Energy by OVL, which holds valuable assets within Russia, serves as a positive indication of the company's capabilities and prospects. This development not only highlights OVL's strategic moves in the energy sector but also reflects the potential for growth and investment opportunities in that region. India may have a potential avenue to collaborate with Gazprom in the development of the expansive Kovikta gas field, located in the eastern region of Siberia near the picturesque Lake Baikal. This opportunity arises following Gazprom's recent successful efforts to reassert its authority over the field after acquiring it from the BPTNK partnership. The strategic partnership with Gazprom could enable India to tap into significant energy resources, thereby enhancing its energy security and strengthening economic ties between the nations. It is recognized that the natural gas resources from the Kovikta field were initially intended for exportation to countries such as China and South Korea, following the fulfillment of local demand in eastern Siberia. However, there is a possibility that China's enthusiasm for Kovikta has diminished recently. This shift in interest may be attributed to China's successful efforts to secure access to gas supplies from Turkmenistan, which could potentially reduce its reliance on Kovikta's output. The gas pipeline project, which aims to connect Turkmenistan to China by passing through Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, was established in an agreement in January 2008. This ambitious undertaking is designed not only to transport Turkmen gas but also to collect additional gas supplies from the various fields situated in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. These supplementary resources from the regions along the pipeline's pathway are expected to enhance the overall capacity and efficiency of the pipeline system, thereby making it a key player in the energy sector of Central Asia. Given the current situation, it's possible that Russia might opt to export its Kovykta gas to India instead of China. This shift in preference could be influenced by various factors surrounding international relations and energy demand patterns. If an agreement can be reached among the three nations, a mutually advantageous swap system could be established. In such a scenario, Turkmenistan and other Central Asian nations could redirect the natural gas they have contracted with China to the closer Indian market. Simultaneously, China would be able to acquire gas from sources like Kovykta or other gas reserves in Siberia that are also of interest to India, positioning them strategically near China's primary consumption hubs. This arrangement presents a significant opportunity for all parties involved, potentially enhancing their energy security and fostering stronger regional partnerships. It is crucial for India to foster a collaborative relationship concerning energy matters with China. As two of the largest energy consumers in the world, both nations frequently pursue resources from identical suppliers. This competitive dynamic ultimately serves to advantage the energy-producing countries, allowing them to leverage the rivalry for higher gains. By engaging in dialogue and cooperation, India and China could work together to optimize their energy strategies, potentially leading to mutual benefits rather than fueling competition that enriches external entities. China plays a crucial role in identifying an effective transportation path that links Eurasia with India. For any energy pipeline that aims to connect these two regions without traversing through Afghanistan or Pakistan, the optimal route would necessitate passing through Xinjiang. Following this, the pipeline must navigate the challenging terrains of the Karakoram and Himalayan mountain ranges to reach its destination in India. This route underscores China's strategic importance in facilitating energy transport between these vast and economically significant areas. In addition to the significant technical difficulties that would arise, the political hurdles associated with establishing this alignment are expected to be even more formidable. A notable concern is that the proposed pipeline would need to traverse the Aksai-Chin region, an area currently embroiled in a territorial dispute between India and China. This contentious backdrop could complicate negotiations and agreements, further heightening the challenges surrounding the project. While it presents challenges, a collaborative agreement between India and China regarding a pipeline that traverses Aksai-Chin shouldn't be dismissed outright. If both nations come to the realization that this initiative could yield substantial energy resources and provide strategic advantages over the long term, a cooperative understanding may indeed be possible. Such a project could enhance energy security and foster a greater degree of mutual benefit, potentially paving the way for improved bilateral relations in the future. The construction of a gas pipeline traversing the Karakoram and Himalayan mountain ranges has the potential to facilitate the establishment of a significant energy corridor linking Eurasia with the Indian Ocean. This ambitious project could enhance energy trade and connectivity in the region, creating a vital route for transporting natural gas and other resources. By connecting these two expansive areas, the pipeline could foster economic cooperation and energy security, ultimately benefiting both regional and global markets. Pipelines designed for transporting oil may also be constructed following the same route, allowing the oil to travel in the reverse direction. This approach not only optimizes the existing alignment but also enhances the efficiency of transportation by utilizing established pathways. Transporting gas presents a significantly lower level of technical difficulty compared to oil, especially when dealing with the conditions found at high altitudes and extremely low temperatures. The lighter nature of gas makes it more manageable to convey through these challenging environments. In contrast, the heavier characteristics of oil introduce a range of complications that complicate the transportation process under such adverse conditions. There is a significant possibility that this initiative could capture the attention of China. Recent reports indicate that China is actively considering a proposal from Pakistan to establish an energy corridor. This corridor aims to facilitate the transport of oil originating from the Persian Gulf to Chinese markets, passing through Pakistani territory. Such a venture could not only strengthen the energy supply chain but also enhance economic ties between the two nations. India has the potential to establish a comparable oil transit corridor, mirroring existing routes that facilitate the movement of petroleum resources. Such an initiative could enhance trade and logistical efficiency in the region. The implementation of a transit route through India could prove to be not only safer and more technically viable, but it could also foster a sense of interdependence between the two nations. On one hand, China might find itself in a position where it relies on India for the transportation of Gulf oil that is intended for its own markets. Conversely, India could develop a dependency on China for the delivery of natural gas sourced from Eurasian regions. This reciprocal reliance could potentially lead to strengthened ties and collaboration between the two countries, as both would have a vested interest in ensuring the smooth operation of this transit framework. A collaborative effort between China and India to establish an energy corridor connecting the northern regions of Eurasia to the Indian Ocean could yield significant advantages for both nations. By working together on this initiative, they could enhance energy security, improve trade relations, and foster regional stability, benefiting their economies and strengthening their geopolitical ties. By securing reliable energy resources for their own national consumption, they would position themselves as pivotal players in the energy distribution networks emanating from Eurasia. Although India and China may be viewed as rivals in the quest for limited global energy supplies, it is important to recognize that both nations possess a mutual long-term goal. This shared interest entails ensuring that the rich energy assets of Eurasia are accessible to satisfy the growing demands of Asia as a whole, not solely catering to the needs of Western countries. In order to achieve this goal, it is essential for the two nations to collaborate effectively and leverage their significant influence as major and expanding consumers of energy resources. Their combined efforts can create a powerful impact in the energy market, fostering mutual benefits and enhancing their negotiating power on the global stage. By working together, they can address common challenges and optimize their energy consumption strategies, ultimately contributing to a more sustainable and prosperous future for both countries. If they move swiftly, confidently, and with creativity, there is a substantial opportunity for them to establish a more reliable and strategic pipeline route for exporting natural gas from Eurasia. This alternative could prove to be more advantageous compared to the other options that are presently under consideration. Taking such prompt and innovative action could potentially set a new standard for gas exports, ensuring greater security and efficiency in the supply chain. The establishment of an energy corridor holds the potential to deliver considerable advantages beyond just energy resources for both China and India. This initiative is likely to foster deeper economic cooperation, enhance trade relations, and promote technological exchange between the two nations, creating a multifaceted spectrum of benefits that could stimulate growth and development in various sectors. China has the potential to generate significant revenue through transit fees associated with pipeline operations. Funding for pipeline initiatives has the potential to generate a range of job opportunities, which, in turn, can significantly boost the economic growth of regions such as Xinjiang and Western Tibet. These investments could play a crucial role in fostering stability within these areas, as they would not only create employment but also strengthen local economies, leading to a more prosperous and secure environment for the residents. Ultimately, the development of these projects could pave the way for sustained progress and stability in these strategically important regions. China could potentially encourage increased interpersonal connections and economic partnerships between Xinjiang and India. This strategy might serve as a means to address the escalating discontent among the Uyghur population while also alleviating some of the financial pressures faced by the Chinese government. By fostering these relationships, Beijing may be aiming to promote a more stable atmosphere in the region, steering clear of the complications that could arise from Uyghur separatists forming alliances with extremist groups in Pakistan. This approach underscores a preference for constructive engagement rather than escalating tensions. China appears to harbor significant internal concerns regarding the ongoing issue of separatism in Xinjiang. This situation, which is intricately connected to dynamics in the Central Asian republics, poses a risk of escalating beyond manageable limits. The government likely recognizes that if left unaddressed, the growing unrest and desire for independence in this region could lead to broader implications, not only domestically but also in relation to its neighboring countries. Such fears suggest that the Chinese authorities are acutely aware of the potential for destabilization within and outside their borders, which could significantly impact their geopolitical stability. Should China determine that fostering stronger economic relations between Xinjiang and India aligns with its strategic objectives, it may express openness towards initiatives aimed at enhancing sub-regional cooperation in Xinjiang. This could potentially be structured similarly to, or even integrated within a broader arrangement that includes China's existing Kunming Initiative. This initiative focuses on promoting collaboration among China's Yunnan province, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India. Thus, a partnership of this nature could pave the way for enhanced economic interactions and mutual growth in the region, ultimately benefiting all parties involved. India stands to benefit significantly from the various pipeline initiatives connecting Eurasia and the Indian region. These projects promise a wide array of advantages for the nation. The presence of an affordable and abundant clean energy resource, such as natural gas, could significantly alleviate the escalating challenges of deforestation and environmental deterioration in the Himalayan region. By providing a reliable alternative to traditional energy sources, this transition could help reduce the reliance on wood and other natural materials, ultimately promoting sustainable practices. Addressing these pressing environmental issues not only benefits local ecosystems but also supports the livelihoods of communities that depend on these natural resources. In this way, harnessing cleaner energy could serve as a crucial step toward preserving the unique biodiversity and environmental integrity of the Himalayas. This initiative is expected to significantly boost economic growth not only in Jammu and Kashmir, J&K, but also in Himachal Pradesh. By fostering various sectors and encouraging investment, it aims to create new job opportunities and enhance overall prosperity in both regions. Crucially, this development may pave the path toward a sustainable resolution for the long-standing issues surrounding Kashmir, which reignited with considerable violence in 2008. The potential for a more stable peace process hinges on addressing the deep-rooted conflicts in the region, enabling a collaborative approach to heal the wounds that have persisted over the years. By fostering dialogue and cooperation, stakeholders may find a way to tackle the challenges faced by those affected and work toward a lasting settlement. For the disenchanted Kashmiri population, especially the frustrated and unemployed youth, to move away from militant tendencies and separatist ideologies, it is essential that they actively engage in the broader economic and political framework of India. This integration must lead to tangible benefits for them, fostering a sense of belonging and opportunity. Only by experiencing the positive impacts of being included within the Indian system will they be motivated to abandon violence and seek constructive paths for their futures. Therefore, creating avenues for participation and growth in their lives is crucial for promoting peace and stability in the region. In addressing the Kashmir conflict, it is crucial to recognize that the economic aspect is just as significant as the military and political dimensions in formulating a sustainable resolution. A comprehensive approach must incorporate economic considerations alongside other factors, as these elements interconnect and influence the region's stability and prosperity in the long run. Thus, prioritizing economic development and cooperation may prove essential in achieving a lasting peace in Kashmir. Situated a considerable distance from the central regions of India, Jammu and Kashmir has struggled to entice private sector investments. Furthermore, while tourism plays an important role in the local economy, it has not been effective enough to serve as a strong driving force for the overall economic advancement of the state. As a result, the region continues to face challenges in achieving substantial growth and prosperity. Positioned within the Central Asian geopolitical landscape, Jammu and Kashmir holds significant potential to greatly enhance its economic and cultural ties by re-establishing connections with its historical partners in Xinjiang and western Tibet, facilitated through the region of Ladakh. By rekindling these traditional pathways, JNK can tap into a wealth of opportunities that could contribute to its development and integration within the broader regional dynamics. An energy initiative involving both India and China that passes through critical and strategically significant regions, such as Jammu and Kashmir and Xinjiang, could lead to advantageous outcomes for their overall diplomatic relationship. This collaborative endeavor might enhance mutual trust and cooperation, thereby fostering a more constructive dialogue between the two nations. By focusing on shared economic interests, both countries can potentially mitigate tensions and strengthen their partnership in the energy sector, ultimately resulting in improved bilateral ties. Despite the ongoing tension stemming from security issues, distrust, and territorial disputes between India and China, it is essential to continue exploring proposals for energy pipelines between the two nations. This approach mirrors the recent agreements made between India and Pakistan, where both countries have consented to establish road connections across the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Furthermore, there are currently active discussions regarding a gas pipeline that would transport gas from Iran to India via Pakistan. It is crucial to recognize that energy cooperation can serve as a bridge for fostering dialogue and collaboration, even in the face of broader geopolitical challenges. Significant collaborative energy initiatives, such as the construction of pipelines, have the potential to greatly enhance economic ties between nations. Such projects would not only strengthen the interdependent relationship between India and China, but also foster a deeper sense of trust and confidence between the two countries. By engaging in joint ventures in the energy sector, both nations can create a more integrated economic landscape that benefits their respective economies while ensuring a level of cooperation that enhances diplomatic relations. This kind of economic interconnection can serve to build a foundation of mutual respect and understanding that transcends political differences, ultimately contributing to regional stability and prosperity. In the event that both China and India continue to experience stability while simultaneously enhancing their prosperity and global influence, it becomes essential for them to establish a relationship that is characterized by cooperation rather than conflict. It is imperative that these two nations engage in constructive dialogue and mutual understanding to foster a partnership that benefits both. By doing so, they can pave the way for a future that fosters peace and collaborative growth in the region. Furthermore, the establishment of a more stable strategic balance among Pakistan, China, and India hinges on China's recognition that cultivating stronger relations with India aligns with its long-term national interests. If China chooses to develop closer ties with India rather than rely solely on a strategic partnership with Pakistan, which is primarily driven by mutual hostility towards India, we can anticipate a more durable equilibrium among these three nations. Such a shift could pave the way for improved diplomatic interactions and regional stability, benefiting all parties involved. India has the opportunity to provide both China and Pakistan with assurances regarding the equitable sharing of Eurasian gas resources. This can be achieved by proposing the extension of pipelines from Jammu and Kashmir, JNK, to regions in Pakistan that are currently under its control, specifically situated in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, along the line of control. Furthermore, India could consider constructing additional pipelines that would connect its own Punjab state to Pakistan's Punjab province, effectively crossing the established international border. Such initiatives could foster cooperation and stability in the region by facilitating energy flow and mutual economic benefits. Establishing a mutual reliance between Pakistan and Eurasian gas that passes through India could effectively alleviate India's security worries associated with the IPI and TAPI gas pipelines that transit through Pakistani territory. This arrangement would create a framework in which Pakistan becomes more dependent on the gas supply from Eurasia, thereby fostering a stable energy partnership. In turn, such a dependency could enhance regional cooperation and mitigate the perceived risks India associates with energy routes running through its neighboring country. Ultimately, this strategy not only addresses India's apprehensions but also encourages a healthier geopolitical landscape in the region. The possibility of finalizing an energy pipeline initiative between India and China might foster a more positive environment in India, potentially aiding in the long-term resolution of the ongoing border conflict with China, particularly concerning the line of actual control. Engaging in such a partnership could lead to enhanced cooperation and trust between the two nations, ultimately paving the way for diplomatic discussions aimed at settling the long-standing territorial issues. During the official visit of Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to China in January of 2008, both nations emphasized the necessity of finding a political resolution to the long-standing border conflict between India and China. This resolution is to be grounded in the framework established by the April 2005 agreement regarding political parameters and guiding principles. Leaders from both countries acknowledged that a diplomatic approach is crucial for addressing the complexity surrounding the territorial disagreements that have persisted over the years. The resolution passed by the Indian Parliament in 1962 regarding relations with China presents significant challenges for any current government looking to establish a settlement, particularly when considering the complexities of the current situation on the ground. This historical document adds layers of diplomatic intricacy to the already delicate negotiations, making it difficult to reach an agreement that acknowledges and addresses the realities that exist today. It is likely that those in leadership positions in India are aware that relinquishing control over Aksai Chin is not something China is inclined to do. This region holds significant strategic importance for China, especially since it has invested in the construction of a vital road traversing the area. Such infrastructure not only enhances China's connectivity but also reinforces its claim and governance over Aksai Chin, making it unlikely that they would surrender it without substantial incentives or negotiations. If the Indian armed forces come to the conclusion that Aksai Chin does not pose a significant threat to the nation's security, there may be potential for a diplomatic resolution to the issues surrounding Aksai Chin. This shift in perspective could pave the way for a more strategic approach to the long-standing conflict, allowing for a smoother negotiation process and possibly easing tensions in the region. There is a strong possibility that both Parliament and the general populace would be amenable to a resolution regarding the territorial disputes in the western sector that is largely aligned with the line of actual control. This would particularly hold true if the Aksai Chin roadway, which China has constructed with significant investment and dedication, is perceived to provide substantial economic advantages to India. If this route is recognized as a crucial economic corridor that facilitates trade between India and China, encompassing the transportation of gas and oil in both directions, it could foster broader acceptance of such a settlement. Although initiating a significant energy-related initiative along the contested border may not completely address all the complexities associated with the enduring border conflict between India and China, it would undeniably serve as a substantial step toward enhancing mutual trust. Such a project has the potential to foster cooperation, making it a crucial strategy for improving relations between the two nations embroiled in this prolonged dispute. The challenges associated with the Eurasia-India pipeline project are significant and should not be overlooked. The technical hurdles that need to be addressed are considerable and could impact the overall success of the initiative. Building pipelines along pre-existing road and rail routes is a practical and economical strategy, enabling smoother transportation of the heavy machinery necessary for construction. Given this perspective, it would be quite feasible to extend a gas pipeline originating from eastern Siberia all the way to the railhead located in Kashgar, Xinjiang. This approach not only reduces costs but also significantly simplifies the logistics involved in such a substantial infrastructure project. In order to establish the most effective pipeline route from Kashgar to India, a comprehensive topographical and techno-economic feasibility analysis is essential. However, initial assessments suggest that a favorable path could potentially follow the current alignment of the Aksai Chin Road. This route would offer two possible entry points into India, either at Rutog or Demchok. Further research and detailed studies will be required to confirm these findings and optimize the proposed pipeline strategy. The connectivity from Leh in the Ladakh region of Jammu and Kashmir to Manali in Himachal Pradesh is highly accessible from both of these locations. Travelers can conveniently access this well-established road, making the journey between these two picturesque areas seamless and efficient. Should a thorough analysis reveal that the construction of gas pipelines through the Karakoram and Himalayan mountain ranges poses significant technical challenges and proves to be cost-prohibitive, it may be necessary to reconsider the project's design. In such a case, alterations to the initial proposal could be explored to find a more feasible solution that addresses both the engineering complexities and financial constraints associated with this ambitious infrastructure endeavor. Natural gas sourced from Eurasia has the potential to establish power generation facilities powered by gas in both Central Asia and the Xinjiang region. The electricity produced at these plants can then be transmitted over the rugged Karakoram and Himalayan mountains. This would involve the construction of extensive transmission lines and towers, allowing for the efficient delivery of energy to various locations. Such infrastructure could significantly enhance both energy security and regional cooperation in energy production and consumption. This initiative would significantly enhance the current gas reserves, leading to the generation of job opportunities within the local community and fostering economic growth in the region as a whole. By leveraging these resources, we can create a more robust economic landscape that benefits both the workforce and the local economy. An additional strategy worth considering involves the establishment of hydropower facilities in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. These two countries possess vast resources for hydropower generation, making them ideal candidates for harnessing this renewable source of energy. By developing these power plants, there is significant potential for exporting electricity to markets in South Asia, which could not only meet the growing energy demands of the region but also foster economic growth and cooperation between these nations. This initiative could pave the way for sustainable energy solutions while capitalizing on the natural advantages that Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan have to offer. Considering the current circumstances, it could potentially be more cost-effective and less complicated to source hydropower from regions located north of the Himalayas instead of investing time and resources into developing hydropower projects within the mountainous terrain of the Himalayas themselves. This approach might save both financial resources and administrative effort. In South Asia, the development of hydropower projects has faced significant obstacles, particularly in Nepal. Political indecisiveness, in conjunction with various environmental issues and unforeseen geological challenges, has hindered the successful implementation of these initiatives. Additionally, the complexities surrounding the resettlement of displaced communities have further complicated the situation, ultimately stalling meaningful progress in harnessing hydropower resources in the region. As a result, the potential benefits of these projects remain largely untapped, limiting South Asia's ability to effectively utilize its abundant water resources for sustainable energy generation. For a Eurasian energy initiative to thrive, it is essential that Russia, recognized as a prominent player in energy production, forges a comprehensive strategic partnership with India and China, both of which are significant consumers of energy resources. This collaborative approach is vital for achieving mutual benefits and ensuring stability in the energy market across the region. In the event that the three nations reach a consensus on the necessity of collaborating strategically within the energy sector, it would be relatively straightforward to finalize the specifics of this cooperation. With a foundational agreement established, the involved parties can promptly engage in discussions to outline and refine the particulars, ensuring an efficient pathway to actualizing their shared goals. This initiative could potentially serve as a tangible project under the trilateral cooperation framework involving Russia, India, and China. Within this framework, energy stands out as a key sector where all parties have expressed a mutual interest in collaboration. By focusing on energy as a focal point for joint efforts, this project might pave the way for stronger ties and shared benefits among the three nations. In addition, this topic can be examined in the context of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. This regional alliance comprises several member countries, namely Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Furthermore, nations such as India, Pakistan, Iran, and Mongolia hold observer status within the organization. This structure facilitates diverse discussions and collaborations among its members and observers, highlighting the various geopolitical dynamics at play in the region. Although Turkmenistan and Afghanistan do not hold positions as either members or observers within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they still possess significant interests in the activities and developments of the SCO. Their geographical proximity and regional security dynamics compel both nations to pay close attention to the workings of this influential organization. Consequently, even in the absence of formal ties, Turkmenistan and Afghanistan can benefit from the cooperation and initiatives that the SCO promotes in the region. In the complex landscape of 21st-century geopolitics, there is an urgent need for daring, creative, and forward-thinking strategies to navigate interstate relations. This necessity extends significantly into the realm of energy security, where traditional methods may no longer suffice. As nations face evolving challenges, a fresh perspective that embraces innovation will be essential for fostering cooperation and ensuring stability in energy resources among countries. In order to advance a monumental energy initiative spanning Eurasia, it is imperative that there be a significant shift in the prevailing geopolitical mindset of influential leaders from major nations across the globe. This transformation in thinking is essential for successfully navigating the complexities and challenges associated with such an ambitious project. Key decision-makers must rethink their perspectives and strategies, facilitating a collaborative approach that embraces innovative solutions and fosters international partnerships. Should such an event occur, it could lead to positive and beneficial outcomes for the entire global community in the long run. The potential implications could pave the way for significant advancements that would resonate far beyond immediate circumstances, ultimately enhancing life for people everywhere. The Central Asian area has the potential to evolve into a pivotal hub that connects significant energy-producing nations, consumers, and transit nations across Asia. This transformation would foster a network of mutual reliance among these countries, enhancing collaboration and integration in the energy sector. By establishing strong ties and interconnections, Central Asia could play a critical role in shaping the future energy landscape of the region. Rather than serving as the theater for a reimagined Great Game, Central Asia has the potential to transform into a pivotal hub for a modern-day Silk Road. In this new vision, the ancient caravan routes could be supplanted by advanced gas and oil pipelines, creating a vital network for energy transportation and trade in the 21st century. This shift could not only enhance regional cooperation but also position Central Asia as a crucial player in the global energy market, fostering economic growth and connectivity across nations. The Himalayas Karakoram area has the potential to evolve into a region characterized by harmony, cooperation, and progress, as opposed to being a battleground for disputes and tensions. By fostering understanding and collaboration among the various communities, nations, and stakeholders in this area, it is possible to transform it into a landscape where peace thrives, friendships are nurtured, and sustainable development takes precedence. Emphasizing unity over division can pave the way for a brighter future for the inhabitants of this majestic region. Such a colossal endeavor would serve as a significant catalyst for economic growth on a global scale. The establishment of such a framework would yield comprehensive economic benefits, contributing to widespread prosperity while also fostering social and political stability. Beyond these tangible advantages, it would pave the way for a robust and lasting foundation, enhancing trust, confidence, and mutual understanding among diverse populations. As these connections deepen, we can anticipate the development of extensive interpersonal relationships and communication networks. This, in turn, has the potential to facilitate the emergence of new, enduring political and strategic alliances that are both stable and beneficial for all parties involved. Such an initiative could fundamentally transform the landscape of international relations, making collaboration more effective and meaningful. Considering its geographical position and population size, alongside its expanding economic and military prowess, India is poised to play a crucial role in the geopolitics surrounding energy on a global scale in the years ahead. As a major consumer of energy resources, India's influence in international energy markets and political discussions concerning energy will increasingly become prominent. This growing significance is likely to affect both regional dynamics and global energy policies as the country continues to assert itself on the world stage. Given that the dynamics of energy transfers and the execution of energy-related initiatives significantly influence numerous bilateral relationships and frequently hold importance on a regional or even global scale, it is imperative for India to place a heightened level of focus and consideration on energy matters within the framework of its foreign policy. An enhanced commitment to addressing energy challenges and opportunities will not only strengthen India's international relationships but also position the country as a key player in the global energy landscape. By doing so, India can ensure that energy policies are integrated into its diplomatic strategies, thereby fostering collaboration and stability in a world where energy needs and security are increasingly interconnected. India can no longer rely on the expectation that international markets will automatically address its enduring energy needs. It is essential for the country to rethink its approach and consider developing self-sufficient strategies to secure its energy future. By actively seeking out innovative solutions and fostering domestic production, India can ensure that its energy demands are met sustainably and effectively. The aspects related to energy security cannot be seamlessly integrated into the traditional frameworks of foreign policy that currently exist. In light of India's ongoing reliance on energy imports, it is essential to adjust foreign policy frameworks to better accommodate this situation. The current landscape necessitates a strategic reassessment that recognizes the importance of securing energy resources from abroad, ensuring energy security, and fostering sustainable international partnerships. As such, diplomatic agendas will need to be restructured to prioritize and address India's unique energy challenges in an increasingly interdependent world. As India seeks to establish itself as a significant player in global affairs, it is essential for the nation to develop a comprehensive, focused, and enduring approach aimed at safeguarding its energy security. This strategy must be intentional and multifaceted, addressing the complexities of energy needs and geopolitical dynamics while ensuring that India can maintain a stable and reliable energy supply for its future growth and development. India must formulate a comprehensive energy strategy that integrates seamlessly with a broader framework encompassing various aspects such as domestic policy initiatives, reforms within the energy sector, foreign diplomacy, national defense, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. This approach should ensure that energy policies not only address immediate energy requirements but also align with the country's aspirations for security, economic prosperity, and ecological balance. By adopting such an inclusive energy policy, India can better navigate the complex interplay of these essential domains and secure a sustainable and resilient energy future for its citizens. Due to soaring oil prices and ongoing discussions in both political and public spheres regarding the IPI project and the nuclear agreement between India and the United States, there is now a significantly heightened consciousness in India regarding the critical nature of energy security. This increased awareness has led to more robust debates and considerations surrounding the country's energy needs and strategies, emphasizing the necessity for a stable and reliable energy supply to support economic growth and national interests. The current period presents a unique opportunity to implement strategic policies that will safeguard India's energy security for the future decades. Taking advantage of this advantageous time is crucial to establishing frameworks and initiatives that will address energy needs and establish a sustainable energy landscape for the nation. Chapter 12: The Progression of India's Economic Diplomacy. In examining the evolution of India's economic diplomacy, especially in relation to its immediate and strategic neighbors, one can observe that the primary objectives of India's foreign policy are deeply rooted in economic considerations. Over time, India's approach to cultivating partnerships with nations globally has undergone significant transformation. This evolution is a direct reflection of the shifts occurring within the international arena, as well as India's continuously changing developmental priorities and aspirations. As India navigates through its relationships, it has become increasingly aware that economic ties are pivotal for not only fostering regional stability but also for enhancing its position on the world stage. The nation's strategy revolves around adapting to the dynamic geopolitical landscape, ensuring that its economic diplomacy remains relevant and effective in meeting both current and future challenges. This emphasis on economic engagement underscores India's commitment to leveraging partnerships to stimulate growth and development, both domestically and internationally. Prior to the year 1991, India's approach towards foreign engagement was characterized by a cautious and protectionist outlook. This stance was largely influenced by the nation's domestic economic strategies that imposed significant limitations on both imports and foreign investments. The level of international trade during this period was quite limited, with a significant portion of it being conducted in rupees, primarily with the Soviet Union and various Eastern European nations. Furthermore, India's export composition was not very varied. It mainly consisted of raw materials and semi-finished goods, reflecting an economy that was not fully integrated with the global market. Thus, the period leading up to 1991 showcased how India's economic policies shaped its interactions with the rest of the world, resulting in a narrow focus on self-sufficiency and a reliance on domestic production. India's economic diplomacy primarily concentrates on enhancing exports, strategically managing the import of essential commodities and goods through state-controlled organizations, and seeking increased support from both bilateral and multilateral development partnerships. The aim is to ensure a steady flow of critical resources while simultaneously boosting the nation's export capabilities and securing vital funding and assistance for developmental projects. This multifaceted approach is essential for sustaining India's growth trajectory and addressing the varied challenges in its economic landscape. On the multilateral front, India has strategically focused on fostering South-South cooperation by engaging actively with various organizations, particularly the Group of 77, G77. In addition, India has participated in the more selective Group of 15, G15, initiative. Despite these efforts, India's involvement in multilateral trade discussions, particularly those held under the auspices of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, has been rather limited and largely peripheral. The country's contributions to these trade negotiations were minimal, showcasing a disparity between its active participation in regional cooperation frameworks and its influence in global trade policy formation. In 1991, India embarked on a significant journey toward economic transformation, which posed a substantial challenge: to persuade the international community that it was redefining its economic relationships and policies. The country's objective was to alter the perceptions of its dealings with other nations, moving beyond its historical practices and showcasing a commitment to reformative policies that would foster greater engagement and cooperation on a global scale. During the 1990s, a significant focus of economic diplomacy was the effort to draw in foreign direct investment. However, this endeavor faced considerable challenges, primarily due to resistance from within the country. Domestic opposition complicated the pursuit of these investments, making it a priority yet difficult task for policymakers. Numerous Indian business leaders, often referred to as the Bombay Club, felt that they were at a considerable disadvantage compared to foreign investors who were receiving special privileges and incentives. This perception prompted them to advocate for a more equitable business environment. They were concerned that, without these necessary adjustments to create a level playing field, their enterprises could face significant threats to their survival and ultimately be driven out of the market altogether. During this time of significant change, India was in the process of adapting to the new dynamics of the world following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. This transition period was crucial as the country sought to redefine its place and strategy in an altered global landscape. Amidst India's pursuit of fresh investment opportunities, innovative markets, and advanced technologies, the significance of Western countries has surged immensely for the nation. Conversely, the influence of the nations that were once part of the Soviet bloc has diminished notably, along with a waning relevance of collaborative entities such as the G77 and G15. This shift indicates a strategic pivot in India's foreign relations as it increasingly prioritizes partnerships with Western economies to bolster its growth trajectory. India has actively pursued the establishment of fresh collaborations, which has resulted in its designation as a dialogue partner of ASEAN. Furthermore, India has joined various regional organizations, including the Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation, IORARC. Additionally, it became a part of the Bangladesh-India-Myanmar-Sri Lanka-Thailand Economic Cooperation Initiative, which is now known as the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC. This strategic approach highlights India's commitment to enhancing cooperation in the region and solidifying its presence in multinational platforms. Despite its efforts, India was unable to secure membership in both the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) and the Asia-Europe Meeting (ASEM). This outcome highlights the challenges India faces in joining these significant regional coalitions, which are influential in shaping economic and diplomatic relationships across Asia and beyond. As a result, India's absence from these forums raises questions about its strategic positioning and future engagement in multilateral discussions within these vital regions. During the Uruguay round of multilateral trade discussions, which took place from 1986 to 1994, India engaged in these negotiations with a greater level of involvement compared to its previous efforts. Nevertheless, the nation adopted a primarily defensive stance throughout the proceedings. In the 21st century, as India's economic landscape evolved and developed, the confidence of its business sector grew. It was during this transformative period that India started to actively engage with the global economy, allowing the nation to discover a multitude of opportunities within the inevitable tide of globalization, rather than merely facing obstacles. This shift marked a significant turning point, where the focus transitioned from challenges posed by global interactions to a more optimistic view of the prospects they presented. In India, significant progress was made with the dismantling of the License Raj, which, alongside broader economic reforms, set in motion a series of transformative and lasting shifts within the nation's economy. These changes not only altered the landscape of governmental policies but also influenced the perspectives and strategies of businesses and industries alike. As a result, the country saw a move toward a more liberalized economic environment that encouraged greater entrepreneurship and innovation, fundamentally reshaping how commerce is conducted in the region. An increasing number of companies in India have begun to position themselves as competitive players on the global stage, adopting a more outward-oriented perspective. Concurrently, the latest generation of individuals in India is characterized by a heightened sense of ambition and confidence in their abilities. This shift signifies not only a change in the corporate landscape but also reflects a broader cultural transformation, where young Indians are eager to pursue opportunities beyond their nation's borders. Their proactive approach and increasing self-assuredness are helping to reshape the perception of India in the international arena. Encouraged by robust foreign exchange reserves, both public and private entities within corporate India began to explore investment opportunities beyond their national borders. This cautious yet optimistic approach marked the beginning of a new chapter in international investments for Indian companies, as they sought to expand their horizons and tap into global markets. India has seen a steady rise in both foreign direct investment, FDI, and foreign institutional investment, FI, which has significantly contributed to reducing its dependency on foreign aid for financial support and fostering economic development. This influx of capital has not only bolstered the country's budgetary resources but also strengthened its economic landscape, allowing for greater self-sufficiency and sustainable growth. As a result, India's economic strategy has evolved, enabling it to leverage these investments to drive progress while minimizing reliance on external financial assistance. The advancements in information technology have ushered in a transformative era, creating unprecedented opportunities for India to enhance its export of services. This technological shift has not only revolutionized the way businesses operate but has also positioned India as a global leader in service-oriented industries. As a result, the country has been able to leverage its skilled workforce and innovative capabilities to expand its presence in international markets, further bolstering its economy through the growth of service exports. Historically rooted in agriculture, India's economy has significantly transitioned over the years, evolving into one that is now predominantly focused on the service sector. This shift marks a notable transformation in the nation's economic landscape, reflecting advancements in technology, education, and infrastructure that have supported the growth of services such as information technology, finance, and hospitality. With the liberalization of its economy, India has witnessed a significant increase in the size and financial capability of its middle class. This growing demographic has reshaped the country into a vast and appealing marketplace for international businesses looking to expand their reach. The surge in both consumer numbers and their disposable income has created numerous opportunities for foreign companies seeking to tap into this dynamic and lucrative market. The evolving circumstances called for a significant transformation in India's approach to economic diplomacy. Alongside the efforts to boost exports, India has expanded the scope of its economic diplomacy to encompass a wider range of priorities. This diversification reflects the nation's evolving approach to international trade and economic relations, demonstrating a commitment to engage with various global markets and opportunities beyond just promoting exports. The current focus is on enhancing the attraction of foreign direct investment, particularly in greenfield infrastructure initiatives. Moreover, there is an emphasis on boosting foreign institutional investment within India's stock markets. Concurrently, efforts are being made to facilitate Indian investments and collaborative ventures overseas. This strategy aims not only at generating profits but also at securing essential resources, raw materials, and advanced technologies vital for India's progress. Additionally, there is a concerted effort to safeguard and advance India's economic and commercial interests within various multilateral and regional trade agreements. This includes influencing the economic and commercial strategies of other nations to cultivate a more favorable landscape for Indian enterprises to thrive. Furthermore, it is crucial to maximize the effectiveness of India's technical and economic assistance programs provided to foreign nations. By doing so, these initiatives can align more closely with broader foreign policy objectives, ensuring that they contribute positively to India's global standing in diplomatic relations. Overall, the aim is to create conditions that significantly benefit Indian businesses, while also fostering international cooperation. In recent times, several critical domains have emerged as pivotal elements of economic diplomacy. Among these are energy security, the protection of intellectual property rights, environmental concerns, and the pressing challenges posed by climate change. These issues are increasingly at the forefront of international negotiations and collaborations, reflecting the growing recognition of their significance in fostering sustainable development and ensuring global stability. As nations navigate the complexities of the modern economic landscape, addressing these areas has become essential for maintaining competitive advantage and promoting cooperative relationships on the world stage. The evolution of India's economic landscape has been significantly influenced by the expanding involvement of the private sector. As India strives to enhance its economic growth and global trade standing, it has become essential for both the government and private enterprises to collaborate effectively. This partnership is crucial for advancing the nation's economic ambitions in relation to other countries around the globe, ensuring that India's interests are well represented and promoted in the international arena. Through a coordinated effort, they can better navigate the complexities of global commerce and contribute to India's overall progress and competitiveness. The process of decentralizing economic authority calls for the active involvement of individual states in developing a comprehensive economic strategy. This collaboration is essential to create a cohesive approach that maximizes the potential of economic diplomacy. However, the effectiveness of such diplomacy is influenced not only by tangible economic conditions but also by how these conditions are perceived on the global stage. Thus, establishing a positive perception of India is critical. Historically, the prevailing global perception of India has been dominated by stereotypes that paint a one-dimensional picture of the country. Many often associate India with its scorching heat and dusty landscapes, as well as overcrowded streets and widespread poverty. Additionally, images of snake charmers, majestic elephants, spiritual traditions, and rich cultural practices frequently come to mind. To succeed in economic diplomacy, it is imperative to transform these outdated and simplistic views and present a more nuanced and comprehensive image of India that reflects its diverse and vibrant reality. These do not provide a comprehensive overview anymore. Since 1998, a fresh perspective on India has emerged, depicting the nation as a formidable nuclear power. This transformation showcases India as a politically stable and resolute country, showing its determination to assert its presence on the global stage. Furthermore, the image of India is augmented by its significant advancements in technology, underscoring its status as a center for innovation and progress. Economically, India has thrived, demonstrating resilience during the turbulence of the Asian financial crisis in 1997, emerging seemingly unscathed and continuing to flourish. Together, these elements contribute to a comprehensive and dynamic image of contemporary India, illustrating its evolution and prominence in the world arena. India's remarkable advancements in various high-tech industries have garnered global recognition and admiration. Whether it pertains to breakthroughs in nuclear energy, significant strides in space exploration, or innovations in information technology and biotechnology, the country's accomplishments are making waves on the international stage. The impressive progress in these sectors highlights India's growing stature as a key player in the global technology landscape. In the past, many viewed India's vast population as a burden on its resources and economy. However, the perspective has shifted dramatically in recent times. Today, India is recognized for its abundant supply of skilled professionals and knowledgeable workers. Coupled with its predominantly young demographic profile, these factors contribute to making India a highly appealing partner for long-term collaborations and investment opportunities. India's democratic framework, characterized by its robust institutions and legal structures, plays a pivotal role in establishing a sense of stability and predictability for global engagement. This foundational aspect, coupled with the prevalent use of the English language in commercial transactions, offers an inviting and reassuring environment for international entities to interact with the nation. As such, these elements collectively create a reliable backdrop that fosters confidence for businesses and nations looking to collaborate and invest in India. The entertainment sector in India is a vivid reflection of the creativity, energy, and originality found among its population. The industry demonstrates the remarkable capability of individuals to conceptualize and produce engaging content that resonates with diverse audiences. The success of Indian professionals and entrepreneurs on international platforms has significantly contributed to reshaping the perception of India's intellectual and managerial skills. Their achievements have not only highlighted their individual talents but have also showcased the remarkable capabilities that Indian experts possess in various fields. As these individuals thrive in diverse environments around the globe, they collectively enhance the global image of India as a hub of innovation and expertise. The Indian government, in collaboration with the private sector, has placed significant emphasis on enhancing the country's international reputation. This strategic partnership aims to promote a positive perception of India across the globe, showcasing its diverse opportunities and capabilities. India's engagement with the World Trade Organization, WTO, has become increasingly complex in recent years. A significant hurdle that has emerged for India's economic diplomacy is the challenge of safeguarding its national interests in the continuing Doha round of trade negotiations, also known as the Doha Development Round. This set of discussions aims to enhance global trade and development, but for India, it presents a delicate balancing act of promoting its economic objectives while navigating the diverse interests of other member countries. To fully grasp the significance and origins of the World Trade Organization, WTO, one must first delve into its predecessor, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. Understanding the historical context and evolution of these two entities is crucial, as they play a pivotal role in shaping global trade practices and regulations. The establishment of GATT laid the foundational principles that eventually led to the formation of the WTO, underscoring its critical role in the global economy. Therefore, exploring the development and impact of both GATT and WTO is essential for appreciating their contributions to international trade. In the aftermath of the Great Depression that devastated economies in the 1930s and the subsequent trade conflicts that emerged following World War II, Western nations came together to create the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, between 1948 and 1994. This treaty was designed with the primary goal of fostering international trade and stimulating economic growth through the reduction of tariffs and the elimination of other trade barriers. By promoting cooperation among member countries, GATT aimed to create a more open and prosperous global market, hoping to prevent the kind of economic turmoil that had plagued the preceding decades. According to the regulations established by the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, international commerce was carried out under the principle of Most Favored Nation (MFN) treatment. This principle fundamentally dictates that all participating nations must extend identical trade benefits to every other country. This includes maintaining uniform tariff rates, ensuring that no nation receives preferential treatment over another. As a result, this framework aimed to foster a level playing field in trade relationships, promoting fairness and trade equality among all member nations. The Western nations unequivocally established the framework for the discussions. Countries that had their economies closely linked to Western markets reaped the most significant advantages. Nations that operated under communist ideologies and maintained non-market economic systems, such as the Soviet Union and China, were not included in the analysis. Throughout much of history, the majority of the globe found itself either governed by colonial powers or amidst the challenges of newly acquired independence. Many nations were still under the control of foreign empires, while others were in the early stages of navigating their autonomy after breaking free from colonial authority. This period was marked by significant social, political, and economic transformations as various regions grappled with the implications of self-governance. Developing nations have long faced challenges within the framework of international trade agreements, particularly with regard to their key commodities. Notably, sectors such as textiles and agricultural products were not included in the scope of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. This exclusion has significant implications, as it limits the ability of these countries to fully participate in global trade, hindering their economic growth and development. By leaving out these vital industries from essential trade regulations, the GATT framework inadvertently disadvantages nations that rely heavily on textile and agricultural exports for their livelihoods. As the economies of developing nations continued to strengthen and flourish over time, they began to actively pursue enhanced opportunities for market access in Western countries. This push was primarily driven by their desire to promote and sell their competitive, labor-intensive goods on a larger scale. The aspiration to engage more fully with Western markets became a key focus for these nations as they recognized the potential benefits that could arise from increased trade relationships. During the Tokyo round of trade discussions, which took place between 1973 and 1979, negotiators successfully secured two significant concessions aimed at benefiting developing nations. The first of these was the establishment of the non-reciprocity clause. This provision allowed developing countries to avoid the requirement of reciprocating tariff concessions that were offered by developed nations. In other words, developing countries were not obligated to lower their tariffs in exchange for the tariff reductions that they received from wealthier nations. The second crucial outcome from this round was the implementation of the Generalized Scheme of Preferences, GSP, which was designed to facilitate the export of goods from developing countries to developed nations. Under this scheme, these countries could send their products at tariff rates that were below the minimum entry norm, (MEN). This not only encouraged trade but also provided developing nations with better access to markets in economically advanced countries, fostering growth and development in these regions. Together, these concessions marked a significant step forward in international trade policies, highlighting the need to support the economic advancement of less affluent nations. As part of the quid pro quo arrangement, developing nations were required to make significant concessions that ultimately limited their ability to access markets for their competitive goods within the developed countries. This trade-off meant that in order to engage in mutually beneficial exchanges, these nations had to give up certain essential elements that would have otherwise allowed them to compete more effectively in those markets. The implications of such concessions often hinder the economic growth potential of these developing countries, as it restricts their presence in lucrative markets where their products could thrive. In 1974, a significant international agreement known as the Multi-Fiber Arrangement, MFA, was put into place, which is often referred to as the Agreement on Textiles and Clothing. This arrangement aimed to regulate and impose limits, or quotas, on the volume of textile and clothing exports that developing nations could send to more developed countries. The primary goal of this policy was to manage the influx of textile products in the markets of developed nations while providing a framework for the gradual integration of these exports into a more liberal trading environment. In recent years, developed nations have increasingly turned to non-tariff barriers as a strategic means to shield their heavily subsidized agricultural industries from the competitive agricultural products offered by countries in the developing world. These measures have emerged as an alternative to traditional tariffs, allowing wealthier nations to impose restrictions and regulations that can effectively limit the entry of foreign agricultural goods into their markets. This development highlights the complex dynamics of international trade, where affluent countries seek to safeguard their domestic agriculture from competition, often at the expense of the growth and market access for producers in poorer nations. As one of the original members of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, India had a significant role in its establishment. However, until the Tokyo Round negotiations, the country largely adopted a passive stance in the discussions and activities surrounding GATT. This means that, despite being part of the founding group, India did not actively engage in or influence the negotiations during the earlier phases, including the critical Tokyo Round, which marked a turning point in international trade discussions. India's agenda, though somewhat narrow in scope, primarily focused on seeking exceptions from the MEN principle. In doing so, the country aimed to acquire non-reciprocal concessions that would facilitate improved market access for its various products. This strategic approach reflects India's desire to enhance its trade opportunities while navigating complex international agreements. India, similar to numerous other nations in the developing world, lacked the necessary experience in engaging in multilateral trade discussions. Additionally, it found itself with limited leverage in negotiations. As a result, India had no viable alternative but to acquiesce to the regulations and guidelines established by the more dominant countries within the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. This situation reflected the broader challenges faced by developing economies in navigating the complex landscape of international trade negotiations. It wasn't until the Uruguay Round, which took place from 1986 to 1994, that India truly engaged in the discussions surrounding trade negotiations. Prior to this period, the country had not been significantly involved in such dialogues, but during this pivotal time, India took a more active role in shaping the outcome of the negotiations. While India remained relatively new to these international negotiations and had yet to establish significant influence, there was a noticeable improvement in the awareness surrounding the implications of these discussions. Both government officials and members of the general populace had begun to recognize the importance of the long-term stakes for India that were tied to the results of the ongoing negotiations. This growing understanding highlighted the evolving perspective on India's role in global affairs and underscored the necessity of being engaged in the process to secure favorable outcomes for the nation's future. Following an extensive period of negotiations that stretched over 7.5 years, characterized by moments of intense conflict and high-stakes maneuvering, the conclusive document of the Uruguay Round trade talks was officially signed in April 1994 in Marrakesh, Morocco. This significant event brought together representatives from 123 nations. The final act comprises a comprehensive collection of approximately 60 individual agreements, along with a variety of annexes, decisions, and interpretations, all compiled into a substantial document totaling around 550 pages. This marks the most comprehensive and extensive overhaul of the international trading framework since the establishment of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, back in 1947. The conventional understanding of international trade has experienced a significant transformation. Current regulations governing international trade extend beyond just the exchange of goods across a nation's borders. They increasingly encompass new sectors that influence domestic policy decisions. These updated guidelines recognize the complexities of globalization, acknowledging that trade agreements can significantly affect a country's internal policies and regulatory frameworks. As a result, countries are now faced with the challenge of balancing their international trade commitments while still maintaining the autonomy to make decisions that align with their domestic priorities. The roots of this confrontational stance adopted by the West can be traced back to the overconfidence that emerged following the disintegration of the Soviet Union. This sense of triumph and superiority led many in the West to believe that their ideological framework had unequivocally prevailed, fostering an environment where aggressive postures became more prevalent. From India's standpoint during the mid-1990s, the results of the Uruguay Round negotiations were far from ideal. The agreements reached in this round did not align with the country's expectations or aspirations at that time. As a result of international agreements such as TRIPS, GATS, and the Agreement on Agriculture, India found itself in a position where it had to make commitments in several new domains. These included foreign investment, intellectual property rights, service sector regulations, and agricultural policies. However, at the time these obligations were imposed, India was not adequately prepared to handle the complexities and demands associated with these sectors. This situation underscores the challenges faced by India as it navigated the requirements of global trade agreements while trying to bolster its own economic readiness. In this situation, India found itself with little room for negotiation, as the key stakeholders firmly maintained that all the agreements were interconnected and should be viewed as a single, unified package, often referred to as the single undertaking. This stance left India with limited options, as the idea of breaking down the agreements into separate components was not on the table for discussion. Thus, adherence to the collective terms became imperative for the country amidst the pressing demands from the other involved parties. There were notable advancements as well. India achieved enhanced access to markets, which was a significant development. Additionally, there was a pledge to abolish the Multi-Fiber Agreement, MFA, by the year 2005. Furthermore, the introduction of the Dispute Settlement Understanding, DSU, brought forth a more efficient and streamlined approach for addressing and resolving conflicts that may arise. Overall, these changes were crucial steps in improving trade dynamics. The final act outlines various legal obligations that establish both the structure and justification for the extensive economic legislation, policies, rules, and regulations that India has implemented in the past 14 years. This framework serves not only as a foundation for these measures but also as a guiding principle that influences the nation's economic strategies and decisions. Over this timeframe, India has seen a significant evolution in its economic landscape, driven largely by the stipulations set forth in the final act. During the Uruguay Round negotiations, a significant resolution was reached regarding the future of international trade organizations. It was determined that the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, would be replaced by the World Trade Organization, WTO, officially coming into effect on January 1, 1995. This transition marked a pivotal moment in the evolution of global trade governance. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, commonly referred to as GATT, served as a foundational treaty that established a framework of rules which its member countries collectively endorsed. In contrast, the World Trade Organization, WTO, functions as an institutional body that not only facilitates the negotiation and execution of fresh trade agreements but also oversees the compliance of its member nations with the multitude of agreements under its purview. Essentially, while GATT provided the groundwork for international trade regulations, the WTO takes on a broader role by ensuring that these regulations are actively maintained and respected among its members. Since the establishment of the World Trade Organization, WTO, the debates and conflicts among its member nations have intensified year by year. This increasing contention arises from the differing priorities and economic interests of developed countries compared to those of developing nations. These disparities have led to increasingly sharp disagreements and negotiations as each group strives to assert its own goals and perspectives in the global trade arena. The contrast between the priorities of wealthier nations and those still emerging economically has become a focal point of contention within the organization, making discussions more heated and complex as time goes on. The agreements from the Uruguay round outline specific schedules for launching new discussions regarding several issues that are particularly significant to developed nations. These topics have been carefully chosen as they align with the interests and priorities of wealthier countries, setting the stage for future negotiations. Conversely, nations with emerging economies strongly advocate for prioritizing the so-called unfinished agenda from the Uruguay round negotiations. Their primary concern lies in ensuring that developed nations fulfill the obligations and commitments they have previously agreed to uphold. These countries believe that addressing these outstanding issues is crucial for fostering equitable trade relations and promoting sustainable development. Difficulties arose shortly after the establishment of the World Trade Organization, WTO. The inception of this global body marked the beginning of various challenges and controversies in international trade relations. Western countries emphasized the importance of integrating topics such as labor rights and environmental issues into the framework of trade discussions. They believed that these elements should not be treated as separate from trade policies, but rather as essential components that could lead to more sustainable and ethical trading practices. During the inaugural Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization, WTO, held in Singapore in December 1996, a significant turn of events unfolded. Developing nations successfully advocated to exclude labor standards from the discussions on the WTO agenda, safeguarding their interests in this domain. Meanwhile, Western countries effectively introduced 4 new topics for consideration, which have since been referred to as the Singapore issues. These agenda items included the correlation between trade and investment, the interplay of trade with competition policy, the necessity for transparency in government procurement processes, and the enhancement of trade facilitation measures. This conference marked a pivotal moment in shaping the direction of global trade discussions. At the second ministerial conference held in Geneva in 1998, it was evident that, despite ongoing efforts to maintain a firm grip, the Western nations found it increasingly challenging to impose their will on the discussions and results of trade negotiations. The influence they once held in shaping the agenda had diminished, making it clear that the dynamics of international trade talks were evolving and becoming more complex. A heightened recognition has emerged among various stakeholders, including officials from developing nations, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and the general populace, spanning both developing and developed countries. This awareness reflects a consensus that the advantages of globalization have disproportionately favored certain groups, leaving many others at a disadvantage. As conversations about economic equity and social responsibility gain momentum, it has become increasingly clear that the distribution of globalization's benefits has not been equitable. In November 1999, the Third Ministerial Conference held in Seattle faced immense challenges as it was overwhelmed by a wave of protests and demonstrations organized by anti-WTO activists. These protests, which had begun prior to the meeting, created a charged atmosphere that ultimately led to the conference's premature conclusion. As a result, the gathering was unable to achieve its initial goal of initiating a new round of trade negotiations that were intended to usher in the new millennium. Instead of fruitful discussions and progress, the event ended on an inconclusive note, highlighting the significant opposition that existed towards the World Trade Organization at that time. In an effort to protect the WTO ministerial meetings from the influence of public protests, the Fourth Ministerial Conference took place in Doha, Qatar, during November 2001, surrounded by stringent security measures. This decision was made to ensure the smooth conduct of the discussions without external disruptions, reflecting the growing concern over the impact of public dissent on such high-stakes negotiations. The organizers aimed to create a controlled environment where delegates could engage in dialogue and decision-making with minimal interference from demonstrators advocating for various issues related to international trade. In the aftermath of the September 11 attacks, Western nations were able to assert their influence, resulting in the initiation of a fresh series of trade discussions known as the Doha Development Agenda. This significant event took place in Doha, signaling a renewed effort to address global trade issues amidst the challenging geopolitical landscape. In this instance, the nations classified as developing successfully advocated for a variety of their priorities to be integrated into the Doha Rounds work program. Notably, they pushed for the inclusion of important topics that emerged from the Uruguay Round, especially those that directly impact their interests and development objectives. This marks a significant achievement for these countries, highlighting their growing influence in international trade discussions. The recent phase of trade negotiations not only served practical purposes but also represented a significant psychological triumph for the involved parties. By choosing terminology that highlighted a shared commitment to developmental concerns, they effectively underscored their united stance on these critical issues. This strategic choice of words helped to foster a sense of collaboration and purpose, demonstrating that their discussions would center around important developmental objectives. The Doha round of trade negotiations encompassed several key topics on its agenda. Among these were critical discussions centered around agriculture, the services sector, and the access to markets specifically concerning industrial products and manufactured goods, collectively referred to as non-agriculture market access, NAMA. Moreover, the negotiations also included considerations regarding TRIPS, which pertains to trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, as well as four specific issues related to Singapore. These varied topics reflect the complexity and breadth of the negotiations aimed at enhancing global trade relations. During the negotiations in Doha, India was instrumental in shaping the discussions surrounding what are known as the Singapore issues. The country worked diligently to ensure that the language used in relation to these topics was deliberately vague and ambiguous. This strategic approach created a pathway for developing nations to argue for the removal of these issues from the ongoing discussions. India's efforts were crucial in maintaining a level of flexibility, allowing other countries to advocate for their interests in the face of potential challenges. The deadline for finalizing the negotiations was established as January 1, 2005. This date was clearly designated to ensure that all parties involved had a specific target to work towards in order to successfully conclude their discussions and reach an agreement. The Fifth Ministerial Conference held in Cancun, Mexico, during September 2003, represented a significant turning point in the evolution of the World Trade Organization, WTO. This pivotal event shaped the organization's trajectory and had lasting implications for global trade negotiations. A notable characteristic of this period was the growing confidence and assertiveness exhibited by developing nations as they advocated for their own interests. These countries showed a significant resolve to assert their positions and make it clear that they would not be easily dominated or sidelined by Western powers. This shift in dynamics highlighted a desire for agency and respect on the global stage, reflecting a broader trend towards self-determination among nations that were historically marginalized. During the discussions in Cancun, noticeable rifts appeared within the World Trade Organization, WTO. However, these splits did not strictly align with the traditional North-South divide often seen in global trade debates. Instead, the differences surfaced across various perspectives and interests that transcended geographical distinctions. The Cancun meetings played a pivotal role in the formation of dynamic, issue-oriented coalitions among various nations participating in the World Trade Organization, WTO. Among these newly formed groups, the G20 coalition focused on agricultural matters stood out prominently, alongside the G33, which was primarily concerned with the Singapore issues. These coalitions were instrumental in voicing and advancing the concerns and aspirations of developing countries within the global trade framework. Their collaboration highlighted the necessity for a more nuanced approach to international trade that considers the unique challenges faced by less developed economies. India's clear and assertive position, along with its influential role at the Cancun conference, significantly motivated developing nations to express their concerns and advocate for their own national interests more passionately. This leadership not only set a precedent for international dialogue but also empowered other countries to engage actively in discussions that matter to them. The Cancun conference came to a sudden and unforeseen end, failing to produce any official accords. However, prior to this collapse, negotiators had successfully removed 3 of the 4 so-called Singapore issues from the discussion agenda. As a result, the sole topic left for negotiation was the matter of trade facilitation. While it was never openly stated, the underlying theme during the discussions at Cancun was undoubtedly the war in Iraq, which was primarily driven by the United States. This silent yet pervasive sentiment influenced the atmosphere and conversations that unfolded at the event. A pervasive sense of discomfort has emerged in numerous nations globally as a result of the United States' tendency towards unilateral actions and a display of overwhelming arrogance. This has been further exacerbated by the stark and often brutal exhibitions of the U.S. wielding its vast military capabilities. Consequently, there is a growing sentiment of powerlessness among poorer and less influential countries, which feel increasingly marginalized and threatened in the face of such dominant military prowess. This situation has fostered concerns regarding the balance of global power and the implications of American military interventions on the sovereignty and well-being of less affluent nations. This situation appears to have motivated them to actively resist the organized attempts made by developed nations to dominate their economies via the World Trade Organization framework. They have demonstrated a strong opposition to these systematic efforts, refusing to allow external powers to manipulate their economic systems. In Cancun, a gathering took place where the smaller nations, often referred to as the ants of the globe, were resolute in their mission to confront the much larger, more powerful elephants of the international community. The Cancun summit represented a significant moment for uplifting the marginalized and less fortunate nations on a global scale. This event mirrored the recent advancements and empowerment experienced by historically marginalized groups, such as the Dalits or outcasts in Indian society. Just as these communities have fought for recognition and rights, the outcomes of Cancun serve to amplify the voices and concerns of countries that have often found themselves on the periphery of international discussions and decision-making processes. Once the genie of change was released during the events in Cancun, it became clear that returning things to their previous state was not an option. The transformative ideas and movements sparked there have created a momentum that is impossible to contain or reverse. Although the Cancun Ministerial Conference did not succeed, efforts to negotiate persisted. Against the backdrop of widespread anticipation, the solidarity among coalitions from developing nations has proven to withstand both the challenges posed by external pressures and the enticing offers from Western powers. This resilience indicates a remarkable level of cohesion among these nations, suggesting they remain committed to their shared goals and interests despite the myriad of incentives aimed at swaying them. The developed nations have expressed genuine astonishment, coupled with a sense of concern, regarding the recent emergence of strength, unity, and confidence among developing nations. This newfound assertiveness has caught them off guard, highlighting a shift in the global dynamics that they had not anticipated. The growing solidarity and determination of these countries to enhance their influence on the world stage have certainly raised eyebrows, prompting reflection and strategies on how to engage with this evolving landscape. Due to a lack of concessions from both parties regarding key issues, it became increasingly clear that the initial schedule for wrapping up the negotiations was unrealistic. In light of this stalemate, the World Trade Organization's General Council made a significant decision in August 2004, known as the July Framework. This framework mandated an extension of the negotiation deadline to December 2006. This pivotal decision was later ratified during the Sixth Ministerial Conference held in Hong Kong in December 2005, reinforcing the new timeline for the ongoing discussions. The necessity to conclude negotiations within a 12-month period has been primarily influenced by a schedule established by the United States Congress, which holds the status of being the world's foremost economic powerhouse and a key player in international trade. This timeline reflects the importance of aligning diplomatic and economic efforts within a structured timeframe, prompting parties involved to expedite discussions and reach an agreement promptly. By the close of 2006, there was a strong expectation that a trade agreement could be finalized, permitting its submission to the U.S. Congress. This process was intended to leverage the fast-track negotiating authority granted to the President, which is commonly referred to as Trade Promotion Authority, TPA. Notably, this authority had a deadline, expiring on July 1, 2007. If the agreement was presented before that date, Congress would have the straightforward option to either approve or reject it without the ability to introduce amendments, thereby streamlining the legislative process for international trade agreements. The designated date, which had been anticipated for a resolution, ultimately came and went without yielding any form of consensus or agreement. Due to an ongoing stalemate that persisted for an extended period, the discussions came to a halt in July 2006. As efforts to find common ground stalled, a sense of urgency grew among the negotiators. With the deadline for the U.S. President's fast-track negotiating authority looming, they reconvened in February 2007 in a last-ditch effort to secure a significant advancement in the talks before it expired. A fresh deadline was established, aiming for the conclusion of negotiations by the end of 2008. However, this plan unraveled with the failed mini-ministerial meeting convened by the Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in Geneva during July of that year. Despite the diligent and commendable efforts made by the leaders of the G20 nations during their urgent assembly in Washington in November 2008, where they sought to finalize an agreement on negotiation modalities, their attempts proved fruitless. Consequently, the negotiations have been effectively put on hold and will not resume until at least 2009. India places significant importance on protecting its agricultural sector during the negotiations within the World Trade Organization, WTO. The country considers the defense of its agricultural interests to be crucial as these negotiations unfold. While India may not hold a significant position in the global agricultural trade arena, it is noteworthy that over 55% of its labor force is involved in the agricultural sector. A substantial portion of these individuals consists of subsistence farmers who operate without any safety nets or financial security. This reliance on agriculture highlights the importance of this sector to the livelihood of millions, despite its limited influence on international markets. The challenges faced by these farmers underscore the need for greater support and resources to ensure their sustainability and well-being. India views agricultural trade as a crucial matter concerning the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of its citizens rather than merely an economic concern. As a result, the nation is justifiably pushing back against the pressures from developed nations that call for restrictions on the various measures currently employed by India. These measures are essential in safeguarding the domestic market from an inundation of subsidized agricultural products that might flood in from wealthier countries, potentially undermining local farmers and disrupting the agricultural economy. This resistance highlights India's commitment to protecting the interests of its farmers and ensuring their continued ability to make a living from their work. In the context of the World Trade Organization, WTO, negotiations, India's stance on agricultural matters is informed by three fundamental principles. These principles emphasize the importance of food security for its population, the necessity of supporting livelihoods, and the imperative focus on fulfilling the developmental needs of rural communities. By adhering to these guiding tenets, India aims to advocate for policies that not only safeguard the nutritional requirements of its citizens but also bolster the economic stability of those dependent on agriculture and enhance the overall well-being of rural regions. Numerous stakeholders have been advocating for India to adopt a more adaptable and less protective approach to its agricultural policies, particularly considering the potential for the nation to become a significant player in the global agricultural export market over the long haul. However, it is important to recognize that the political climate in India is such that no administration would be inclined to embrace the risks that come with such a shift in strategy. The hesitation stems from the calculation that altering the current stance on agriculture could provoke backlash or dissatisfaction among voters, making it a challenging proposition for any government in power. The current global food crisis highlights the risks associated with transitioning India, particularly in its present developmental phase, into a single policy framework that would inevitably subject its agricultural sector to the volatile dynamics of the international market. Fostering such an irreversible shift could have significant implications for local farmers and food security, as the sector might become increasingly vulnerable to external economic pressures and fluctuations. It is crucial to carefully consider the long-term consequences of adopting a uniform policy that aligns closely with global market forces, as it may not serve the best interests of India's agricultural sustainability or its rural communities. The negotiations that took place in July 2008 ultimately fell apart due to disagreements concerning the operational details of the Special Safeguard Mechanism, SSM. This mechanism holds significant importance for India, as it views the SSM as an essential tool for safeguarding its agricultural sector. Specifically, it aims to shield Indian farmers from potential threats such as sudden increases in import volumes or declines in the prices of agricultural commodities. The failure to reach a consensus on how to effectively implement this safeguard played a pivotal role in the breakdown of those talks. India has not adopted a particularly assertive stance regarding NAMA, non-agricultural market access. Instead, the country has approached the topic with a certain level of caution and restraint, opting not to engage in a confrontational manner. This choice reflects India's broader strategic interests and considerations on the global trade front. The main concern is to maintain a certain level of duties that will protect fledgling industries from facing potential harm. This protection is particularly vital for sectors that provide jobs for individuals who are socially and economically disadvantaged. Furthermore, it is important to support small businesses that generate significant employment opportunities, as well as enterprises located in rural, semi-urban, and hard-to-reach areas. These industries play a crucial role in the economy and the welfare of vulnerable populations, hence efforts must be made to ensure their sustainability through appropriate policy measures. With over 50% of its gross domestic product, GDP, coming from the services industry, India has positioned itself as a significant player on the global stage, advocating for expanded opportunities for exporting its services. In particular, the country is focused on two key areas, the first being Mode 1, which pertains to the cross-border supply of services, and the second being Mode 4, which involves the mobility of natural persons. Through these modes, India aims to enhance its service exports and integrate more fully into the international market, thereby driving economic growth and broadening its global influence. India has explicitly stated that achieving significant results in the services sector must be a crucial component of any comprehensive agreement arising from the Doha Development Agenda. This perspective highlights the importance India places on including services as a fundamental element in order to ensure a successful and meaningful outcome from the negotiations. Initially, India's role in the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and later the World Trade Organization, WTO, was somewhat minor. However, over time, the country has significantly transformed its position and has now become a prominent participant in the current negotiation processes. This evolution highlights India's growing influence and importance in global trade discussions, showcasing its development from a sidelined participant to a crucial actor in shaping trade policies and agreements. In the past, Pivotal choices regarding the World Trade Organization, WTO, were primarily made by a group referred to as the Quad. This quartet consisted of Canada, the European Communities, officially recognized as the European Union within the WTO framework, Japan, and the United States. The remaining members of the WTO generally accepted and supported these decisions, rather than actively participating in the decision-making process themselves. This dynamic often meant that the broader membership had limited influence over the direction and outcomes of WTO policies, as the Quad held significant sway in shaping the organization's priorities. As of now, the circumstances have undergone a transformation. India is part of an emerging core coalition within the World Trade Organization, WTO, which also includes 6 other nations: Australia, Brazil, China, Japan, the United States, and the member states of the European Communities. This group, often referred to by multiple names such as the New Quad, the 4/5 Interested Parties, FIPS, the Quint, and even the G6 or G7, has been actively engaged in negotiations. Their primary focus is to facilitate advancements on several contentious topics, with agriculture standing out as a particularly critical area for discussion and potential resolution. The collaborative efforts of these countries are aimed at finding common ground and producing significant progress in trade negotiations that have historically been challenging. In its role within these spontaneous and loosely organized coalitions, India is anticipated to advocate not only for its individual priorities but also to voice the collective concerns and aspirations of developing nations as a unified entity. One of the key motivations for developing nations to depend on countries such as Brazil and India to advocate for their interests lies in practical considerations. These nations possess significant influence and resources that can effectively amplify the voices and concerns of less affluent countries on the global stage. By aligning themselves with these emerging powers, developing countries can benefit from increased representation, access to larger markets, and stronger diplomatic ties, ultimately fostering a collaborative environment for addressing shared challenges and advancing mutual goals. The negotiations taking place under the World Trade Organization, WTO, have evolved into a highly intricate process characterized by a plethora of legal terminology and technical jargon. Terms such as blue box, amber box, green box, along with concepts like de minimis support, aggregate measurement support, and Swiss formula have become commonplace in discussions. This complexity demands a significant amount of focus and specialized knowledge, as negotiators grapple with numerous interconnected issues unfolding concurrently in Geneva and other locations. The depth of understanding required to navigate these topics highlights the challenges inherent in reaching agreements in such a multifaceted environment. Numerous developing nations struggle with a significant shortage of adequately trained personnel who are capable of managing essential tasks. As a consequence, it frequently falls upon the larger and more advanced developing countries to advocate for and articulate the concerns and interests of these nations during the intricate deliberations that take place in various working groups. This reliance on a select few to represent the collective needs and viewpoints can create challenges, as those larger countries may not fully capture the diversity of perspectives within the entire group of developing nations. Countries such as India occasionally encounter significant challenges during negotiation processes. This is primarily due to the fact that developed nations often have access to extensive teams of legal experts, negotiators, and specialized advisors. The sheer volume of resources and expertise that these developed countries bring to the table far exceeds what India is able to deploy, making it difficult for India to compete effectively in these discussions. In recent years, India has steadily developed an extensive reservoir of expertise concerning World Trade Organization, WTO, issues. This growth has stemmed from contributions across various sectors, including government agencies, private industries, legal professionals, academic institutions, and research organizations. The collaborative efforts from these diverse groups have enriched India's understanding and engagement with WTO-related matters, fostering a more informed approach to international trade policies and agreements. This multifaceted knowledge base positions India competitively in global discussions and negotiations related to trade. Given the significant influence of India's obligations to the World Trade Organization, WTO, on the country's internal policy decisions, the government proactively seeks to involve various stakeholders in the decision-making process. This includes comprehensive discussions with representatives from the trade and industry sectors, different political factions, and non-governmental organizations. Such consultations are essential for ensuring that India's commitments to the WTO align with the nation's economic interests and societal needs, thus fostering a collaborative environment where diverse perspectives can contribute to well-informed policy formulation. It is essential to place greater emphasis on harmonizing the government's stance regarding World Trade Organization, WTO, matters with India's broader foreign policy framework. This integration will ensure that India's international trade strategies are aligned with its diplomatic objectives, ultimately enhancing the country's global standing and influence. While it is far from flawless, the World Trade Organization, WTO, continues to be regarded as the most sought-after framework for international trade. Its established systems, though imperfect, provide a level of organization and regulation that is critical for facilitating global commerce. Currently, the organization boasts a membership of 153 nations. Despite the significant economic and political challenges that new candidates must navigate, a growing number of countries are actively seeking to become part of this esteemed group. The aspiration to join is fueled by the potential benefits that membership offers, demonstrating the allure and importance of being associated with such a prominent entity on the global stage. Every nation recognizes the importance of a transparent and rules-based multilateral system that serves their collective interests. The alternative, which involves engaging in separate negotiations with individual countries or smaller groups of nations, has proven to be not only inefficient but also quite unwieldy. This reality has been acutely felt by those countries not aligned with the World Trade Organization, WTO, as they navigate the complexities of bilateral agreements and the challenges that arise from such fragmented approaches. In contrast, a cohesive multilateral framework allows for smoother interactions and fosters a collaborative environment where all parties can thrive. Over the past 60 years, the multilateral trading framework has played a pivotal role in significantly boosting global trade activities. This system has facilitated numerous agreements and partnerships amongst nations, thereby contributing to a remarkable increase in the volume and variety of goods and services exchanged across borders. The sustained growth in international trade can be largely attributed to the collaborative efforts fostered by this comprehensive trading structure. While the World Trade Organization is considered the ideal foundation for global trade agreements, it is important to acknowledge that it is no longer the sole player in the field. Regional trading agreements have emerged as significant alternatives, illustrating a shift in the landscape of international commerce. These arrangements allow countries to forge closer economic ties and collaborate more effectively, often bypassing the broader frameworks established by the WTO. As a result, the dynamics of trade relationships are evolving, with regional agreements playing an increasingly prominent role alongside established global institutions. In the past few years, the stagnation of multilateral trade discussions has led to an increased appeal of regional trading arrangements, RTAs. This includes various agreements such as free trade agreements, FTAs, and preferential trade agreements, PDAs, which have gained prominence as viable alternatives to traditional trade negotiations. As global economic dynamics continue to shift, countries are turning to these regional agreements as a means to foster trade relationships and enhance cooperation within specific areas, rather than relying solely on broader multilateral frameworks that have recently struggled to achieve consensus. Between the years of 1948 and 1994, during the era of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, a total of 124 regional trade agreements, RTAs, focused on trade in goods were submitted to the World Trade Organization, WTO. In contrast, following the establishment of the WTO in 1995, there has been a significant increase in the number of RTAs reported, with an impressive 240 agreements pertaining to both goods and services being notified. This stark contrast underscores the evolving landscape of international trade agreements, reflecting a marked shift and a growing trend towards regional cooperation in trade activities in the years following the WTO's inception. Currently, more than 50% of global trade transactions occur via regional trade agreements, RTAs. This significant proportion highlights the increasing importance of these agreements in facilitating commerce among nations. The regulations set forth by the World Trade Organization, WTO, do allow for the formation of regional trade agreements, RTAs, but this is contingent upon adhering to specific stringent criteria. These conditions are designed to ensure that the RTAs operate in a manner that enhances and supports the overarching framework of the multilateral trading system established by the WTO, rather than undermining or conflicting with it. This careful balancing act is essential for maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of global trade practices. It is widely acknowledged that regional trade agreements, RTAs, often lack efficiency and can be rather disorganized. Regional trade agreements, RTAs, frequently intersect with various complexities, which encompass intricate rules concerning the origin of goods and regulations regarding value addition. These stipulations are designed to prevent external entities from exploiting the benefits of a free trade agreement, FTA, established between two nations or regions. Additionally, these agreements often incorporate negative lists that identify sensitive products that may require restrictions. The existence of numerous tariff classifications can also pose significant challenges in the administration and enforcement of these agreements. Despite these hindrances and the prevalent view that RTAs may redirect trade rather than foster new trade opportunities, their attractiveness continues to endure among countries and regions. The underlying reasons for their popularity can often be attributed to the pursuit of economic cooperation and mutual benefits that can arise from such partnerships, making them a staple of international trade policy. In real-world applications, regional trade agreements, RTAs, have enabled various nations to engage in discussions and establish regulations and obligations that exceed the capabilities of what could be achieved through multilateral negotiations during that period. This flexibility allows countries to tailor agreements specifically suited to their regional contexts and economic interests, ultimately fostering closer ties and promoting trade within the group. Regional trade agreements, RTAs, serve as fundamental components within the framework of a multilateral trade system. These agreements not only facilitate trade among countries within a region but also pave the way for broader international trade cooperation. By establishing rules and norms, RTAs help to enhance economic integration and promote trading relationships, contributing significantly to the global trade landscape as a whole. Numerous nations perceive regional trade agreements, RTAs, as a strategic approach to mitigate the risks associated with potential crises in the global multilateral trading system. By engaging in these agreements, countries aim to secure their economic interests and provide themselves with a buffer against uncertainties that may arise in international trade dynamics. This perspective highlights the growing importance of regional alliances as a means of ensuring stability and resilience in the face of unpredictable challenges within the broader trading framework. Economic integration generally progresses through a series of 6 distinct phases. The journey begins with a preferential trade agreement, PDA, which lays the foundation for further collaboration. This initial stage evolves into a free trade agreement, FTA, where member countries agree to eliminate tariffs and other trade barriers among themselves. Following this, the next stage is the establishment of a customs union, where member nations not only maintain free trade between themselves but also adopt a common external tariff against non-member countries. As the integration deepens, countries move towards forming a common market, which allows for the free movement of goods, services, labor, and capital among the members. This sets the stage for an economic and monetary union, where not only are there shared economic policies, but also a common currency may be introduced to facilitate trade and investment further. Finally, the ultimate goal of complete economic integration is achieved, resulting in a fully unified economic entity where member countries operate as one cohesive economic unit. Each of these stages represents an important step towards closer economic cooperation and interdependence among nations. In recent years, particularly over the past 20 years, the landscape of global trade has evolved significantly, resulting in the formation of three principal trading groups. These groups consist of the North American Free Trade Agreement, commonly known as NAFTA, which includes the United States, Canada, and Mexico, as well as the European Union (EU), a political and economic union comprising multiple European nations. Additionally, there is an East Asian Trading Alliance, which encompasses the member nations of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, along with major economies such as China, Japan, and South Korea. This consolidation effort reflects a strategic shift in international trade practices and partnerships, highlighting the growing interdependence among these key economic players. The trend currently prevailing in various regions does not extend to India and South Asia. Although India's gradual integration into the global market has led to a significant increase in the share of its trade in goods and services relative to its total gross domestic product, GDP, the country still holds a relatively modest position in terms of global trade. Currently, India accounts for approximately 1% of international trade, which indicates that while its economic openness has fostered growth, it has yet to achieve the status of a leading trading powerhouse on the world stage. Is it feasible for India to remain the sole large and rapidly expanding economy that isn't integrated into a significant trade bloc? From a long-term viewpoint, India needs to prepare for potential future scenarios and challenges that may arise. Engaging with major trade partnerships could enhance the country's economic prospects and foster its growth trajectory. India's tendency to adopt a passive stance could pose significant risks, potentially leading to its exclusion from key developments or the possibility of being sidelined in various global affairs. This approach may prevent the nation from effectively participating in important discussions, hinder its influence on critical issues, and ultimately result in a diminished role on the world stage. Consequently, it is essential for India to actively engage and assert itself in order to avoid such pitfalls and maintain its relevance in an ever-evolving geopolitical landscape. There exists a significant risk that either other leading economies may become more integrated, or even more concerning, that an exclusion could occur due to a combination of economic factors and non-economic considerations. The driving force behind India's recent efforts in establishing regional trade agreements, RTAs, with numerous countries, particularly those in its strategic vicinity, lies in a clear economic motive. This focus on enhancing trade relations is informed by the recognition of the importance of forging closer economic ties with neighboring nations. As India seeks to bolster its economic standing and promote growth, the pursuit of RTAs is seen as a vital strategy to foster trade partnerships, increase market access, and ultimately boost the nation's economic development in a competitive global landscape. Regional trade agreements, RTAs, encompass not only aspects related to economics and trade but also carry significant political implications. These agreements are multifaceted, intertwining economic benefits with trade facilitation while often reflecting broader political considerations and relations among the participating nations. As a result, the regional trade agreements, RTAs, established with India's neighboring countries have primarily been influenced by political considerations rather than economic factors. This trend suggests that the motivations behind these agreements are more closely aligned with geopolitical objectives and diplomatic relationships than with the pursuit of economic benefits or trade efficiency. The countries that are part of South Asia, including India and its neighboring states within the SAARC framework, have come together to establish the South Asian Free Trade Area, commonly referred to as SAFTA. This agreement marks a significant step towards enhancing economic collaboration and promoting trade among these nations. India has established a free trade agreement, FTA, with Sri Lanka, enhancing economic relations and facilitating trade between the two nations. Additionally, it has signed a preferential trade agreement, PDA, with Afghanistan, aimed at boosting mutual trade benefits. Furthermore, India has also engaged in a framework agreement as part of the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, underscoring its commitment to regional cooperation. Moreover, India actively participates in the economic framework known as the Bangkok Agreement, which has recently been rebranded to the Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement, APTA. This agreement involves collaborative trade efforts with multiple countries, including Bangladesh, China, South Korea, Sri Lanka, and Laos, reflecting India's diverse international trade strategies and its focus on strengthening partnerships within the Asia-Pacific region. India has developed its most comprehensive strategy for regional trade agreements, RTAs, with the nations located to its east. This initiative aims to strengthen economic ties and foster collaboration in the region. A Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CECA, with Singapore has been in effect since the year 2005. This agreement aims to enhance economic collaboration and trade relations between the two entities, facilitating a stronger partnership in various sectors. India has officially entered into a framework agreement on the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CECA, with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. This collaborative effort sets the stage for both parties to negotiate and finalize a free trade agreement, FTA, concerning goods, which is anticipated to be signed in the year 2009. The agreement is expected to enhance economic relations and trade between India and the ASEAN member states. India's Free Trade Agreement, FTA, with Thailand has been in effect since 2004, and it features an initiative known as the Early Harvest Program. This program was designed to facilitate the accelerated exchange of goods and services between the two nations, laying a foundation for deeper economic cooperation and trade relations. India is currently engaged in discussions to establish Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreements, CEPAs, with two key nations in East Asia, Japan and South Korea. These negotiations aim to enhance economic collaboration and trade relations, paving the way for mutually beneficial partnerships between India and these countries. Turning our attention to the western region of India, it is noteworthy that the country has recently entered into a framework agreement aimed at enhancing economic collaboration with the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. Additionally, India has established a Preferential Trade Agreement, PDA, with Israel. These agreements signify India's proactive approach to strengthen its economic ties and foster cooperative relationships with these key partners. Within the African continent, India has successfully established a Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement with Mauritius. Furthermore, India has also reached a significant milestone by concluding a Preferential Trade Agreement, PDA, with the South Africa Customs Union, which comprises member states including South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, Botswana, and Namibia. This strategic approach exemplifies India's commitment to enhancing its economic ties and fostering collaboration with key nations in Africa. Within the context of Latin America, India has established a Preferential Trade Agreement, PDA, with both Chile and the regional trading bloc known as Mercosur, which includes member countries such as Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. This agreement aims to enhance trade relations and foster economic collaboration between India and these Latin American nations. The implementation of these regional trade agreements, RTAs, has undoubtedly played a significant role in accelerating the momentum of economic reforms in India. It appears that, whether intentionally or not, these agreements have catalyzed advancements in the country's reform efforts, pushing India towards a more progressive economic landscape. The ramifications of these regional trade agreements, RTAs, have raised some apprehensions within various segments of the industry. However, it is important to note that the true effects of these agreements will not be realized for several years to come. By that time, it is anticipated that the Indian economy will have significantly strengthened, making it more robust and capable of facing the challenges posed by open competition in the global market. Thus, while current concerns are valid, there is hope that future economic resilience will mitigate potential risks. India views Europe as a crucial player in its economic landscape, recognizing the continent's significance as a vital partner in trade and commerce. The relationship between India and Europe transcends mere transactions. It embodies a collaborative effort to enhance mutual growth and development in various sectors. The relationship between India and Europe is characterized by robust trade activities and significant mutual investments. This dynamic exchange not only reflects the growing economic ties but also highlights the importance of collaboration between the two regions. As both India and European nations continue to enhance their partnership, the flow of goods, services, and capital between them is expected to flourish even further. Historically, nations across Europe have allocated a significant portion of their official development assistance, ODA, to support India. This enduring trend reflects the long-standing commitment of European countries to aid India's developmental efforts and foster mutual cooperation. India's growing demands for capital, advanced markets, and cutting-edge technology drive the country to seek stronger partnerships with wealthy and developed nations in Europe. Building these connections is essential for India's progress and economic development, as these European nations possess the resources and innovations that could significantly contribute to India's ambitions. Enhanced collaboration will not only facilitate the exchange of financial investments but also promote technological advancements that are crucial to India's growth trajectory. Although Europe's significance in India's foreign trade and economic interactions has diminished considerably in recent years, the continent continues to be a vital provider of technological advancements for India. This shift highlights the changing dynamics of global trade, yet Europe's role in supplying innovative solutions remains crucial for India's development. It is likely that there is no other area in the world that engages in as many official interactions, characterized by high-ranking visits, as seen in the relationships involving the European Union (EU) and its member states. These exchanges often emphasize the importance of diplomacy and collaboration between nations, showcasing a remarkable level of engagement and mutual interest in fostering strong ties across the continent. The frequency and significance of these high-level visits highlight the EU's commitment to maintaining robust connections with various countries around the globe. Beginning in the year 2000, a yearly summit between India and the European Union has taken place, with the event being hosted alternately in various locations across India and Europe. This summit serves as a platform for fostering diplomatic ties and discussing important issues pertinent to both parties. The recent interactions between Europe and India clearly demonstrate a shared interest in strengthening their relationship. However, it's important to note that these summits tend to follow a somewhat formulaic approach, lacking depth and substance at times. This tendency can be attributed to the varying influences of the EU Troika, which consists of member countries that are currently presiding over the EU, those that held the presidency just prior, and those that will take on the role next. As a result, the effectiveness and impact of these gatherings can often feel diluted, reflecting a more ceremonial nature rather than a robust platform for substantial collaboration. Engagement at a high level occurs regularly with various European nations, notably with key players such as the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. These three countries not only maintain significant global influence but are also members of the G8, a group of major advanced economies. Their active participation in international affairs enhances their ability to shape global policies and foster collaborative initiatives. When prioritizing economic factors in our approach, it is crucial to simultaneously acknowledge and address several key political aspects that influence our engagement with European nations. Ignoring these elements could hinder the effectiveness of our efforts. Thus, a balanced strategy that incorporates both economic goals and the political landscape will yield better outcomes in our dealings with Europe. Both the United Kingdom and France hold the status of permanent members within the United Nations Security Council, in addition to being acknowledged as nuclear-armed nations. This designation highlights their significant roles in global security dynamics and affirms their authority in discussions regarding international peace and stability. Every nation in Europe is a participant in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, and the majority of these countries also belong to the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR. This indicates a strong commitment among European nations to collaborate on matters concerning nuclear proliferation and missile technology regulation. Given that certain nations have been providing a platform for Indian extremist and separatist organizations, it is crucial for India to collaborate closely with European countries in order to enhance and synchronize their counter-terrorism strategies. By fostering this cooperation, India can effectively address the challenges posed by these groups and ensure a unified approach towards combating terrorism on a larger scale. This partnership with European nations not only strengthens India's security measures but also promotes international stability and peace. Due to their significant economic power and the provision of various aid packages, European nations wield a substantial degree of influence over India and its neighboring countries. This dynamic necessitates that India remains alert and proactive in monitoring the policies and actions of its neighbors. Such vigilance is essential to guarantee that the interests and well-being of India are not jeopardized by any unfavorable actions or alliances formed as a result of European influence. It is crucial for India to engage diplomatically and strategically to both understand and address any potential challenges arising from this complex geopolitical landscape. Most European nations tend to adopt a moralistic and interventionist stance concerning democracy and human rights. They often leverage these issues as strategic tools to exert influence or establish non-trade barriers in their dealings with India. This persistent emphasis reflects their desire to impose certain values while shaping diplomatic relationships and trade negotiations. Several European nations, including the United Kingdom and France, play a significant role in providing defense equipment and technologies to India. These countries have established themselves as key partners in India's defense sector, contributing not only military hardware but also advanced technological solutions. Their collaborative efforts enhance India's capabilities and foster strategic alliances between the nations. India has established significant strategic alliances with various entities, including the European Union, as well as key nations such as the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. These partnerships are designed to enhance cooperation and foster mutual interests across a range of sectors. Nevertheless, it is important to note that these arrangements do not constitute genuine strategic alliances. India tends to downplay the political significance of European nations, as neither the individual countries of Europe nor their collective efforts exert a substantial influence on India's fundamental political priorities and security concerns. This perspective stems from the understanding that the geopolitical dynamics in the region and the global arena are shaped more by other powers and alliances that hold greater relevance for India's national interests. Consequently, India approaches its dealings with Europe with a measured level of importance, focusing instead on partnerships and relationships that align more closely with its strategic objectives and security needs. For many Europeans, who already devote a significant amount of their resources and attention to addressing internal issues related to EU integration, India does not hold a prominent place in their strategic considerations. This is largely because India is not seen as a key trading partner, nor does it hold a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. Additionally, India is not regarded as a recognized nuclear power in the same way as other nations, which means that there is less urgency for Europeans to establish negotiations or agreements with it. Consequently, India's presence on the geopolitical landscape tends to be overshadowed by more pressing regional concerns and relationships that directly impact Europe. The geographical separation between India and Latin America has significantly hindered the establishment of strong connections with the region. Despite this challenge, there is a wealth of opportunity present in these Latin American nations. They boast a substantial urban population that is well educated, an abundance of natural resources, and a favorable public and political sentiment towards India. These factors contribute to the immense potential for collaboration and partnership that remains largely untapped due to the distance that separates these two regions. India has been increasingly strengthening its ties with Brazil through various avenues, including bilateral relations, the IBSA platform, and participation in the World Organization, WO. This deepening engagement, coupled with preferential trade agreements established with Mercosur and Chile, has significantly heightened the recognition and understanding of Latin America among Indian business leaders and entrepreneurs. As a result, Indian companies are becoming more aware of the opportunities and potential that this vibrant region holds for trade and investment. India's approach to international support and collaboration has been a fundamental component of its foreign policy since the country's independence. The nation has consistently sought to leverage its own resources and expertise to aid other developing nations. Through various foreign assistance programs, India has focused on sharing its capabilities and knowledge to help these countries enhance their economies and foster sustainable development. This commitment reflects India's belief in the importance of mutual cooperation and solidarity among nations striving for progress. By providing support and assistance, India aims not only to promote growth in other nations but also to strengthen regional relationships and contribute to a more equitable global landscape. The independence movement of India served as both a motivational force and a driving factor for numerous other nations that were still experiencing the constraints of colonial domination. This historic event resonated strongly with various groups seeking freedom, sparking aspirations for self-determination and autonomy across the globe. India has played a significant role in extending substantial political, ethical, and diplomatic backing to various nations as they fought for their freedom from colonial rule. This assistance was not merely a formality, it stemmed from India's own historical experience with colonialism and its desire to see other countries achieve sovereignty. Through various channels, India supported these nations in their quests for self-determination, reflecting its commitment to the principles of justice and equality on a global scale. The concept of South-South cooperation embodies the economic aspect of India's endorsement for movements aimed at combating colonialism. Through this collaboration, India not only provides political backing but also seeks to enhance economic ties and partnerships with other developing nations. This approach reflects India's commitment to solidarity among nations from the global south in their shared quest for self-determination and development free from colonial influences. India, a nation characterized by its diverse cultures and ongoing challenges typical of a developing country, has achieved remarkable progress across various sectors since gaining independence. This transformation positions India as a unique case study in governance and development, providing an alternative to the Western model often touted as a universal framework. With its distinct approach, India illustrates a different path that addresses the complexities of its socio-economic landscape. The prospect of establishing a new global framework that prioritizes the principles of social justice and promotes inclusive economic development appears bleak without the active involvement and guidance of India. The nation's leadership is essential in creating a balanced approach that addresses the diverse needs of its population and fosters equitable growth on an international scale. Without India's participation, the chances of achieving a holistic world order that values the importance of social equity are significantly diminished. India's neighboring region of South Asia presents a unique and pressing opportunity for development cooperation, especially considering that many of the nations within this area experience lower levels of economic prosperity compared to India itself. Consequently, the government of India has identified this region as a focal point for its development assistance initiatives. This includes the provision of favorable credit lines and various forms of technical and economic support aimed at promoting growth and stability. India's commitment to extending its assistance to these neighboring countries underscores its strategic interest in fostering regional development and collaboration. A significant portion of resources is allocated to various infrastructure and developmental initiatives aimed at stimulating economic growth in India's neighboring nations. This investment is particularly focused on countries such as Bhutan, Afghanistan, and Nepal, highlighting India's commitment to fostering regional connectivity and cooperation. India actively extends its support to various developing nations across the globe. This assistance comes in different forms, such as financial aid, technical expertise, and capacity-building initiatives, aimed at fostering growth and development in these countries. Beyond the countries that border India, the continent of Africa stands out as the most significant recipient of India's initiatives aimed at technical and economic collaboration. Over the years, India's commitment to fostering development through various cooperative efforts has resulted in substantial benefits for numerous African nations. India has extended significant financial support to various initiatives aimed at fostering economic growth and development in Africa. Notably, the nation has provided credit lines amounting to $200 million specifically for the New Economic Partnership for Africa's Development, (NEPAD). Additionally, it has allocated $500 million for the Techno-Economic Approach for Africa, India Movement, Team 9, which encompasses a group of West African nations. Furthermore, India has also offered bilateral lines of credit to Sudan and several other African nations, underscoring its commitment to strengthening economic ties and promoting sustainable development across the continent. India has extended its support by providing lines of credit to a variety of regional financial institutions. This includes assistance to the East African Development Bank, which plays a crucial role in fostering economic development within the East African region. Additionally, the Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, commonly known as PDA Bank, is also among the beneficiaries, serving the interests of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. Furthermore, the West African Development Bank, BOAD, has received similar financial backing, facilitating growth and development across West Africa. In addition to these institutions, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has also been granted lines of credit, reinforcing regional economic collaboration and stability. Through these efforts, India aims to strengthen ties and promote sustainable development across various African regions. Several years back, the Indian government took significant steps by forgiving a large portion of the debts that African nations had incurred. This move was part of the World Bank's Heavily Indebted Poor Countries, HIPC, debt relief initiative, aimed at alleviating the financial burden on countries facing severe economic challenges. India's decision reflected a commitment to support sustainable development and economic stability in the African continent, fostering stronger ties between the nations involved. In a significant move aimed at fostering trade relations, India has announced a plan to gradually implement duty-free market access for a total of 50 least developed countries, LDCs, located in both Africa and Asia. This initiative underscores India's commitment to supporting the economic development of these nations by providing them with enhanced access to its markets. The phased approach indicates that this process will unfold over time, allowing for a structured and manageable transition that benefits all parties involved. India has embarked on an impressive initiative known as the Pan-African E-Network Project, aimed at enhancing access to education and healthcare across the African continent. This innovative program focuses on providing teleeducation and telemedicine services, thereby fostering connections between distant learners and healthcare professionals. Through this endeavor, India seeks to strengthen ties with African nations while simultaneously expanding opportunities for knowledge and health resources. In the early decades of the 21st century, India has significantly intensified its engagement with Africa by collaborating closely with the continent's regional organizations. This strategic shift reflects India's recognition of Africa's growing importance on the global stage and its desire to strengthen ties with the nations within this diverse region. In addition to engaging with prominent organizations such as the African Union, AU, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, India has also fostered diplomatic and economic ties with several other regional bodies. These include the Economic Community for Central African States, ECAS, the East African Community, EAC, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and the Arab Maghreb Union, AMU. Through these collaborations, India aims to strengthen its presence and influence in various African regions, promoting mutual growth and development. In April of 2008, India took the initiative to host a significant summit known as the India-Africa Forum. This event was organized in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the various member countries of the African Union. The central theme of the summit focused on the industrial development of the African continent, aiming to foster partnership and growth between India and African nations. The recent summit served as a significant platform for collaboration and dialogue, uniting the foreign ministers from a diverse array of nations, including Algeria, Burkina Faso, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Libya, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. These countries not only have a prominent role in their respective regional economic communities, but they also stand as the founding participants of the NEPAD initiative. Additionally, they include both the current and former leaders of the African Union, AU. This convergence of influential representatives highlights the importance of regional cooperation and shared goals among these key African nations. If India aims to enhance its level of collaboration with various African nations, it is essential to establish a greater number of well-staffed diplomatic missions across the continent. Additionally, increasing the frequency of high-ranking official visits from India to African countries would significantly boost these efforts. By fortifying its diplomatic presence and engagement, India can foster deeper partnerships, share knowledge, and pursue mutual interests more effectively with African counterparts. It is often believed that India's interest in Africa has only recently emerged, particularly in light of China's increasing efforts to exploit the continent's resources. This notion suggests that India has only begun to focus on Africa due to China's activities, but this perspective may overlook the complexities of international relations and the historical context of India's engagement with African nations. The reality is that India's relationship with Africa has evolved over time, influenced by a multitude of factors beyond the current resource competition. India recognizes the importance of sourcing additional resources from various regions globally, including Africa, to bolster its economic development. However, it is crucial to note that India's approach to engaging with African nations is not rooted in exploitation. Instead, the focus is on establishing mutually beneficial relationships that promote cooperation and development for both parties involved. This collaborative effort aims to enhance economic prospects while fostering a sense of partnership rather than dominance. The roots of India's development aid initiatives in Africa can be traced back almost 50 years, originating shortly after many African nations achieved independence from colonial domination. This long-standing commitment reflects India's dedication to supporting the continent's growth and progress during a pivotal time in its history. India extended its economic and technical support to developing nations in Africa and Asia during a period when it was still receiving foreign aid itself. This initiative was grounded in both a fundamental belief and a recognition of an important truth: the political independence achieved by these newly independent nations would be precarious unless it was accompanied by a corresponding level of economic self-sufficiency. By prioritizing this dual focus on political and economic independence, India aimed to foster sustainable growth in these regions, understanding that true autonomy could not exist solely through political means but needed to be backed by solid economic foundations as well. India's unwavering and open backing for African nations in their battles against colonial oppression and apartheid has fostered a profound sense of goodwill and trust towards the country throughout the continent. The assistance that India has rendered in various forms has solidified these positive sentiments, creating lasting relationships based on mutual respect and solidarity. As a result, India's commitment to supporting the African struggle has significantly enhanced its reputation and influence across the region. India's initiatives across the African continent are strategically designed to enhance the value derived from its abundant natural resources. These projects aim not only to stimulate local job opportunities but also to facilitate the transfer of advanced technologies. Additionally, India is focused on bolstering human resource development in Africa by providing training programs within Indian educational institutions. Furthermore, the country is committed to sending qualified experts to Africa, ensuring that knowledge and skills are shared effectively to support sustainable growth in the region. Individuals in Africa recognize that the technological advancements from India align well with their current economic development status. They particularly value India's successful strategies and experiences in nurturing small and medium-sized enterprises, seeing them as especially pertinent and beneficial to their own growth needs. India has adopted a considerate approach when engaging with African nations, ensuring that it does not impose projects upon them. Instead, India's strategy involves actively listening to and prioritizing the developmental needs and environmental considerations that these countries face. By doing so, India aims to foster collaborative relationships that respect the unique contexts and aspirations of each African nation. India's engagement with Africa extends beyond merely providing official aid. The involvement of the Indian private sector is also significant and substantial. This collaboration showcases the deepening relationship between the two regions, as Indian businesses actively participate in various sectors across the African continent, contributing to economic growth and development. Numerous Indian enterprises have made significant investments across various sectors within African economies. Their contributions can be seen prominently in areas like transportation, energy production, telecommunications, as well as in critical infrastructure projects. Additionally, they have also shown growing interest in the fields of horticulture and agriculture, further bolstering African development. This multifaceted involvement not only aids in enhancing local economies but also fosters stronger ties between India and African nations. Currently, several significant challenges hinder the process of offering large concessional lines of credit to nations in development. These obstacles can create barriers, complicating the financial support that these countries require as they strive for economic growth and stability. In the past, the government of India provided direct lines of credit to various foreign nations. This initiative aimed to strengthen bilateral relationships and facilitate trade by offering financial assistance directly to other governments. However, an issue arose with this strategy, as Indian businesses took advantage of low-interest government-backed loans to support their export activities. Unfortunately, this reliance on subsidized financing failed to produce the desired stimulating impact on broader economic interactions. Instead of enhancing economic relations, the concessional loans merely became a tool for companies to mitigate costs, resulting in a lack of the anticipated benefits for the overall economy. Historically, India encountered the necessity to forgive a considerable number of loans. This often arose because numerous governments failed to fulfill their repayment obligations, either settling for only partial payments or, in some cases, neglecting to repay altogether. Such financial dynamics have been a common theme not only in India but also in the experiences of various nations dealing with similar economic challenges. Several years back, the Indian government recognized the need for a more effective strategy to enhance international trade and economic relationships. As a result, they decided to empower the Export-Import Bank, along with other financial institutions, to extend concessional credit lines. This initiative aimed to support businesses and foster economic collaboration on a broader scale, providing them with the financial resources necessary to engage in export and import activities more affordably. This method is not without its challenges and drawbacks. It encounters various issues that can hinder its effectiveness and may have certain constraints that limit its overall potential. In order to maintain their credit ratings, Indian banks are obligated to adhere to strict lending regulations established by the Reserve Bank of India. As a result, these banks often find themselves unable to extend financial support to highly indebted poor countries, HIPCs, and least developed countries, LDCs. These specific categories of nations are in dire need of financial assistance, but unfortunately, their lack of creditworthiness presents a significant barrier for banks looking to provide loans. Without exception, the prudential lending guidelines hinder their ability to offer necessary support to these vulnerable economies. Additionally, these institutions are unable to offer credit lines with favorable conditions that are comparable to the terms provided by multilateral aid organizations and various other benefactors. This limitation arises from the necessity of obtaining funds from the financial markets, where the borrowing costs are significantly elevated, exceeding the acceptable rates of interest for the nations receiving the assistance. Consequently, this disparity prevents them from being able to compete effectively in terms of the credit options they can provide. In an effort to address the ongoing issue, the government implemented a strategy that involved offering temporary financial support and assurance of repayment to the banks that are officially sanctioned to lend. This initiative was designed to mitigate the risks associated with potential defaults by those individuals or entities utilizing credit. By doing so, the government aimed to foster a more secure lending environment and encourage financial institutions to continue providing necessary funding, even in uncertain circumstances. In light of the potential financial obligations it imposes on public funds, the government decided to set a threshold for the provision of bridging finance and guarantees for repayment. Beyond this established limit, the government has made it clear that it would not extend any further financial support, cautioning against the rising budgetary liabilities that could arise from such commitments. One of the factors contributing to India's hesitation in providing substantial aid is the potential impact on its own eligibility for favorable funding conditions from both bilateral and multilateral financial institutions. If India were to offer an excessive number of lines of credit to other nations, it might compromise its standing when seeking concessional financing from various donors. This creates a delicate balancing act for India, as it must navigate the fine line between being supportive to others and securing the necessary resources for its own developmental goals. This concern plays a significant role in shaping India's foreign aid strategy and its overall approach to international assistance. There is a growing sentiment that India ought to prioritize the utilization of its resources for domestic advancement instead of allocating them as aid to other nations. Many believe that focusing on internal growth will lead to a stronger economy and improved quality of life for its citizens. By channeling its efforts towards fostering development within its own borders, India can build a more prosperous future for its populace, while also ensuring that its resources are effectively harnessed to address the pressing needs of its own society. The challenges we are facing are certainly daunting, but they are not impossible to overcome. Should India choose to do so, it possesses the ability to provide financial support to other nations by utilizing a blend of grants and concessional loans. By adopting this approach, India can position its lines of credit as highly competitive, rivaling the favorable loan terms that these countries may receive from other international sources. This strategy could help India strengthen its economic partnerships and enhance its influence in the region. At its core, the fundamental issue revolves around the determination and priorities of political leadership. It highlights the necessity for decision-makers to focus on what truly matters and to commit to taking actions that reflect those values. Whenever India perceives a situation as strategically significant, it demonstrates an impressive ability to allocate financial resources without hesitation. This is evident in its substantial aid initiatives directed towards countries like Bhutan and Afghanistan, where India's commitment to fostering regional stability and development is clearly reflected through generous financial support. The budget allocated to the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, includes a significant portion dedicated to fostering technical and economic partnerships with countries around the globe. This focus on international cooperation plays a crucial role in shaping the MEA's overall financial plan. Over 150 nations around the world are reaping the advantages of India's Technical and Economic Cooperation (ITC) initiative, along with various other specialized training programs. These initiatives cover a wide range of fields, including agriculture, science, and technology, equipping participants with essential skills and knowledge needed for development in these crucial sectors. The ITC program plays a significant role in fostering international collaboration and enhancing the capabilities of individuals and institutions in both emerging and developing economies. India's foreign aid initiative serves as a significant instrument for demonstrating the nation's technical expertise and accomplishments. This program is designed not only to highlight India's capabilities but also to align them with the country's broader political and economic goals on the global stage. Through this approach, India aims to foster international relationships and influence, leveraging its strengths to enhance its standing and interests across various regions of the world. While it has fostered positive relations, yielded economic benefits for India, and enhanced the country's brand reputation, there appears to be an absence of a deliberate strategic approach guiding these efforts. The effectiveness of this crucial component of India's foreign policy requires enhancement and refinement. It is imperative to focus on improving its effectiveness to better navigate the complexities of international relations. When evaluating the foreign assistance program, it becomes evident that, in the grand scheme of things, its impact has been rather limited. Despite the initial expectations and the potential advantages it was believed to offer, the actual outcomes have fallen short of fulfilling those early promises. India faces the necessity of substantially increasing its financial commitment to development assistance. To enhance its impact, the nation must strategically harness its intrinsic strengths and capabilities in a more efficient manner. This involves the formulation of a unique development assistance model that aligns India's advantages with the evolving requirements and aspirations of the countries that benefit from such aid. By doing so, India can ensure a more tailored and effective approach to development that meets the diverse demands of its partners. In a much anticipated, albeit delayed, initiative, the Government of India has made the commendable decision to establish an independent organization known as the Indian Agency for Partnership and Development. This new entity will operate under the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, and is tasked with the crucial role of synchronizing India's initiatives in providing technical and economic support. The formation of this agency marks a significant step forward in streamlining and enhancing the effectiveness of India's assistance programs on a global scale. It is anticipated that this initiative will enable India to more methodically and effectively achieve its foreign policy objectives. However, this success hinges on the establishment of a clear strategic approach. If India allows this effort to devolve into merely another low-tier bureaucratic organization, its potential to make meaningful progress could be severely compromised. Therefore, it is crucial that the focus remains on fostering a robust and coherent policy framework. The realm of economic diplomacy extends beyond the Ministry of External Affairs. It encompasses a wide array of institutions and external influences. This vital aspect of international relations involves various entities and stakeholders that play significant roles in shaping economic policies and strategies at a global level. In the context of the Government of India, it is essential to acknowledge the significant contributions made by various ministries and departments. Additionally, state government bodies are instrumental in the framework of governance. However, it is particularly crucial to recognize the pivotal role played by the private sector, which encompasses trade and industry. Their involvement is not just beneficial but imperative for driving progress and facilitating development across the nation. When considering international engagement, it is crucial to encompass the various Indian diplomatic missions and posts that operate in both bilateral and multilateral contexts. This includes representatives that India has stationed at key organizations such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Additionally, one should not overlook the overseas branches of Indian banks, as well as public sector enterprises. These institutions play a vital role in promoting Indian exports and drawing in foreign investments. Their combined efforts create a comprehensive framework for India's global outreach and economic collaboration. Simultaneously, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, continues to play a pivotal role in shaping and steering economic diplomacy. Its influence and actions are crucial in establishing and maintaining international economic relationships. It is essential for this entity to take on a significant role in coordinating efforts with various relevant organizations and stakeholder groups. By doing so, it can enhance and enrich the operations of other ministries and departments, ensuring a more cohesive and effective approach in addressing shared objectives and challenges. This collaborative effort will not only streamline processes but also contribute positively to the overall efficiency and effectiveness of governmental functions. In an optimal scenario, officers specializing in the MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, ought to be actively employed in significant capacities within major economic ministries, such as the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Finance. Additionally, these officers should also be managing the international cooperation sectors in various other ministries that focus on economic matters. Their presence in these critical roles would enhance the synergy between domestic economic policy and international relations, facilitating better outcomes for the nation's economic strategy. Understanding the critical role that economic diplomacy plays in shaping India's international relations, the Indian government took a significant step in the 1970s by establishing a dedicated position known as the Secretary for Economic Relations. This role was designed to oversee and synchronize all elements related to India's external economic engagements. Moreover, the Secretary acts as the key liaison for the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, interfacing not only with various economic ministries within the country but also engaging with the commercial and economic divisions of Indian missions and diplomatic posts located around the globe. This initiative underlined the country's commitment to enhancing and coordinating its economic interactions on the world stage. It is quite unfortunate that during the tenure of the UPA government, the significance of this position experienced a decline and became nearly obsolete for an extended duration. This lack of attention and support has led to a substantial detriment, ultimately impacting its intended purpose and effectiveness over time. This recent development highlights a wavering dedication from the upper echelons of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, towards economic initiatives and underscores various deficiencies that have gradually infiltrated its operations over time. Unfortunately, these factors have significantly diminished the ministry's ability to exert influence and effectively participate in the realm of economic diplomacy. As a result, numerous governmental branches have begun to operate independently in matters pertaining to international relations. They often proceed without engaging the MEA, which is essential for offering a comprehensive viewpoint and cohesive strategy in our country's foreign affairs. This trend detracts from the MEA's primary role in fostering and coordinating diplomatic relationships with other nations, potentially undermining the effectiveness of our economic diplomacy on the global stage. This observation holds particular relevance for influential economic departments such as commerce and industry, finance, as well as petroleum and natural gas. These ministries are typically led by prominent political figures who possess significant influence and authority within the government. The leadership roles assigned to these powerful individuals underscore the importance of these sectors in shaping economic policy and driving national growth. In reality, the influence of the External Affairs Minister plays a crucial role, as it often varies based on their political power. It is important to note that the External Affairs Minister is not consistently part of the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. The dynamics at play also rely heavily on the relationships and rapport established between senior officials at the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, and those in the various economic ministries. These personal connections can significantly impact cooperation and decision-making within the framework of economic policies and international relations. Therefore, the effectiveness of collaboration in this area is largely dependent on the interplay of these factors. India must place greater emphasis on enhancing the coordination of economic diplomacy across its governmental institutions. This would involve improved collaboration among various stakeholders essential for effective diplomatic efforts in promoting the nation's economic interests. By fostering a more cohesive approach, India can better navigate the complexities of international trade and investment, ensuring that all relevant parties work in harmony to maximize the potential benefits for the country. To maximize the impact of India's high-value acquisitions and various negotiation assets on the global stage, it is crucial for domestic entities to enjoy a unified and cooperative approach in diplomatic endeavors. By ensuring that all involved parties work together seamlessly, India can enhance its influence and achieve more favorable outcomes in international dealings. Such coordination amongst stakeholders can significantly strengthen India's position, allowing it to utilize its resources and bargaining strategies to their fullest potential. When various government branches operate independently without coordination, it leads to a disadvantage for India as a nation. For instance, consider the Ministry of Commerce. If it takes unilateral actions in World Trade Organization (WTO) discussions or during negotiations for free trade agreements (FTAs), this can result in conflicts with the overarching national economic strategy. Similarly, the Ministry of Finance makes decisions regarding foreign aid and the provision of credit lines to other nations, but without considering the implications of those decisions on broader economic policies, it may undermine the country's financial stability. Additionally, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, along with oil companies, handles crucial matters such as the import of crude oil, liquefied natural gas contracts, and the development of gas pipelines. If these entities make isolated choices, it can lead to inconsistencies with the national energy policy. Furthermore, the Ministry of Civil Aviation is tasked with making decisions on the procurement of aircraft, and if it does so without a cohesive long-term vision for the aviation sector, it may miss opportunities for strategic growth. Lastly, the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs negotiates labor agreements with other countries. However, if it does not align its actions with the interests of other ministries and the overarching national development agenda, it could yield unfavorable outcomes for Indian workers abroad. In summary, when different branches of the Indian government fail to collaborate and instead move forward on their separate paths, the country as a whole pays the price through inefficiencies and potential conflicts in policy. Each of these situations carry significant implications for our foreign policy and, as such, necessitates careful consideration and discussion with the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. Engaging with the MEA is crucial in ensuring that our responses are well-informed and aligned with our overarching diplomatic strategy. There are instances when the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, engages in making international agreements at elevated levels, often without adequately consulting the relevant implementing agencies or local stakeholders involved. This approach can lead to concerns about alignment and execution, as those who are responsible for putting these commitments into practice may feel left out of the decision-making process. Ensuring that all parties are consulted in such matters could enhance the effectiveness and coherence of international engagements. This situation can definitely be prevented. It is clear that any international engagement will not yield significant results or be considered effective if it is approached solely as an endeavor of foreign policy, without taking into account the domestic circumstances, needs, and strengths of India. To achieve meaningful outcomes, it is essential that foreign initiatives align with internal priorities and reflect the actual capabilities of the nation. Ignoring these aspects could result in a disconnect that undermines the potential for fruitful interaction on the global stage. Alongside the notable transition in economic authority from the public sector to the private sector in India, the role of corporate India in shaping foreign policy has seen a remarkable rise. As the private sector gains more prominence, its ability to impact international relations and foreign policy decisions has grown substantially, reflecting a broader trend of increased corporate involvement in governance and diplomacy. This evolution highlights the changing dynamics of power within the country, where businesses now play a pivotal role in influencing India's position on the global stage. Whenever the Prime Minister embarks on official trips to foreign countries, a significant group of business representatives typically joins the delegation. This practice is quite common, as the inclusion of these industry leaders aims to foster economic relationships and create new opportunities for trade and investment. In recent years, various lobbying groups representing the Indian industrial sector, such as the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, and the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry, ASSOCHAM, have begun to establish themselves as key influencers in the realm of foreign policy. These organizations have been instrumental in shaping the business environment and have significantly contributed to the nation's international relations by advocating for policies that enhance India's position on the global stage. Their efforts reflect the growing recognition of the importance of integrating industrial interests with diplomatic initiatives. The government often enlists various organizations and bodies to take on crucial roles concerning the economic dimensions of its foreign affairs initiatives. A prime example of this collaboration is the annual Partnership Summit organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII. Additionally, there are regular business summits that strengthen ties with the ASEAN and the European Union, as well as spontaneous meetings that bring together trade and industry leaders with foreign dignitaries. Significant forums such as the India-US Strategic Dialogue facilitated by the Aspen Strategy Group and the India-Singapore Chief Executive Officers, CEOs, Forum also form part of this effort. Other events, like the car rallies involving ASEAN and SAARC nations, alongside the Pravasai Bharatiya Divas, are organized to further enhance these international economic relationships. These various activities and interactions are integral to fostering a mutually beneficial partnership on the global stage. The perspectives of these individuals hold significant influence among policymakers, as it's essential for foreign policy to align with India's economic goals. Moreover, their contributions, including expert opinions, guidance, and connections, tend to be of great importance and can prove to be invaluable resources for decision-makers in navigating complex international landscapes. An additional relevant demographic consists of wealthy non-resident Indians, NRIs, and persons of Indian origin, PIOs, residing in Western nations. These individuals possess the potential to enhance and amplify India's diplomatic initiatives, especially in the realm of economic development and international trade. Their influence and connections can serve as significant assets for India as it seeks to strengthen its global standing and foster economic partnerships. By leveraging their unique positions and experiences, NRIs and PIOs can play a pivotal role in furthering India's interests abroad. Throughout history, economic considerations have played a pivotal role in shaping the foreign policies of nations, especially in times of sustained peace. Countries often prioritize economic interests, such as trade relations, investment opportunities, and resource management, when engaging with one another on the international stage. This focus on economic factors is vital as nations seek to enhance their prosperity and ensure stability in their global interactions. The importance of economic issues becomes even more pronounced during peaceful periods, highlighting how nations leverage their economic strategies to forge stronger alliances and enhance their overall influence worldwide. Throughout history, trade has often served as a crucial catalyst for the rise of empires. The primary motivation behind the establishment of these empires was to safeguard and promote the commercial and economic objectives of the nation in power. By engaging in trade, empires could not only enhance their wealth, but also extend their influence and control over vast territories. This link between commerce and imperial expansion highlights the significance of economic interests in shaping world history and the dynamics of power. In the current landscape, the foreign policy strategies of numerous nations continue to be heavily influenced by economic factors. These considerations drive the countries in their quest to find new markets where they can sell their goods and services, as well as seek out labor forces. Additionally, they pursue vital sources of raw materials that are essential for their industries. Furthermore, nations are constantly on the lookout for the latest technologies that can give them a competitive edge. Another critical aspect is identifying attractive destinations for foreign investments, which can stimulate their economies and foster growth. In essence, economic goals remain at the forefront of international relations for most countries. In the past, the term economic was understood in a limited context, primarily linked to the concept of trade. However, in contemporary discussions, its definition has significantly expanded. Nowadays, economic refers to a wide range of issues that go well beyond mere trading activities, incorporating nearly all dimensions of diplomacy that are not directly related to political factors. This shift indicates a deeper understanding of how economic activities influence international relations and the importance of considering various non-political elements in diplomatic interactions. Economic diplomacy encompasses several key areas that significantly contribute to a nation's economic development. Among these critical sectors are tourism, media, entertainment, healthcare, and education. Each of these industries plays a vital role in shaping the economic landscape of a country, fostering growth, and enhancing international relationships. By leveraging these sectors, nations can establish a stronger global presence and promote collaboration on various fronts. As such, investing in these areas not only bolsters economic performance but also creates opportunities for cultural exchange and mutual understanding between countries. In today's increasingly interconnected global landscape, it is essential for India to pay greater attention to strengthening its economic ties with various nations. As globalization shapes the dynamics of international relations and commerce, India must actively engage with a diverse range of countries to foster prosperity and collaboration. By doing so, India can enhance its economic prospects and ensure its position in the global marketplace remains competitive and robust. It's important to note that India should not approach its foreign policy with a sense of complacency or naivety. Merely focusing on economic goals without considering other vital aspects, such as national security and traditional foreign policy issues, could lead to significant oversights. A balanced approach that integrates economic ambitions with comprehensive security strategies is essential for India's long-term success on the global stage. Even within the context of strategic partnerships, the dynamics of trade and economic cooperation play a crucial role in underpinning these connections. Such interactions establish interdependencies that not only enhance mutual trust and confidence among the parties involved but also provide tangible benefits for individuals. By creating real stakes within the framework of these relationships, economic engagement serves as a fundamental pillar that supports and strengthens the overall bond between nations or entities. For India to thrive in its economic diplomacy, it is crucial that the government recognizes the significance of collaborative efforts between the public and private sectors. A holistic and strategic approach that fosters meaningful engagement with all relevant parties is essential for achieving optimal outcomes. By prioritizing coordinated national initiatives that include diverse stakeholders, India can enhance its diplomatic endeavors and foster sustainable economic growth. Chapter 13, Defense and Diplomacy: The Role of Military Strength in International Relations. In the realm of international affairs, military strength serves as the quintessential tool for a sovereign nation to safeguard its national interests. This is particularly evident when it comes to securing the country's safety and addressing potential threats posed by external powers. A well-established military capability not only acts as a deterrent against adversaries but also plays a crucial role in ensuring that a nation can effectively protect its resources, territory, and citizenry from any foreign challenges. In essence, the interplay between military prowess and diplomatic efforts becomes fundamental in shaping a state's approach to foreign relations and maintaining its sovereignty in the global arena. For a nation to effectively deter potential aggression from another, it is essential that it possesses a reliable and formidable military presence that is recognized by adversaries. In the absence of such a credible deterrent, there is a significant risk that opposing forces may feel emboldened to initiate an assault, believing that they can do so without facing severe consequences. This highlights the importance of maintaining a robust defense strategy that not only exhibits strength but is also perceived as credible by potential aggressors. A nation's military capability plays a significant role in shaping its strategy for engaging with other countries. In many instances, this power can be considered the foremost tool in a state's repertoire for exerting influence and advancing its objectives in the global arena. By leveraging their military strength, states can effectively sway the actions and decisions of others while also safeguarding their own interests on the world stage. The British Empire was largely built through a strategic approach known as gunboat diplomacy, a tactic employed by the British Navy. This method involved the use of naval power to exert influence and assert national interests in international affairs, enabling Britain to expand its reach and solidify its presence in various territories around the world. The effectiveness of this approach played a significant role in the establishment and growth of the empire, allowing Britain to navigate complex geopolitical landscapes and ensure its dominance on the global stage. As of now, the ability to project military strength and influence, both through maritime routes and aerial capabilities, serves as a testament to its status as a superpower. This extensive reach not only validates its assertions of having significant global interests but also highlights its readiness and determination to safeguard those interests on an international scale. The combination of naval and air power enables it to maintain a formidable presence across the world, reinforcing its role as a leading global authority capable of defending its strategic objectives wherever they may be challenged. The primary factor that compels the United States to regard Russia with significant seriousness in its strategic considerations is the formidable military capabilities that Russia possesses. Notably, it is Russia's unparalleled capacity to pose an existential threat to the U.S. that contributes to this level of attention and respect. This military strength is a pivotal element in shaping the dynamics of their interactions and influences the broader geopolitical landscape. While military strength is undoubtedly a significant facet of what it means to be considered a great power, it is important to recognize that it is not the sole factor. Instead, military capability stands out as a crucial component among a variety of other elements that contribute to a nation's overall status and influence on the global stage. Despite their significant economic influence, both Japan and Europe are not regarded as central players in the strategic considerations of other global powers. Their roles tend to take a back seat in comparison to more dominant nations, which often overshadow their contributions and importance in geopolitical discussions. This dynamic raises questions about the future of their involvement on the world stage, particularly as other regions continue to assert themselves in international relations. Had they demonstrated both the capability and resolve to exert military influence, they would likely have achieved their goals. In contrast, China possesses significant military and strategic influence on the global stage. The United States is in a more favorable position to manage its relationship with China's significant trade surplus and the vast reserves of US dollars that China holds than it is with the concerning expansion of China's military capabilities. The economic aspects, while substantial, tend to be more easily navigated compared to the complexities and potential threats arising from China's swiftly advancing military power. This dynamic suggests that the U.S. may prefer to address trade and currency issues over the challenges posed by military developments, which carry implications for global security and geopolitical stability. Although it is undeniable that military power plays a significant role in statecraft, relying solely on it for the execution of government policies is both limited and flawed. The complexities of international relations and domestic affairs demand a more nuanced approach that incorporates various tools beyond mere force. In the realm of relationships between nations, it is the governing powers that influence and shape decisions. Warfare serves primarily as a tool for implementing state policies, often utilized only when all other options have been exhausted. The use of military force typically represents a final course of action when diplomatic efforts or negotiations have failed to yield satisfactory outcomes. There is a widely accepted notion that military affairs are often too critical to be solely overseen by military leaders. While generals play an essential role, the art of diplomacy, engaging in negotiations and fostering international relations, emerges as the more desirable approach for ensuring that interactions among nations remain amicable and devoid of conflict. By emphasizing dialogue and understanding, diplomacy serves as a vital tool in maintaining harmonious relationships between states, mitigating tensions before they escalate into more severe confrontations. Conflict emerges as a result of failed diplomatic efforts or when the strategies in place to prevent such conflicts lose their effectiveness. When negotiations break down and communication falters, the likelihood of war increases significantly. Moreover, when the measures designed to deter aggression are compromised or become ineffective, it can prompt nations to resort to military action as a means of resolving disputes or asserting their interests. In essence, the absence of effective dialogue and a strong deterrent can pave the way for hostilities to erupt. Regardless of the circumstances, it is important to recognize that military conflict cannot persist endlessly. Ultimately, war should result in a political resolution, a process that necessitates careful and skilled diplomatic negotiations. It is crucial for opposing parties to engage in discussions to arrive at a peaceful agreement that can pave the way for lasting stability. Without diplomacy, the aftermath of conflict may remain unresolved, perpetuating further tensions and instability. In many instances throughout the duration of a war, diplomatic discussions are actively taking place alongside the military confrontations. These negotiations may aim to either bring about a resolution to the ongoing conflict or to diminish the adversary's position. Such dialogues play a crucial role in the broader context of warfare, as they can influence strategies, alliances, and ultimately, the outcome of the hostilities. Interestingly, the development of diplomatic immunity can be traced back to wartime circumstances. Throughout history, the need to protect envoys and diplomats who traveled between warring states laid the groundwork for this important legal principle. As conflicts arose, it became increasingly clear that these representatives needed a framework that ensured their safety and freedom to carry out their diplomatic functions without fear of interference or hostility. Thus, the origins of diplomatic immunity are deeply intertwined with the realities of warfare and the necessity of maintaining communication even amidst conflict. In the pursuit of a peace agreement, conflicting factions were required to send envoys back and forth. These representatives, along with their possessions, were to be treated with the utmost respect and protection. This guarantee of safety was essential for the emissaries to effectively convey sensitive information between the two sides, ensuring that their discussions remained confidential. Such protocols were crucial for fostering trust during a fragile period of negotiation and diplomacy. In order for military strength to achieve its objectives and for diplomatic efforts to yield fruitful outcomes, there must be a harmonious interaction between these two crucial tools of national influence. The interplay between military capabilities and diplomatic strategies is essential, as each enhances the effectiveness of the other. Without this integration, neither force nor negotiation can fully realize their potential in the realm of international relations. To better understand this concept, we can look at a few instances from India's recent history that effectively highlight this idea. In the year 1971, it was diplomatic efforts that played a crucial role in establishing beneficial political circumstances. This was notably achieved through the Indo-Soviet Treaty, which was formalized in August of that year. This treaty laid the groundwork that ultimately facilitated the successful military operations in Bangladesh that took place in December 1971. The strategic partnership formed by the treaty was instrumental in shaping the political landscape, enabling a more effective approach to the complex situation in Bangladesh. Regrettably, due to ineffective political decision-making and inadequate negotiations, the opportunities for diplomacy that arose from the military success were not leveraged to reach a positive peace agreement during the Shimla talks in July 1972. This inability to transform a pivotal military achievement into a favorable diplomatic resolution ultimately hindered the potential for lasting peace in the region. Conversely, in the case of Sri Lanka, the excessive confidence displayed by the Indian military in its own abilities ultimately resulted in the deployment of the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, in 1987. This intervention, however, did not unfold as planned and became a long-lasting political and diplomatic catastrophe. The repercussions of this deployment have significantly diminished India's stature and influence within Sri Lanka, causing a shift in the dynamics of their relationship. The consequences of this overestimation of military prowess serve as a reminder of the complexities involved in foreign interventions. The strategic mindset developed within military contexts has significantly shaped the methods and approaches utilized in diplomatic negotiations. In an institution where the philosophy leans towards the notion that diplomacy equates to a strategic extension of conflict, the primary objective is to achieve a resounding success. This perspective views negotiations and political maneuvers not as tools for collaboration or understanding but rather as a battlefield where the ultimate aim is to emerge victorious, much like in traditional warfare. To achieve this objective, tactics are employed to undermine and surround the adversary, striking at positions behind their defensive lines. Efforts are made to create divisions between the primary opponent and their supporting allies, thereby isolating them. Strategies such as deceptive maneuvers and unexpected strikes are implemented, and there are instances where a tactical withdrawal is executed for greater advantage. In addition, psychological warfare is utilized through intimidation and propaganda, aiming to erode the enemy's determination and sow confusion within their ranks. Conversely, there exists a differing perspective that posits the idea that integrity and transparency hold greater power in attaining one's goals compared to the use of deception and cunning strategies. This viewpoint emphasizes the importance of maintaining ethical standards and building trust, suggesting that genuine approaches ultimately lead to more sustainable and fulfilling outcomes rather than relying on manipulative tactics. A commonly referenced instance that illustrates the effectiveness of the second approach is the Treaty of Versailles. This agreement, established after the conclusion of World War I, placed heavy restrictions and harsh penalties on the defeated nation of Germany. The resulting consequences were profound, as the treaty effectively laid the groundwork for future conflict by fostering resentment and a desire for rearmament within Germany. This chain of events ultimately contributed to the outbreak of World War II, serving as a stark reminder of the potential repercussions that can arise from overly punitive peace settlements. The principles established by this precedent seem to have influenced India's approach during the Shimla Agreement with Pakistan in 1972. In that significant moment in history, India adopted a notably lenient stance towards its vanquished neighbor, offering favorable terms aimed at fostering stability and cooperation in the region. In reality, each government must utilize a diverse range of methods and strategies in order to attain their objectives effectively. This multifaceted approach ensures that they can adapt to various situations and challenges that may arise. The strategic culture of India has been significantly influenced by its unique circumstances and geographic features. The nation's vast and diverse landscape, coupled with its historical context and socio-political environment, has played a crucial role in shaping its approach to strategy. This complex interplay has led to the development of distinct traditions and practices in the realm of defense and foreign relations, reflecting the country's priorities and challenges. As a result, India's strategic culture is characterized by a blend of historical experiences, regional dynamics, and ongoing geopolitical considerations. Throughout its history, India has not positioned itself as an aggressive global power largely because it has not had the necessity to adopt such a stance. The rich tapestry of Indian culture, philosophy, and diplomacy emphasizes coexistence and harmony over conflict. This perspective has shaped India's approach to international relations, allowing it to operate from a place of strength without resorting to aggression. India, a land endowed with plentiful water resources, ample sunshine, and rich, fertile soil, has always thrived in a unique geographical context. Its southern borders are shielded by the vastness of the seas, while the towering mountain ranges to the north create a formidable natural barrier. To the east lie dense forests, and to the west, expansive deserts. This diverse array of landscapes has cultivated a civilization that is both self-sufficient and prosperous. As a result, the people of India have historically felt little need to seek out conquest or expansion beyond their natural boundaries, as they find themselves surrounded by everything necessary for a fulfilling and rich existence within their own territory. Throughout its history, the region encountered periodic dangers and incursions primarily from aggressive tribes and powerful empires situated in the northwest. These challenges came from various groups, including the Greeks, Huns, Persians, Turks, Afghans, and Mongols, each seeking to assert their dominance and expand their territories. These invasions have played a significant role in shaping the area's historical landscape, as these marauders constantly tested its defenses and strained its resources over the centuries. The vast and uncharted territories of India served as a significant buffer against the consequences of outside invasions. This extensive hinterland provided not only geographic protection but also cultural resilience. The philosophical outlook of the Indian populace, characterized by its flexibility and openness, played a crucial role in how they responded to foreign conquerors. Rather than defaulting to hostility, Indian society often chose a path of negotiation and compromise, leading to the integration of these invaders into its rich tapestry. By incorporating these individuals into their social fabric, they fostered a sense of shared ownership in the vision of a harmonious and thriving India, thus transforming potential adversaries into contributors to the nation's growth and stability. Much like the relentless power of a torrential waterfall tumbling down from the heights of a mountain, which eventually loses its intensity as it traverses the vast expanses of plains and arid desert, the vigor of the invaders pouring into India through the Khyber Pass faced a similar fate. By the time these forces made their way into the fertile lowlands of the Gangetic Plains in Bihar and Bengal, their initial strength had been completely and inevitably diminished. This gradual decline in energy mirrored the natural process of a river losing its current as it flows towards calmer waters, signifying the inevitable wearing down of even the most formidable invaders when confronted with the vast distances and challenges of the terrain. As a result, there has been a significant shift towards adopting a defensive approach when addressing issues related to national security. This mindset focuses on proactively identifying and mitigating potential threats, ensuring that measures are in place to protect against any risks that may arise. By prioritizing a defensive strategy, we can better safeguard our nation's interests and maintain stability in an increasingly complex global landscape. Throughout history, the diplomatic and statecraft challenges in India predominantly revolved around power struggles among feudal lords, emperors, and monarchs who were eager to expand their dominions across the Indian subcontinent. These rulers were primarily focused on their ambitions of territorial expansion rather than formulating strategic plans to contend with external threats. The primary concern was not about how to address foreign adversaries that could disrupt the daily social and economic fabric of Indian society, rather, it was about securing their own interests and empires within the region. Consequently, the complexities of international relations and their impacts on the Indian populace were often sidelined in favor of internal conquests and rivalries. The historical context of India has shaped its approach to conflicts and challenges, but it was not adequately equipped to confront the new and unprecedented threats presented by European powers during the 18th century. The interactions and conflicts with these foreign nations introduced complexities and dynamics that were unlike anything India had previously encountered, leaving it ill-prepared for the scale and nature of the challenges ahead. This time, India confronted an external challenge that differed significantly in several crucial ways from the security threats it has dealt with in the past. The nature and complexities of this new challenge mark a stark departure from previous scenarios, highlighting unique aspects that require fresh strategies and responses. Initially, it originated not from the soil or the earth but rather from the depths of the ocean, an occurrence that was entirely novel in the context of India's historical experiences. This marked a significant departure from what had been previously known or expected within the nation. Throughout history, India has maintained maritime connections with various regions, including territories that are now known as Oman and the Persian Gulf, Yemen and the Red Sea, the coasts of East Africa, and the islands of Southeast Asia. These interactions have primarily been characterized by peaceful exchanges, emphasizing trade and cultural exchange rather than conflict. Indian traders and seafarers traveled great distances across the oceans, facilitating not just economic transactions but also the sharing of ideas, traditions, and customs, allowing for rich, multicultural relationships that have significantly influenced the societies involved. Furthermore, the danger emerged from the eastern direction rather than the northwest, positioning eastern India as a frontline area for the very first time throughout its historical timeline. This shift in threat dynamics marked a significant change in the geopolitical landscape of the region. The residents of northwest and northern India have cultivated instincts and skills over many centuries, enabling them to effectively manage the regular security threats that arise from the Hindu Kush mountain range. In contrast, the people living in eastern India exhibit a vastly different set of responses, shaped by their unique historical experiences and cultural attitudes. This divergence in reactions can be traced back to the distinct challenges and circumstances faced by each region throughout history. They fundamentally misunderstood the Europeans and failed to recognize their true capabilities and strengths. This miscalculation led to significant underestimations of what the Europeans were capable of achieving. This marked the beginning of the extensive colonization process in India. In the initial years following India's independence, the nation maintained a cautious and defensive outlook, which unfortunately extended to its approach to national defense. This mindset led to a significant lack of investment and focus on military preparedness during this critical period. Consequently, this neglect became glaringly evident when India faced challenges in the 1950s, most notably during the Chinese invasion of Tibet. The repercussions of this inadequacy were further compounded in 1962 when China launched military aggression against India, revealing the shortcomings of India's defense strategy at the time. Fortunately, in recent times, there has been a noticeable improvement, albeit still insufficient, in the understanding among India's political figures and strategic experts regarding the significance of military strength. This recognition is crucial for effectively promoting and safeguarding India's national interests on various fronts. While there remains room for growth in this awareness, the shift marks a positive step towards integrating military power as a vital element in the broader context of India's strategic planning and decision-making processes. This evolution in mindset indicates a growing acknowledgement of the role that military capabilities play in shaping geopolitical dynamics and ensuring the country's security and prosperity. The viewpoints held by various nations concerning India's military prowess have undergone a significant transformation. Gone are the days when Pakistan would boast that each of its military personnel stood on par with 10 soldiers from India. Over time, these grandiose assertions have been tempered, reflecting a shift in the narrative surrounding the military capabilities of both nations. This change in rhetoric suggests a more realistic approach towards discussing the strength and effectiveness of their respective armed forces. China's previously dismissive attitude towards India's military strength underwent a transformation following India's announcement of its status as a recognized nuclear weapons state. This shift indicates a growing acknowledgement of India's strategic capabilities and might reflect an adjustment in China's assessments of regional security dynamics. The development marked a significant turning point in the geopolitical landscape, prompting China to reconsider its stance on India's military potential and influence in the area. It wasn't until India established itself as a nuclear power that the United States began to pay significant attention to the nation. This pivotal moment in India's military capabilities marked a shift in how the U.S. approached its relationship with India, acknowledging the country's growing influence and importance on the global stage. Therefore, the recognition of India as a key player in international affairs can largely be traced back to its advancements in nuclear weaponry. In the realm of relations between states, the way that perceptions are formed is just as crucial as the actual truths on the ground. These perceptions can significantly influence diplomatic interactions and the overall dynamics of international cooperation. When nations engage in relations with one another, they consistently remain aware of each other's military capabilities. This consideration plays a crucial role in their diplomatic interactions, as the balance of military strength can significantly influence negotiations and alliances. As such, states often assess the power dynamics at play, taking into account not only their own defenses but also the potential threats posed by the armed forces of their counterparts. This awareness shapes their strategies and decisions, reflecting the fundamental reality that military might is a key factor in international relations. In the current landscape, it is evident that India's powerful military capabilities extend well beyond its nuclear arsenal. The country boasts a formidable array of missiles that serve not only as a deterrent but also as a striking demonstration of its technological advancements. Additionally, India has developed high-resolution satellites that enhance reconnaissance and intelligence-gathering abilities, further strengthening its military posture. Moreover, the presence of an aircraft carrier and a well-maintained fleet of submarines underscores India's naval prowess, signaling to potential adversaries that it is prepared to safeguard its interests at sea. On land and in the air, India maintains a significant number of combat aircraft, showcasing its commitment to ensuring air superiority. Finally, it is crucial to acknowledge the sheer force of the human element in India's military. Hundreds of thousands of dedicated personnel, equipped with rigorous training and a strong sense of purpose, form the backbone of this formidable defense establishment. Collectively, these factors create a palpable sense of power and resolve, making it clear to any adversary that India is not to be underestimated in the arena of global military dynamics. The combat proficiency of the Indian Armed Forces is a multifaceted aspect that encompasses their ability to engage in warfare against external threats as well as effectively manage counterinsurgency efforts within the country. Their specialized skills in challenging environments, such as mountainous terrains and dense jungles, highlight their versatility and preparedness. Furthermore, the comprehensive training programs, collaborative exercises with international forces, and active participation in peacekeeping missions underscore India's commitment to maintaining regional stability. Additionally, their expertise in airlift operations and disaster relief efforts showcases their readiness to respond to various situations, further solidifying India's stature on the global stage. This display of military capability not only commands respect among other nations but also enhances India's diplomatic influence, allowing for a more significant role in international affairs. Effective diplomacy encompasses the strategic utilization of various facets of national strength, with a particular emphasis on military capabilities, serving as key tools in the diplomatic arsenal. Successful diplomatic efforts rely on the ability to integrate these elements seamlessly, ensuring that each component contributes to the overarching goal of fostering international cooperation and understanding. The significance of various components of military power can vary greatly depending on the specific situation at hand. Different scenarios may place emphasis on certain aspects over others, making it essential to evaluate each context individually. While it is true that emerging technologies often diminish the prominence of their predecessors, it is uncommon for these earlier technologies to become entirely obsolete. Most of the time, they continue to hold some relevance or utility, adapting to coexist alongside the innovations that replace them. Considering that India faces significant security challenges primarily along its land frontiers, it is only logical that the nation has placed a predominant focus on bolstering the capabilities of its army and air force in matters related to defense. The geographical landscape and dynamics of these borders necessitate a strategic approach that prioritizes ground and aerial forces to effectively address potential threats and maintain sovereignty. Thus, the emphasis on strengthening these branches of the military reflects not only a response to immediate security concerns but also a broader strategy for ensuring national safety. The significance of air power lies not only in its ability to display military strength but also in its capacity to instill fear and anxiety in opposing forces. This psychological impact can serve as a compelling deterrent. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that air power has its constraints. Ultimately, the true control and occupation of territory can only be achieved by troops on the ground. While aerial capabilities can provide support and influence outcomes, they cannot replace the essential role of ground forces in establishing a lasting presence and securing strategic objectives. The introduction of nuclear weaponry, advanced missile systems, sophisticated satellite technology, and intricate cyber networks has fundamentally transformed the landscape of modern warfare. These elements have created an entirely new layer of complexity in military strategies and tactics. India's advancements and competencies in emerging domains play a vital role in shaping its strategic power, enabling the country to assert its interests effectively on the global stage. Furthermore, these capabilities are essential for maintaining a reliable nuclear deterrent, which is crucial for national security and stability. Overall, India's focus on developing expertise in these key areas enhances its position and influence in international affairs. In a rather unexpected turn of events, India suddenly announced the termination of its integrated guided missile development program back in 2008. This decision came as a shock to many, considering the significance of the program in enhancing the nation's defense capabilities and its strategic importance in the field of missile technology. The abrupt conclusion of such an ambitious initiative left many wondering about the motivations and factors that led to this unanticipated development. India's naval capabilities and their role in regional security have often been overlooked, particularly considering the country's historical military engagements. While the Indian Navy has played a part in various conflicts, its contributions have not received the recognition they deserve. Consequently, the strategic importance of maritime strength in the Indian Ocean remains underappreciated. It is vital for India to re-evaluate the significance of its naval forces, not only in the context of past wars but also in light of current geopolitical dynamics and maritime challenges in this crucial maritime region. Numerous factual justifications can be provided to support this assertion. Among the various branches of India's military, the Navy often tends to be the least prominent in the public eye. Unlike the Army and the Air Force, which frequently make headlines through their operations and exercises, the Indian Navy operates with a level of discretion that can make it less visible to the general populace. Its strategic importance, however, cannot be underestimated, as it plays a critical role in securing the nation's maritime interests. The operations conducted by the Navy typically do not have a direct impact on the daily experiences of regular civilians. In contrast, the activities carried out by the Army often play a more significant role in the lives of the general populace. The Navy has a relatively narrow base of support among the public. Historically, India has faced various security challenges primarily originating from its land borders, leading to a strategic focus on continental defense. Additionally, with the nation's capital situated a significant distance from the coasts, it is understandable that the governing authorities have developed a perspective that is predominantly land-centric, rather than one that emphasizes naval and maritime considerations. This mindset reflects a long-standing inclination towards addressing land-based threats over those that may arise from the sea, which in turn has influenced India's overall approach to its security and defense policies. The Indian Ocean plays a crucial role in ensuring the security and overall welfare of India. Its strategic importance cannot be overstated, as it serves as a key maritime route that influences not only national safety but also economic prosperity. The ocean's waters are essential for trade, resource access, and regional stability, making it an indispensable element of India's defense and sustainable development. The Indian Ocean has historically been a pivotal maritime region that significantly contributed to the establishment and expansion of various empires. Its strategic location facilitated trade, cultural exchange, and military movements, making it essential for nations looking to enhance their influence and control across different territories. It is important to emphasize once again the contributions and significance of Sardar K.M. Panikkar articulated his perspective several decades prior, asserting that the Indian Ocean holds significant importance for India's identity and strategic interests. He emphasized that this vast body of water serves not only as a geographical landmark but also as a crucial element in shaping India's historical, cultural, and economic narratives. The Indian Ocean, in his view, is integral to understanding the geopolitical dynamics of the region and the nation's role within them. It varies significantly from how it is perceived in relation to other forms of power. According to Panikkar, for many nations, the Indian Ocean may be considered merely one of several significant maritime regions. However, for India, this ocean holds immense strategic importance, serving not just as a body of water, but as a crucial element of its cultural and economic identity. The Indian Ocean is essential for India's maritime trade routes and security, making it far more than just an oceanic expanse. It is, in fact, integral to the nation's existence and aspirations. Her existence revolves around this specific region, where her sense of liberty is intricately linked to the expansive body of water that surrounds her. This watery expanse serves as both her sanctuary and her lifeline, shaping her experiences and defining the boundaries of her freedom. For her to achieve any form of industrial advancement or to establish a stable political framework, it is imperative that the Indian Ocean remains an open and secure region. Additionally, safeguarding the coastlines is essential for the protection of her interests and future growth. Without this maritime freedom and coastal security, her aspirations for development and political stability will remain unattainable. The insights shared by Panikkar continue to hold relevance in the present day. The significance of the Indian Ocean for India continues to be vital and has not decreased in importance over time. It's important to remember that the Indian Ocean derives its name primarily from India, a nation that holds significant influence and has a prominent presence in this vast body of water. The name reflects the country's historical, cultural, and economic ties to the ocean, highlighting India's pivotal role in shaping the region's maritime landscape. The Indian Ocean plays a pivotal role in shaping the security landscape for India, posing various potential threats while simultaneously presenting numerous opportunities for military and strategic maneuvering across multiple regions. This dual aspect makes the region crucial for India's national security considerations and its ability to extend its influence. The Indian Ocean shares similarities with the Mediterranean Sea, functioning as an expansive, almost enclosed body of water. Both bodies of water feature critical choke points that play a vital role in maritime navigation. Furthermore, numerous vibrant civilizations have developed along their peripheries, contributing to the rich cultural and economic dynamics of these regions. The strategic importance of the Indian Ocean, much like that of the Mediterranean, has historically fostered connections among diverse communities situated along its shores. Throughout history, India has established itself as a leading civilization within the Indian Ocean region. Its advancements have significantly impacted surrounding areas, including the Persian Gulf, various nations in Africa, and countries in Southeast Asia. This influence has shaped cultural exchanges, trade relations, and social interactions among these regions, highlighting India's pivotal role in the dynamics of the Indian Ocean basin. Following India's attainment of independence, the significance of military and economic aspects within the nation's maritime strategy was relatively understated. The focus during this period did not heavily emphasize these critical components, leading to a lack of prominence in India's overall approach to maritime affairs. As a result, the development of a robust strategic framework for naval operations and economic activities related to the sea was not a top priority at that time. At the time, India faced no significant threats from the sea, and there was no pressing requirement for the country to demonstrate its military power beyond its borders. The absence of maritime dangers meant that India had not developed the necessary capabilities to project its military presence effectively. India's participation in the worldwide trade market was relatively modest, and the nation possessed a limited number of overseas assets that required safeguarding. Given its structure and historical development, it is understandable that the Navy represents the smallest branch of India's armed forces. In today's context, the circumstances have significantly evolved from what they once were. The Persian Gulf, known for its abundant oil reserves, relies heavily on the Indian Ocean for its strategic shipping routes and accessibility. This vast body of water plays a crucial role in regulating the transportation of oil and other resources, serving as a vital link between the Gulf region and the global market. As such, the Indian Ocean is essential for facilitating trade and ensuring the economic significance of the Persian Gulf. The Indian Ocean is rapidly emerging as a central hub for energy security and plays a crucial role as a significant trade route. Its strategic importance cannot be overstated, as it facilitates the movement of energy resources and goods on an unprecedented scale, making it an essential area for global commerce and energy distribution. Southwest Asia, bordered by the northern reaches of the Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf, alongside the enclosed territories of Central Asia, has emerged as the most heavily militarized area globally. This situation mirrors the intense militarization of Europe during the Cold War period, characterized by military buildups and strategic posturing between opposing powers. The geopolitical landscape in this region has become increasingly complex, leading to heightened tensions and a significant military presence, reminiscent of that historical era. Historically, the Indian Ocean served as a primary route for the colonization efforts directed towards Asia and the eastern regions of Africa. In contemporary times, it has re-emerged as a significant arena for geopolitical competition and military influence, particularly observed in conflicts involving Iraq and Afghanistan. The strategic importance of this waterway highlights its role in the broader dynamics of power that span across the Eurasian landmass, showcasing how critical it remains in shaping international relations and conflicts in today's world. This situation presents a potential battleground for tensions and conflicts that could arise between the Islamic world and Western nations. This region is recognized as the most affected by acts of terrorism, experiencing a high prevalence of such violent activities. This is the region that houses a significant portion of the global population, which, notably, is experiencing rapid growth. This region is home to several of the globe's most vibrant and rapidly growing economies. Its economic landscape is characterized by innovation and opportunity, making it a key player in the global market. The Indian Ocean holds substantial contemporary economic and strategic importance due to a variety of influencing factors. These elements collectively contribute to the ocean's relevance in today's global landscape, shaping trade routes, geopolitical dynamics, and economic opportunities. As nations recognize the vital role this body of water plays, its significance continues to grow in both regional and international contexts. The leadership in India has consistently emphasized the importance of the vast Indian Ocean region as a critical component of its strategic landscape. This expansive area spans from the northern reaches of the Persian Gulf down to the icy waters of Antarctica in the south. It encompasses the west, stretching from the Cape of Good Hope and the eastern shores of Africa, all the way to the east, where it meets the narrow passages of the Straits of Malacca and the diverse archipelagos of Malaysia and Indonesia. This articulation of the Indian Ocean basin as India's strategic neighborhood reflects the country's recognition of its geopolitical significance and the necessity for a comprehensive engagement with the nations and resources that inhabit this vital maritime zone. India's approach to maritime policy has been evolving, as highlighted by the candid remarks made by External Affairs Minister Pranab Mukherjee during a speech in Kolkata in June 2007. In his address, he underscored the significance of maritime considerations within the broader framework of India's foreign relations. This shift marks a notable departure from the historically prevalent apathy towards naval affairs. Mukherjee further articulated the Navy's crucial function, describing it as a versatile and effective instrument of our foreign policy. His statements reflect a growing recognition of the vital role that maritime power plays in achieving national interests, and they signify a concerted effort to incorporate maritime strategy into India's diplomatic approach. Such developments indicate a broader transformation in how India perceives and prioritizes its maritime dimensions, demonstrating a proactive stance in addressing the challenges and opportunities that arise in the maritime domain. For an extensive period throughout history, India has either overlooked or not given adequate emphasis to the crucial connection between its international relations and maritime activities. This neglect has persisted for countless centuries, resulting in missed opportunities to strengthen its global standing and secure its maritime interests. Recognizing the significance of this relationship is essential for India to effectively navigate the complexities of global diplomacy while ensuring the safety and prosperity of its maritime domain. After nearly 1,000 years of concentrating our efforts and resources internally and towards our land, we are finally beginning to shift our attention outward, particularly towards the sea. This change is essential for a nation that aspires not only to regain its status as a significant continental entity but also, and perhaps more importantly, to emerge as a major maritime power. Such a transformation is crucial for us as we aim to strengthen our influence on the global stage and assert our presence in international affairs once again. Embracing the ocean as a pathway for growth and connection will be fundamental in redefining our identity in a world that increasingly values maritime capabilities. The decline of ancient and medieval India's supremacy in global trade can be traced back to a pivotal moment when the ruling elites of the country neglected the crucial importance of maritime security. This oversight, stemming from their disregard for the necessity of safeguarding sea routes, ultimately contributed to India's diminished presence in international commerce. As the focus shifted away from maintaining a strong naval presence and ensuring safe passage for trade vessels, the once thriving trade networks began to deteriorate. It serves as a reminder of how vital it is for a nation's leaders to recognize and uphold the significance of control over maritime activities in order to maintain economic influence on a global scale. The awareness that such significant disregard for maritime safety ultimately paved the way for the colonization of the Indian subcontinent, and the subsequent loss of India's freedom for close to 3 centuries, should serve as a powerful cautionary tale. We must understand that allowing this kind of strategic blunder to occur again is entirely unacceptable and must be avoided at all costs. The historical consequences of failing to prioritize maritime security are too grave to ignore, and it is imperative that we learn from past mistakes to safeguard our sovereignty in the future. The difficult lessons that history has imparted are certainly remembered by contemporary India, a nation that has emerged as a sovereign republic. India has appropriately gleaned valuable insights from the historical event of Western colonization, which primarily occurred through maritime routes. This realization underscores the significance of maritime power and the influence of naval capabilities in shaping geopolitical landscapes. Could we be on the brink of a new age reminiscent of the voyages of Vasco da Gama, but this time with the United States taking center stage instead of the historical European powers? In light of this potential shift, it is essential for India to formulate a strategy that prioritizes securing influence over its neighboring maritime regions. Specifically, India should aim to establish a robust presence in the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the northern expanse of the Indian Ocean. Such a policy would not only enhance its security but also solidify its status as a key player in these vital waterways. The interests that India holds in the Indian Ocean extend beyond a simple defensive posture. They encompass a wide array of strategic, economic, and geopolitical objectives. As a nation situated at the center of this vital maritime region, India is engaged in actively promoting its influence and securing its interests in these crucial waters, which are vital for trade, security, and regional cooperation. For India to realize its ambition of becoming a significant global power, it is essential that the nation extends its strategic influence beyond its borders, particularly over maritime regions. The oceans represent a critical avenue for India to enhance its geopolitical presence and foster stronger international relationships. Therefore, India must focus on developing its naval capabilities and engaging actively in diplomatic and economic activities on a global scale. In all other aspects, there are significant limitations that must be navigated. On the Western Front, one encounters the challenges posed by a volatile Afghanistan along with a Pakistan that often exhibits a sense of hostility. These neighboring countries present a complex landscape fraught with political and social unrest, impacting regional stability. To the north lies our competitor, China, which is separated from us by the formidable natural boundary of the Himalayan mountain range. This rugged terrain serves not only as a physical obstacle but also as a significant factor in shaping the dynamics of our relationship with this powerful neighbor. To the east lies Bangladesh, a nation that has displayed a lack of cooperation in recent times, alongside Myanmar, a country that finds itself increasingly isolated from the rest of the world. To enhance its role as a significant player both regionally and on the global stage, India must first focus on strengthening its relationships with neighboring countries. By addressing disputes and fostering positive interactions within its immediate vicinity, India can lay a solid foundation for building influence. Once this groundwork is established, the country can then strategically expand its reach and impact over maritime routes. This dual approach will not only solidify India's standing in the region but also enable it to play a more pivotal role on the world stage. A significant factor that has prompted India to engage in more profound strategic contemplation regarding its maritime affairs is the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, in November 1994. This landmark agreement established a comprehensive legal framework governing international maritime conduct, reshaping the way nations interact with and utilize the world's oceans. As a result, India has recognized the need to assess its maritime strategies and policies in light of these international regulations, ensuring that its interests are safeguarded in an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape. The influence of UNCLOS has led to a more nuanced understanding of maritime rights and responsibilities, compelling India to adapt its approaches accordingly. The evolution in perspective is evident in both the maritime doctrine established in 2004 and the subsequent maritime strategy formulated in 2006. These documents illustrate a shift in strategic thinking regarding maritime operations and policies, highlighting the importance of adapting to new challenges and opportunities within naval warfare and maritime security. The events of November 2008 served as a significant wake-up call for India regarding the vital importance of maritime security. The coordinated terrorist assaults that originated from the sea and targeted Mumbai shattered any remaining uncertainties or reservations about the necessity of enhanced vigilance and protection in coastal areas. This tragic incident forced the nation to abandon its complacency and recognize the urgency of addressing vulnerabilities in its maritime defenses. The Indian Navy, alongside the Coast Guard, continues to uphold their customary responsibilities focused on defense. Both maritime forces are dedicated to safeguarding the nation's waters and ensuring regional security, maintaining their long-established roles in the protection of India's maritime interests. The Indian Armed Forces play a crucial role in safeguarding our national interests, particularly in our surrounding regions. Their mission encompasses a variety of vital operations that aim to secure India's increasingly significant maritime trade routes and energy supply lines. These lines of communication, known as Sea Lines of Communication, SLOC, are essential for facilitating trade and maintaining energy security. Additionally, the forces are tasked with protecting India's vast exclusive economic zone, EEZ, which currently spans over 2 million square kilometers. This area is projected to expand to approximately 2.54 million square kilometers in the near future due to the anticipated extension of the EEZ from the current 200 nautical miles to a more expansive 350 nautical miles from the shoreline. Such actions are critical for the protection of India's offshore resources, especially its oil and gas reserves. The Indian military also plays a part in securing areas designated for deep-sea mining in the central Indian Ocean. India holds rights to a substantial mining area of about 150,000 square kilometers, reflecting the country's commitment to explore and utilize its oceanic resources responsibly. Further, the Indian Armed Forces are actively involved in combating piracy, evidenced by their deployment of a warship in the Gulf of Aden, off the coast of Somalia, a move that underscores India's dedication to ensuring maritime security in these troubled waters. Moreover, counter-terrorism efforts are integral to their operations, ensuring that threats to the nation's security are addressed effectively. Through these multifaceted responsibilities, the Indian Armed Forces demonstrate their commitment to protecting India's interests both at sea and in the broader geopolitical landscape. Moreover, the Indian Navy is increasingly being called upon to assume a significant strategic function within the realm of foreign policy. This shift in responsibility underscores the importance of naval power in enhancing India's global standing and influence. Globally, there is a newfound recognition and appreciation for India's strategic prowess at sea, which aligns with the country's increasing significance on the international stage. This acknowledgement reflects a broader understanding among nations regarding India's vital role in global maritime dynamics as well as its influence in various international matters. In the aftermath of the 1999 Alondra Rainbow incident, which saw the Indian Coast Guard effectively intercept a Japanese ship that had been taken hostage, Japan came to a crucial understanding about India's naval capabilities. This event served as a significant awakening for Japan, leading to the recognition that India was not only a formidable naval presence, but also a potential ally in safeguarding Japan's energy resources. The successful intervention highlighted the Indian Navy's ability to operate competently in critical maritime situations, thereby reinforcing Japan's belief in the importance of collaborating with India for matters of national security related to energy supplies. In the coming years, various advancements played a significant role in improving the reputation of the Indian Navy. These developments not only showcased the capabilities of the naval forces but also emphasized their strategic importance in regional and global contexts. As time progressed, the Indian Navy began to implement new technologies and engage in more complex training exercises, further solidifying its standing as a formidable maritime power. A North Korean vessel that was reportedly transporting arms intended for Pakistan and Libya was intercepted recently. The seizure of this ship highlights ongoing concerns regarding the proliferation of dangerous weaponry in regions where geopolitical tensions are high. The authorities involved are focused on preventing such shipments that could escalate conflicts or destabilize the security situation in those areas. Following its deployment in 2003 to ensure safety during the African Union Summit held in Mozambique, the Indian Navy showcased its remarkable skills and effectiveness in various operations. Notably, during the devastating tsunami that struck in late 2004 and continued into early 2005, the Navy played a critical role in humanitarian efforts. Furthermore, in 2006, the Indian Navy executed a significant evacuation mission, successfully bringing Indian nationals back home from Lebanon amidst rising regional tensions. Several elements contribute to the enhanced credibility of India's growing maritime presence in the Indian Ocean. Firstly, the professional expertise and training of the Indian Navy stand out, showcasing a high level of competence and readiness. Additionally, India's naval force is among the limited number of global navies that include a dedicated air power component, providing it with a significant advantage in operational versatility and effectiveness at sea. Furthermore, India's strategically advantageous position in the northern Indian Ocean plays a crucial role, as it allows the country to effectively monitor and safeguard vital sea lines of communication, SLOCs, in this region. Collectively, these factors solidify India's reputation as a key player in maritime security and bolster its influence within the Indian Ocean. India must pay attention to the increasing interests and influence of nations located beyond the boundaries of the Indian Ocean. This situation highlights the necessity for India to acknowledge and respond to the evolving dynamics in the region, as external players assert their presence and impact various aspects of trade, security, and diplomatic relations. The presence of foreign naval forces in the Indian Ocean has a long history and is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. This trend is not a recent development, rather, it has been established over many years and is expected to persist as geopolitical interests in the region evolve. The strategic significance of the Indian Ocean ensures that various nations will maintain a naval presence to secure their interests and influence maritime trade routes. The resolution passed by the United Nations General Assembly in December 1971, which aimed to establish the Indian Ocean as a zone of peace, has ultimately failed to achieve its intended objectives. Despite the hopes and aspirations behind this initiative, the reality is that the goals envisioned in this resolution have not materialized, and the region remains fraught with geopolitical tensions and conflicts. The United States Navy maintains a significant and dominant presence within the waters of the Persian Gulf region. This military establishment is characterized by a formidable fleet and strategic deployments that ensure a robust operational capability in this strategically important area. For several decades, Diego Garcia, located in the Indian Ocean, has been a significant base for military operations. Recently, the establishment of a new command structure, known as Africa Command, AFRICOM, has been initiated. This development is likely to have profound strategic consequences for the Indian Ocean area, particularly concerning the security dynamics faced by India. The presence of AFRICOM may alter existing relationships and power balances within this strategically vital maritime zone, making it crucial for India to reassess its own security strategies in light of this evolving situation. NATO is increasingly establishing its presence in the Indian Ocean region, yet the specifics of its future role and objectives are alarmingly ambiguous. As the alliance expands its footprint in this strategically significant area, questions arise about what its ultimate intentions are and how it aims to contribute to regional security. The uncertainty surrounding NATO's mission in the Indian Ocean raises concerns among various stakeholders about the implications of its involvement for local stability and international relations. France asserts its position as a significant player in the Indian Ocean region, largely due to its possession of Réunion Island along with several other territories in the area. This strategic claim allows France to influence maritime activities and engage in regional affairs, enhancing its presence in this crucial body of water. The presence of the United States and NATO forces in the Indian Ocean is likely to persist and may even expand in the foreseeable future. This strategic move is primarily driven by the need to secure energy resources from the Gulf region, as well as to maintain stability in Afghanistan and Iraq. As global dynamics continue to evolve, the significance of this military footprint in the Indian Ocean will likely become even more pronounced. Iran has the potential to offer additional justifications that could serve to enhance the influence and presence of these international powers in the region. Increasing apprehension surrounds China's tactic of creating strategic maritime bases throughout various locations in the Indian Ocean region, particularly in areas adjacent to India. This approach, often referred to as the string of pearls strategy, aims to enhance China's influence by developing a network of ports and facilities that could potentially encircle India and impact regional stability. This shift in geopolitical dynamics has sparked debates among analysts and policymakers regarding the implications for India's security and its broader geopolitical interests in the area. India should be particularly vigilant regarding the overall presence of foreign entities in its surrounding region. This concern encompasses not only the activities taking place at sea but also the establishment of foreign military bases on land. The implications of such a presence could have significant consequences for India's national security and geopolitical stability. Given the presence of numerous foreign naval forces operating in the Indian Ocean, particularly in proximity to India's coastline, it is essential for India to establish and maintain a robust naval presence in this strategic maritime region. This establishment serves dual purposes. First, it is a vital component of national security, allowing India to safeguard its interests against any potential threats. Secondly, a formidable naval force enables India to project power when necessary, thereby enhancing its influence and promoting stability in the surrounding waters. In light of these considerations, bolstering India's naval capabilities becomes not just a strategic advantage but also a critical necessity. Establishing the Tri-Services Command in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands was a strategically wise decision. This initiative not only enhances military coordination but also significantly bolsters regional security and defense capabilities. By integrating the resources and expertise of the three armed forces, India can ensure a more effective response to various challenges in the area, demonstrating a commitment to safeguarding its maritime interests. The geographic significance of the island serves as a vital point for operations in the Indo-Pacific, making the command's establishment an astute maneuver in the nation's defense strategy. India ought to adopt a deliberate strategy aimed at progressively enhancing its military stronghold located in the Bay of Bengal. This initiative is crucial not just for safeguarding the nation's security interests, but also because a robust Indian military presence in the region provides the country with the capability to monitor the crucial sea lines of communication, SLOCs, that stretch from the northern Indian Ocean to the Strait of Malacca. Furthermore, this amplified military stature could allow India to strategically influence other powers operating in these vital maritime corridors. By cultivating a formidable outpost in this area, India can ensure greater security and oversight over its maritime routes, asserting its influence and contributing to regional stability. The establishment of the Tri-Services Command greatly enhances the credibility of India's naval strength and strategic positioning in the Bay of Bengal and surrounding areas. This integrated command structure not only showcases India's commitment to safeguarding its maritime interests but also underscores its capability to conduct joint operations effectively across different branches of the military. As a result, this initiative significantly bolsters India's deterrence and response capabilities in a vital maritime region. Recognizing the evolving strategic landscape, it is crucial to understand that several East Asian nations share common interests with India, particularly in the eastern regions of the Indian Ocean. In this context, India should remain mindful of the cultural and political sensitivities that characterize the Southeast Asian countries. A nuanced approach will be essential for fostering collaboration while respecting the unique dynamics of the relationships within this region. In the year 2002, Malaysia expressed significant discontent regarding India's decision to escort a considerable shipment of American cargo through the strategically important Malacca Straits. This action did not sit well with Malaysian authorities, who perceived it as a slight or a challenge to their regional influence and sovereignty over such vital maritime passageways. The incident highlighted the complexities and sensitivities surrounding international maritime relations in Southeast Asia at that time. Malaysia and Indonesia have consistently opposed any initiatives put forth by the United States regarding the security of the Malacca Straits. Both nations believe that the primary responsibility for ensuring the safety and security of this crucial maritime passage should lie with the countries that border it. They argue that as the nations most directly impacted by activities in the straits, they are best positioned to manage and oversee security measures in the area, rather than relying on external powers to intervene. This stance reflects a strong commitment to regional autonomy and control over local maritime concerns. India has generally expressed its support for this particular stance. In addition to what has already been mentioned, it is important to take into account two additional factors. Firstly, nations in Southeast Asia are actively seeking alternatives to the overwhelming influence exerted by China. This desire for diversification in partnerships and alliances stems from a need to enhance their sovereignty and ensure greater regional stability. Secondly, there exists a significant concern that they may find themselves inadvertently entangled in the ongoing tensions between India and China. This apprehension stems from the complex geopolitical dynamics at play in the region, which many fear could lead to undesirable consequences for those involved. Fortunately, various frameworks and initiatives aimed at fostering confidence and collaboration have already been established. One prominent example is the Milan exercises, which are sponsored by India and typically take place every 2 years. These exercises bring together nations from ASEAN, along with participants from Australia, New Zealand, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Additionally, India's involvement in the ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, further underscores its commitment to regional cooperation. Moreover, India is also an active participant in the Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia, commonly referred to as RCAAP. These multifaceted efforts collectively contribute to strengthening ties and enhancing security across the region. In addition to more formal diplomatic discussions, various informal and Track 2 dialogues play a significant role in regional security conversations. One notable example is the Shangri-La Dialogue, an event organized by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, which is headquartered in London. Another important platform for dialogue is the Council for Security Cooperation in the Asia-Pacific, CSCAP. These gatherings provide essential opportunities for officials, experts, and stakeholders to engage in discussions concerning security and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region, fostering connections and understanding beyond official channels. The increasing military partnerships between India and its neighboring nations have fostered a greater sense of mutual understanding and comfort among them. As these bilateral ties expand, India is not only enhancing its defense collaboration but also establishing stronger diplomatic relationships with the countries in the region. This development has contributed to a more secure and cooperative environment, allowing for smoother interactions and trust building between India and its regional counterparts. India actively engages in regular joint exercises with Singapore across naval, military, and air domains. Furthermore, it collaborates with Thailand and Indonesia to conduct synchronized patrols along the international maritime boundaries. This multifaceted approach not only strengthens bilateral ties but also enhances regional security and operational readiness in the maritime sphere. These elements form essential parts of India's maritime strategy in the eastern region. India's naval presence in the Western maritime domain is notably limited, especially considering the various challenges and threats that are likely to be more pronounced in that region. This lack of a substantial naval force poses concerns, given the complexities of maritime security and geopolitical tensions that exist to the west of the country. The need for a stronger naval strategy in these waters has become increasingly urgent as a means to address potential risks and safeguard national interests effectively. The United States Navy maintains a significant and unparalleled presence in this area, showcasing its extensive dominance and influence. The United States has shown a hesitance to include India in conversations concerning security in the Gulf region. This reluctance extends beyond mere dialogue, as Washington seems disinclined to engage India in the practical measures necessary to safeguard the area's stability and safety. The designation of India under the Pacific Command, PACOM, rather than the Central Command, CENTCOM, of the United States Navy carries significant meaning, both symbolically and substantively. While CENTCOM oversees operations within the Persian Gulf region and includes Pakistan, India's alignment with PACOM indicates a strategic pivot and a broader focus on the Indo-Pacific region. This organizational choice reflects India's growing importance in global maritime security and emphasizes the shifting dynamics in international relations, showcasing its active role in the evolving geopolitical landscape. The implications of this classification reveal much about the United States' priorities and commitments toward fostering collaborative security frameworks with India, underscoring the importance of partnerships in addressing regional challenges. India holds significant stakes in the Persian Gulf area, primarily due to its dependence on energy resources and the presence of a large Indian diaspora in the region. However, it does not actively participate in the security frameworks established in this area, such as the Combined Task Force, CTF-150. This task force was created at the behest of the United States in response to the declaration of the Global War on Terror that followed the September 11 attacks. Despite India's interests, its lack of involvement in regional security collaborations highlights a complex dynamic that continues to evolve. The Combined Task Force, CTF, comprises a coalition of naval vessels primarily sourced from NATO's Western allies, which include countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Italy. In addition to these nations, the CTF also incorporates naval forces from Australia, New Zealand, and Pakistan, enhancing the diversity and operational capacity of this multinational maritime collaboration. Interestingly, the safety and security of this particular area are often perceived as issues that are relevant solely to powers located outside the region. Local entities seem to be overlooked in discussions surrounding these matters, leading to a narrow view that emphasizes the role of external influences rather than recognizing the potential impacts and responsibilities of the regional stakeholders themselves. This perspective raises questions about the involvement of local nations in securing their own environments and suggests a disconnect between regional security dynamics and the interests of those outside the area. India has conducted the highest frequency of military drills in the Indian Ocean alongside Western nations, particularly the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. However, it is still ambiguous what benefits, if any, arise from this extensive collaboration and engagement in military exercises. As these operations evolve, the strategic implications and advantages that could potentially come from such partnerships are yet to be clearly defined or understood. It is undeniable that the United States holds the position of being the leading naval force in the world, which ensures its ongoing significant impact on the dynamics of the Indian Ocean region. In light of this reality, it becomes essential for India to thoughtfully consider its perspective towards the US's presence and strategies within this area. Therefore, India must develop and express its stance with both clarity and future-oriented insights to effectively navigate this crucial geopolitical landscape. No other naval force in the world can rival the might of the United States Navy when considering the overall capabilities and resources at its disposal. The collective power of all other nations' navies pales in comparison to what the U.S. has achieved in terms of technology, manpower, and global presence. The strategic necessity for India to strengthen its ties with the United States serves as a foundation for the long-standing collaboration between the Indian Navy and the U.S. Navy. Since their inception in 1992, the Malabar exercises have been a key component of this partnership, allowing both naval forces to enhance their interoperability and share best practices in maritime operations. The ongoing commitment to these joint exercises underscores the importance that India places on fostering a robust military relationship with the U.S., particularly in the context of regional security dynamics. Concurrently, it is essential for India to thoroughly evaluate and understand the United States' overarching strategic perspective regarding its relationship with India in the long run. This assessment will allow India to better align its own policies and strategies with the expectations and goals of the U.S., ensuring a more effective and fruitful partnership moving forward. There are a multitude of inquiries that require our attention and exploration. Could India find itself once more under significant external pressure reminiscent of the influence exerted during the 1971 deployment of the USS Enterprise in the Bay of Bengal, or the intelligence-gathering operations conducted by American aircraft from Diego Garcia? The strategic implications for India become particularly crucial if Pakistan continues to occupy a prominent position in the United States' geopolitical strategy. Reflecting on the India-Sri Lanka Accord established in 1987, one must consider whether the underlying causes that prompted that agreement, such as the establishment of a Voice of America transmitter in northern Sri Lanka and the potential leasing of Trincomalee Port, which boasts a strategic deep-water harbor, to U.S. interests, are still relevant in today's geopolitical landscape. In light of historical precedents showcasing the pressures the U.S. has applied on India through maneuvers in the Indian Ocean, India may take considerable time, if it ever does, to regard the United States as a truly benign power. The interplay of these factors reveals a complex relationship that India must navigate carefully, weighing its regional sovereignty against external influences. As India maps out its future trajectory, it is important to contemplate the possibility that in 10 to 20 years, sustained growth rates of 8 to 9% per annum could elevate India into a position where it might be viewed with concern by the United States, similar to the current perception of China. This scenario warrants careful examination and strategic planning, as India's economic expansion could impact geopolitical dynamics globally, necessitating increased attention and response from major world powers. The implications of such growth are profound and could redefine international relations, particularly for the U.S., prompting a re-evaluation of alliances and strategies in the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. Has there been a shift in India's strategic outlook? It appears that India has become more accommodating towards Sri Lanka hosting various foreign military forces. In the realm of international relations, realism suggests that a nation should focus primarily on the capabilities of others, as intentions can be fluid and unpredictable. Therefore, it seems important for India to reassess its stance in light of this evolving scenario in the region. In the current geopolitical landscape, there appears to be a convergence of tactical interests between nations. However, a deeper question arises: do these nations also share a long-term strategic alignment? It's crucial to analyze the specific security interests that they have in common, and determine whether these shared objectives outweigh the existing differences between them. Additionally, one must consider the role of the United States in assisting India to safeguard its national interests. To achieve a mutually beneficial relationship, India must ideally cultivate a supportive stance from the United States. Conversely, the U.S. also stands to gain from fostering a constructive relationship with India. This need for collaboration becomes even more significant when considering the future geopolitical scenario. In the coming years, India might emerge as one of the few global powers possessing sea-based nuclear capabilities in the Indian Ocean. Therefore, both nations would benefit from establishing a cooperative and friendly dynamic to navigate the complexities of this evolving strategic environment. The absence of ratification by the United States Senate for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, conveys a troubling signal in its own right. This decision not only reflects the U.S.'s stance on international maritime law but also raises concerns about its commitment to global governance and cooperation in managing the world's oceans. The implications of this non-ratification could affect international relations and maritime practices, potentially hindering collaborative efforts to address pressing issues like maritime security and environmental protection. The situation holds significant importance for India, as it seems that the United States and India possess contrasting perspectives regarding the concept of freedom of navigation on the world's oceans. This divergence in viewpoints could potentially influence diplomatic relations and maritime strategies between the two nations. India must take into account the stance adopted by Russia as it navigates its diplomatic and strategic decisions. Understanding Russia's perspective will be crucial for India in formulating an effective approach to international relations and alliances. It is an undeniable fact that India's naval capabilities have fundamentally developed with significant support from Russian and Soviet technologies. This history of collaboration has led to a reliance on Russia for essential spare parts and maintenance services. As a result, India's maritime strength has not only been shaped by domestic efforts but has also been heavily influenced by the expertise and resources provided by Russia over the years. Highly specialized maritime assets, such as nuclear-powered submarines and aircraft carriers, are currently under development and refinement. These advanced pieces of military hardware represent significant advancements in naval technology and are considered essential components of modern defense strategies. A close partnership between India's naval strategies and those of the United States could create unease for Russia, particularly given the rising strategic tensions between the US and Russia. This development occurs at a time when geopolitical dynamics are increasingly complex, and such alignment may be perceived by Russia as a challenge to its influence and interests in the region. As these two powerful nations strengthen their naval collaboration, the implications for Russia's position in the global balance of power may be significant, leading to potential friction in diplomatic relations. Since the year 2003, India has consistently engaged in joint naval drills with the Russian Navy, and this ongoing collaboration is undoubtedly a positive development for both nations. These exercises not only enhance naval coordination but also strengthen the defense ties between India and Russia, showcasing their commitment to mutual security and regional stability. Recognizing the importance of enhancing its involvement in Indian Ocean affairs, India made a significant move by organizing the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, ONS, in February 2008. This initiative brought together naval leaders from approximately 30 coastal nations surrounding the Indian Ocean. The symposium served as a valuable platform for discussing maritime security and fostering collaboration among the participating countries, highlighting India's commitment to being a proactive presence in the region. IONS was established with the goal of creating a platform for dialogue where stakeholders could address and deliberate on matters pertaining to maritime security. This initiative seeks to foster a shared understanding among participants, which would ultimately lead to the development of a thorough and collaborative framework focused on enhancing maritime security. By bringing together various resources, building capacity, and facilitating the exchange of relevant information, IONS aims to strengthen collective efforts in tackling security challenges at sea. Nevertheless, there is still significant work that needs to be undertaken in India, particularly regarding the distribution of resources as well as developing institutional frameworks. These frameworks would enhance the coordination and integration of India's diverse maritime interests, which are complex and multifaceted. Addressing these challenges is essential for effectively managing and optimizing India's maritime strategies and objectives. The establishment of a maritime commission could be highly beneficial, similar to what has been accomplished with the Atomic Energy Commission and the Space Commission. Such an organization would enhance collaboration among various stakeholders involved in maritime affairs. By promoting improved communication and resource sharing, this commission could address pressing maritime challenges more effectively and ensure that interests are aligned across different sectors. This strategic initiative has the potential to foster a more cohesive approach to managing maritime resources and addressing issues that impact our oceans and waterways. The collaboration in defense with other nations serves as a clear example of the strong connection that exists between India's approach to foreign relations and its strategies regarding national defense. This synergy highlights how initiatives in one area often influence and enhance the other, demonstrating a cohesive strategy that aims to bolster both diplomatic ties and security measures on the global stage. When it comes to bilateral relationships between nations, military cooperation and defense collaborations represent one of the most delicate and sensitive components. The intricacies involved in such partnerships can significantly influence diplomatic ties, making defense cooperation a pivotal factor in how countries interact with one another. Inherently, it necessitates a foundation of trust, mutual confidence, and a shared understanding among the participating partners. Additionally, it requires that their strategic goals align closely with one another. This synergy is critical for fostering productive collaboration and achieving desired outcomes. As a result, a strong and productive political relationship serves as the foundation for this situation, rather than being a consequence of it. This dynamic indicates that the quality of the relationship plays a pivotal role in shaping the outcomes we observe, emphasizing that the positive interactions between the parties involved are at the core of the development. Defense collaboration encompasses various activities such as training personnel, acquiring or supplying military equipment, engaging in joint exercises, and conducting coordinated operations. This type of cooperation should ideally be aligned with a nation's broader foreign policy objectives. For instance, India has fostered a strong and enduring defense partnership with Russia, rooted in mutual interests and historical ties. In contrast, its defense relations with Pakistan and China remain minimal and contentious, reflecting divergent geopolitical dynamics and strategic considerations. Nestled between these two extremes lies a vast array of nuances that embody a spectrum of complexities. Rather than adhering strictly to a black-and-white viewpoint, one can find countless subtle variations and intermediary stages that reflect a multitude of perspectives. Following years marked by skepticism and caution, the relationship between India and the United States is currently experiencing a significant acceleration in military collaboration. This development is noteworthy, especially considering that, within India itself, there remains a lack of political agreement regarding the nature of a strategic partnership with the United States. In August 2008, the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government took a significant step by joining the multinational Red Flag air exercises for the very first time. This participation indicates a clear alignment with the strategic viewpoints held by the United States and its allied nations. By engaging in such cooperative military drills, the UPA has not only showcased its commitment to international defense collaboration but has also reinforced its stance on shared security interests with these countries. This move marks an important moment in India's defense diplomacy, reflecting a deeper integration into global security frameworks. There are significant discussions surrounding the prudence of India's decision to integrate its military strategies and operational frameworks closely with those of the United States. This is particularly pertinent given India's substantial reliance on military hardware sourced from Russia. The complexities of this relationship raise questions about how beneficial it can be for India to align its defense systems with those of the U.S., especially considering the reluctance on the part of the U.S. to fully share certain critical technologies and resources with India. Thus, the ongoing debate highlights the delicate balance India must navigate in forging closer military ties while remaining dependent on its existing Russian alliances. Defensive technologies and systems designed for warfare. India, being a significant purchaser of defense equipment, holds a strategic position that empowers it to maximize the value of its substantial defense acquisitions. These high-value purchases should not merely serve as direct offsets in defense agreements, but should also be utilized as a bargaining chip to negotiate concessions on a variety of related issues. By leveraging these transactions, India can enhance its strategic advantages and secure favorable outcomes in negotiations that extend beyond the realm of defense. This multifaceted approach could lead to improved terms in trade, technology transfer, and cooperative initiatives with defense partners. While overarching foreign policy plays a fundamental role in shaping defense relations between nations, it is essential to note that defense diplomacy significantly contributes to reinforcing these bilateral connections. This is largely due to the fact that such diplomacy fosters important relationships within the vital area of security collaboration. By engaging in defense diplomacy, countries can establish deeper ties and mutual understanding, creating a framework that not only supports national interests but also enhances security cooperation on various levels. Ultimately, these interactions lay the groundwork for a more solidified partnership in addressing shared challenges in the realm of defense and security. In certain situations, it complements and enhances economic interactions. India's relationship with the ASEAN nations began primarily as an economic partnership focused on trade and investment. However, in recent years, particularly over the past 5 years, there has been a noticeable evolution in this relationship. The defense sector has become increasingly prominent, enhancing and reinforcing the economic and political dimensions of India's interactions with ASEAN. This shift not only signifies a diversification of the relationship but also highlights India's commitment to regional stability and security, as it seeks to cultivate a comprehensive and robust partnership with these Southeast Asian countries. In certain scenarios, such as the one involving Russia, significant collaboration in the realm of defense is crucial for maintaining a strong and cohesive bilateral relationship between the nations. The interdependence fostered by this partnership is essential for ensuring a stable and constructive interaction, underscoring its importance beyond just military considerations. Another illustration of this situation can be seen in the case of Israel. Over the years, India's increasing reliance on Israeli defense technology and military supplies has begun to subtly influence India's diplomatic stance on certain political matters. Specifically, issues surrounding Palestine, which hold significant importance for Israel, may inadvertently face India's moderation, as the nation navigates its defense relationship with Israel. This dynamic emphasizes the complexities of international relations, where strategic partnerships can often lead to unspoken pressures in political discourse. The defense strategy of India is intricately linked with its foreign relations approach. The two aspects of policy significantly influence one another, highlighting the interconnectedness of national security and international diplomacy in the country's governance. The concepts of defense and diplomacy are intricately intertwined, representing two complementary aspects of international relations. One can think of them as different facets of a singular strategy, each playing a crucial role in maintaining national security and fostering peaceful interactions with other nations. In both scenarios, the primary objective remains consistent: to safeguard India's unity, uphold its territorial integrity, and protect its sovereignty against external threats. The approaches taken to achieve this goal may differ, but the underlying purpose remains unchanged. It is essential to explore various strategies and methods that ensure the nation's defense while remaining focused on this core principle. To achieve effective diplomatic efforts, it is essential for India's foreign policy strategists to possess a comprehensive understanding of both the nation's military strengths and the military capabilities of its rivals. This awareness will equip them to navigate international relations more adeptly and formulate strategies that safeguard national interests while promoting peace and cooperation. An in-depth knowledge of the defense landscape will not only inform diplomatic negotiations but will also help in anticipating potential threats and responding to geopolitical shifts with greater confidence. It is essential for individuals in positions of influence to grasp the mindset and strategies employed by the military. This understanding is particularly crucial, as the military often serves as the final option for nations when addressing conflicts and crises. Moreover, in numerous countries, the military does not merely function as a protective force, it also plays a significant role in shaping political dynamics, whether through direct involvement or subtle influence. Recognizing this dual capacity of the military is vital for anyone engaged in governmental or diplomatic affairs. To effectively further its interests, India would significantly benefit from enhancing the collaboration and dialogue between its defense and foreign policy sectors. Strengthening the synergy between these two critical areas will enable a more cohesive approach to national security and international relations, ensuring that they work hand in hand for optimal results. It is only through this integration that India can effectively align its diplomatic efforts with its military capabilities, ensuring a well-coordinated approach to its international relations and national defense. This synergy will allow India to navigate complex geopolitical challenges more efficiently and enhance its standing on the global stage. Chapter 14: Cultural Heritage and Institutional Foundations. While the roots of Indian civilization traced back thousands of years, the concept of the Indian nation, as it is recognized today, is relatively modern. It is somewhat paradoxical that the period of colonial rule in India played a significant role in shaping the concept of India as a modern nation-state. The educational reforms implemented by Thomas Babington Macaulay were designed with a specific objective in mind: to cultivate an Indian elite class. This newly formed class, distanced from the profound and vibrant heritage of their own culture and historical accomplishments, was meant to pledge their allegiance to the British Empire and serve its interests. As a result, the very experience of subjugation and the attempts to impose a Western education system led to a rethinking of Indian identity and unity, ultimately contributing to the emergence of a concept of modern nationalism in the country. Macaulay's approach proved to be successful, potentially surpassing his original expectations. His plans not only achieved their intended goals but also exhibited unforeseen levels of effectiveness that may have exceeded what he had initially anticipated. One of the unexpected results of educating the Indian population was the emergence of a strong sense of Indian nationalism. As individuals gained knowledge and awareness, they began to recognize their shared identity and cultural heritage, fostering a collective desire for self-determination and independence. This newfound consciousness among the educated classes played a significant role in shaping the political landscape of India, leading to a movement that sought to unite people against colonial rule and assert their rights as a nation. The privileged class in India, whose education was heavily influenced by Western ideals, found motivation in the powerful concepts of nationalism, communism, and socialism. These ideologies were gaining significant traction throughout Europe during the latter part of the 19th century and the early decades of the 20th century. The interplay of these influential thoughts not only shaped the political landscape of Europe but also resonated deeply within Indian intellectual circles, prompting a movement toward reform and transformation in their own society. The rise of fascism in countries such as Germany and Italy served as significant cautionary tales, highlighting the dangers of totalitarian regimes. These historical events underscore the need for vigilance and awareness regarding the potential for authoritarian movements to gain traction. The impact of Jawaharlal Nehru and Mahatma Gandhi on India's international relations is profound and significant. As the inaugural Prime Minister and also serving as the Minister of External Affairs, Nehru was instrumental in defining the contours of India's foreign policy. His vision and leadership established a framework that would guide the nation in its dealings with other countries, emphasizing principles such as non-alignment and peaceful coexistence. This approach was influenced by Gandhi's ideals of peace and non-violence, which served as moral compass for India's stance in global matters. Together, Nehru and Gandhi laid down the foundational principles that would govern India's interactions on the world stage, ensuring that the newly independent nation would carve out its own identity in international affairs. Among the first generation of leaders in independent India, Nehru possessed a rare combination of historical insight and expertise in international relations that set him apart. His deep understanding of history, coupled with his extensive knowledge of global affairs, distinguished him from his contemporaries and made him an exceptional figure in shaping the nation's policies and direction. Having received a comprehensive education in the West, along with direct exposure to various European political movements and their respective trends, he found his worldview significantly shaped by these experiences. This rich background not only enriched his understanding of diverse political contexts but also provided him with a solid foundation in international relations and foreign policy, enabling him to navigate complex global issues with greater insight and nuance. Long before India attained its independence, he engaged in profound contemplation regarding significant aspects of foreign policy. He developed a well-defined and insightful vision for the future of an autonomous India, demonstrating his remarkable foresight and understanding of the complexities that would shape the nation's global interactions. Given the circumstances, it was entirely expected that his concepts and theories would serve as essential resources and direction for shaping India's foreign relations following the country's emergence as an independent nation. His insights played a pivotal role in informing the strategies and principles that would guide India's interactions with the rest of the world during this significant transition. The impact of Mahatma Gandhi's philosophies and ideas on India's foreign policy is considerable yet often overlooked. His thoughts on nonviolence, peace, and international cooperation played an essential role, working in tandem with the perspectives of leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru. While Nehru's vision is frequently highlighted, it is crucial to recognize how Gandhi's principles laid the foundation for India's approach to global relations and diplomacy, shaping the nation's stance on key issues in ways that continue to resonate today. At the heart of Gandhi's philosophical framework lie several fundamental principles that shaped his worldview and approach to social and political issues. Central to his beliefs is the unwavering commitment to nonviolence, a principle that not only pertains to physical actions but also extends to thoughts and words. Gandhi emphasized the necessity of incorporating a moral compass in the interactions between individuals and nations alike, advocating for ethical conduct in all matters of human relationship. Additionally, he introduced the concept of satyagraha, which can be understood as a powerful and active pursuit of truth. This idea embodies the principles of compassion and justice, urging individuals to stand firmly for what is right while maintaining respect for the dignity of all beings. In essence, Gandhi's philosophy encourages a holistic approach to conflict resolution that prioritizes empathy and ethical integrity in the quest for societal progress and harmony. The philosophical outlook of Gandhi was profoundly shaped by the rich tapestry of moral and ethical principles found in ancient Indian texts, particularly those encapsulated in revered scriptures such as the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Additionally, the teachings of Lord Buddha played a significant role in molding his views. These sacred writings and teachings provided Gandhi with a framework for understanding justice, nonviolence, and compassion, which he integrated into his vision for social and political change. His approach was not only a reflection of these historical sources but also a response to the moral dilemmas faced by society in his time. From a broader perspective encompassing both conceptual and intellectual dimensions, India's quest for independence extended beyond merely securing liberation from British colonialism. It was integral to a larger tapestry of global efforts aimed at opposing colonial domination. This fight for autonomy mirrored similar struggles taking place across the world, illustrating a collective aspiration for self-determination and justice among nations grappling with imperialist forces. Thus, India's independence movement can be viewed as a significant chapter in the comprehensive narrative of anti-colonial resistance that transcended geographical boundaries. The international dimension of India's struggle for independence was significantly influenced by Mahatma Gandhi's personal experiences with racial discrimination during his time in South Africa. These encounters had a profound impact not only on him but also on the leadership of the Indian National Congress. They began to recognize that their quest for sovereignty was interconnected with the fight for freedom faced by oppressed populations around the globe under colonial domination. This realization fostered a sense of solidarity that transcended national borders, emphasizing that the liberation of India was part and parcel of a broader global movement against imperialism and injustice. From the outset, it is quite understandable that India's approach to foreign policy has always extended beyond its immediate national interests. The considerations of India's diplomatic strategies have included a significant focus on the effects and repercussions on other colonized nations within Asia and Africa. This broader perspective reflects a keen awareness of the interconnectedness of global affairs and the importance of solidarity among nations facing similar challenges. In the initial decades following its independence, India established a foreign policy that was marked by several key principles. Foremost among these was the concept of non-alignment, which allowed the nation the freedom to pursue an independent stance in global affairs. This meant that India could engage with various countries based on the merits of individual issues rather than being tied to the agendas of major power blocs. Additionally, India sought to provide moral, diplomatic, and economic support to countries grappling with colonialism, racial injustice, apartheid, and various other discriminatory practices. Another core tenet of India's foreign approach was a commitment to non-violence, which was deeply influenced by the philosophical teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. Coupled with this was an emphasis on nuclear disarmament, highlighting India's perspective on global security and peace. India also envisioned itself as a facilitator of international peace, striving to mediate conflicts and promote cooperation among nations. Through these foundational aspects, India aimed to carve out a distinct role for itself on the world stage, championing justice and equality for oppressed peoples while maintaining its sovereignty in foreign relations. India's stance regarding global matters has been shaped by a distinct combination of ethical conviction and bravery. This unwavering approach has not only garnered respect and admiration from many nations but has also positioned India as a prominent leader among developing countries. As a result, India exerts a level of influence in international affairs that often surpasses what one might expect based solely on its actual economic and political power. Its moral authority and courageous positions have allowed it to play a significant role on the world stage, earning it recognition and a certain degree of authority that reinforces its diplomatic relationships. Concurrently, India's tendency to adopt a moral high ground, along with its air of self-importance and a sense of moral superiority, has become a source of irritation for many Western nations. This posturing not only reflects India's ambitions on the global stage but also raises eyebrows among countries that view such an attitude as condescending and somewhat out of touch with the complexities of international relations. India's foreign policy has significantly benefited from adopting an internationalist viewpoint, effectively advancing the nation's overarching objectives and goals on the global stage. This approach has allowed India to engage constructively with various countries, facilitating partnerships that align with its long-term interests and aspirations. By embracing internationalism, India has been able to navigate the complexities of global relations while promoting its own strategic aims. The question of whether India could have remained a united, sovereign, and independent nation if it had undergone decolonization in isolation is a complex one. There is no doubt that the global wave of anti-colonial and anti-racist movements significantly strengthened India's struggle for independence. The emergence of numerous independent nations during this time fortified India's position and provided momentum to its own quest for freedom from colonial rule. The interconnectedness of these movements across the globe played a crucial role in amplifying the voices calling for sovereignty, making it difficult for colonial powers to maintain their grip on multiple nations simultaneously. Hence, while India had the potential to pursue independence on its own, the collective rise of many nations fighting against colonial oppression undeniably contributed to the success of India's fight for self-governance and unity. Gandhi played a pivotal role in instilling a sense of pride and self-worth among the citizens of India. This newfound confidence empowered the nation, enabling it to adopt an independent stance in its foreign relations. Rather than yielding to the pressures exerted by the competing superpowers during the Cold War, India was able to maintain its sovereignty and autonomy, charting a course that aligned with its own values and interests. The moral fortitude that Gandhi fostered laid the groundwork for a foreign policy that was not only assertive but also reflective of the aspirations of a newly independent nation. This approach has proven to be advantageous for India. For more than 60 years, this characteristic has been a fundamental aspect of India's approach to international relations. It has persistently shaped the way India interacts with other nations and has been integral to its diplomatic engagements on the global stage. The belief that India should pursue an independent foreign policy is so ingrained and prevalent within society that no Indian government can publicly advocate for a shift in this stance. This strong conviction reflects a deep-seated consensus among the populace about the merits of maintaining autonomy in international relations. As a result, any attempts to alter this established approach would likely meet significant resistance, highlighting the importance of this principle in India's diplomatic affairs. The foreign policy framework and practices of India are deeply influenced by the vision and leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru. As the first Prime Minister of India, he played a pivotal role in shaping the country's international relations during the initial 17 years following its independence. His ideas and approaches not only laid the groundwork for India's engagement with the world but also established enduring traditions that continue to resonate within India's foreign policy institutions today. Nehru's strategies and ideologies have left an indelible mark on how India interacts with other nations, reflecting his profound impact on the country's diplomatic endeavors. Equally significant is the influence he had in mentoring and motivating a whole generation of Indian diplomats. Their contributions were pivotal in defining and steering India's foreign policy throughout the latter half of the 20th century. His guidance not only equipped them with the necessary skills but also instilled a sense of purpose that guided their diplomatic endeavors during a crucial period in India's international relations. During the tenure of Jawaharlal Nehru, India made significant strides in asserting its presence and influence on the global arena. Nehru's leadership marked a pivotal period where the nation confidently engaged with the international community, showcasing its ambitions and values on various fronts. Its commanding voice has become a hallmark at significant global events and conferences, where it resonates powerfully among attendees. In the realm of India's foreign relations, the practice of multilateral diplomacy has garnered a certain prestige and recognition that often eludes the more traditional form of bilateral diplomacy. This distinction emphasizes the importance and influence that multilateral approaches have in shaping India's interactions on the global stage, as opposed to the more straightforward, one-on-one negotiations that characterize bilateral engagements. Such an observation highlights how India's diplomatic strategies favor collaborative efforts with multiple states, thereby elevating multilateralism in their diplomatic culture. Indian diplomats have developed a strong proficiency in negotiating and finding middle ground rather than engaging in aggressive tactics to safeguard and advance the nation's interests. Their skill lies in the art of compromise, allowing them to navigate complex international relations while ensuring that India's priorities are effectively represented and addressed. Diplomats often prioritize the artful crafting of their written statements over achieving meaningful results in their negotiations. Instead of focusing on the core issues at hand, they tended to concentrate on the stylistic and polished language of the documents, which sometimes overshadowed the importance of the actual agreements being made. This tendency to emphasize eloquence had a significant impact on the effectiveness of the discussions, as the underlying goals might be overlooked in favor of creating appealing phrasing. The approach to foreign policy adopted by Nehru was distinctly individualized and personal in nature. He continued to serve as his own Minister of External Affairs, engaging directly with the officials working within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. At the forefront of this important governmental body was the newly established and distinctive role of Secretary General, which marked a significant evolution in the structure of the ministry. This strategy allowed him to maintain a close relationship with key officials and ensure that diplomatic initiatives were closely aligned with his vision for international relations. The collective impact of the cabinet on foreign policy has been rather minimal. Its members, while holding important positions, have not played a significant role in shaping the country's international relations and decisions. Instead, foreign policy has often been dominated by a select few individuals or specific departments that take precedence over the broader collective. This situation indicates that, rather than working cohesively as a powerful body, the cabinet's influence in the realm of foreign affairs has been limited. Only one individual, the Defense Minister Krishna Menon, took on the responsibility of assisting Prime Minister Nehru in navigating the complexities of foreign and defense policy. His collaboration was essential in shaping the strategic direction of the nation during that time. During the early stages of the Indian Foreign Service, the nation faced a significant challenge. At that time, there was a distinct lack of seasoned and skilled diplomats available to provide counsel to Jawaharlal Nehru. Despite Nehru's wide-ranging political engagements and interactions on the global stage, his diplomatic demeanor tended to be more about explaining India's position and urging others to understand it, rather than encouraging a dialogue that welcomed differing viewpoints. This reflected a somewhat closed-minded approach, lacking the flexibility often necessary in the realm of international relations. The various forms of communication that he engaged in, including speeches delivered in Parliament, correspondence directed towards chief ministers, and remarks made during his international trips as well as during visits from foreign dignitaries, were often extensive and meandering. These communications seamlessly blended a wealth of practical insights with deep theoretical reflections and philosophical considerations, showcasing his ability to weave together practical knowledge and abstract thought. There were moments when he displayed a certain innocence and an unrealistic outlook on various situations. His perspective often lacked the practicality that is typically expected, leading him to see the world through a lens of optimism that didn't always align with reality. Had the ideologies and philosophies espoused by influential figures such as Bhagat Singh, Veer Savarkar, Subhash Chandra Bose, and even Sardar Patel wielded more power in shaping India's foreign policy, traditionally guided by the principles of Gandhi and Nehru, one could reasonably surmise that the nation's diplomatic approach would have been significantly more pragmatic. The infusion of their revolutionary thoughts could have steered India towards a more realistic and strategic engagement in the global arena, emphasizing tangible interests over idealistic aspirations. One of the lasting contributions of Jawaharlal Nehru to India is his unique approach to foreign diplomacy. His personalized style in handling international relations has had a significant impact and continues to influence the country's interactions on the global stage. Nehru's relationships with numerous global leaders were, without a doubt, authentic and, at times, quite productive. However, this strong personal diplomacy came at a cost, as it often led to a neglect of establishing robust institutions necessary for effectively managing foreign policy. As a result, while personal connections may have facilitated some diplomatic efforts, the lack of proper institutional support hampered the overall coordination and execution of India's foreign relations during his tenure. In a similar vein, leaders of India in the years that followed have also sought to shape the country's foreign policy through a personalized approach. This strategy reflects their individual styles and philosophies, allowing them to navigate the complexities of international relations in a manner that resonates with their personal vision for the nation. Even now, Indian political figures continue to indulge in the illusion that their achievements in foreign policy, whether they are genuine triumphs or merely figments of their imagination, can largely be attributed to an extraordinary, personal connection they believe to have with their counterparts in other nations. This deep-seated belief leads them to overlook the complexities and multifaceted nature of international relations, attributing their diplomatic victories to seemingly charismatic relationships rather than the strategic planning and negotiation skills that underlie effective diplomacy. Following the era of Jawaharlal Nehru, the evolution of India's foreign policy underwent significant changes, yet during his brief tenure, Lal Bahadur Shastri did not have sufficient time to implement substantial advancements in the frameworks governing foreign policy institutions. His term in office was notably limited, preventing him from making any impactful contributions to the establishment or refinement of these crucial diplomatic structures. As a result, the post-Nehru landscape in India's foreign relations continued to be shaped more by the legacies of his predecessor than by any new initiatives championed by Shastri. Indira Gandhi maintained the individualized political style that her father had established, while simultaneously weakening the already fragile foreign policy institutions that had come to her as part of her inheritance. Her tenure saw a shift that, although aligned with her father's vision, raised questions about the durability and effectiveness of the diplomatic frameworks that were in place during her administration. This duality of continuing a personalized governance approach while eroding institutional strength drew mixed reactions and left a lasting impact on India's foreign relations during her time in power. Her methodology was shaped by two significant influences: the crisis that unfolded in Bangladesh in 1971 and her vision of a civil service that is dedicated and engaged. The historical events of that period served as a critical backdrop, while her belief in a committed civil service underscored the importance of public servants who are not only skilled but also deeply invested in the welfare of the community and nation. During her tenure, the role of the Prime Minister evolved significantly, emerging as a center of considerable authority and influence. Within the realm of foreign affairs, she maintained a strong grip on decision-making by delegating significant authority to her principal secretary, PN. This arrangement allowed her to effectively manage international relations while relying on PN's expertise and insight. As a result, the administration was able to navigate complex diplomatic challenges with a more streamlined approach. Hoxar, a former member of the Indian Foreign Service, collaborated closely with D.P. Recently appointed as the chairman of a newly established and highly influential policy planning committee within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, there is poised to play a critical role in shaping the strategic direction of India's diplomatic initiatives. Dar took charge of overseeing the operations in Bangladesh and managing diplomatic ties with the Soviet Union, all while circumventing the authority of the current Minister of External Affairs. In the context of the 1972 Shimla Agreement, India faced significant repercussions stemming from a personalized approach to decision-making. During this critical period, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi chose to trust her own instincts and the insights of her inner circle instead of seeking guidance from unbiased professionals with expertise in international negotiations. This inclination ultimately led to a subpar agreement with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. The outcome highlights the risks associated with overlooking objective analysis in favor of personal judgment, which can result in unfavorable agreements that may not serve the nation's long-term interests. The role of the chairman of the Policy Planning Committee was ultimately abolished, but it saw a revival when Indira Gandhi began her second term in office, with G. stepping back into the position. In a recent decision, the position was filled by Parthasarathi, who is recognized as a steadfast supporter. His appointment reflects a commitment to maintaining loyalty within the ranks. Rajiv Gandhi displayed a commanding demeanor in his approach to leadership. His authoritative style left a significant impression on those around him. In the realm of international relations, he tended to favor direct communication and collaboration with the members of his own team, rather than strictly adhering to the traditional institutional frameworks and established hierarchies. This approach allowed him to navigate diplomatic matters with greater flexibility, relying on the insights and expertise of the officials who worked closely with him, rather than conforming to the conventional chain of command that often characterizes governmental operations. Throughout his time in office, the Prime Minister's office gained an unprecedented level of influence and authority. Remarkably, middle-ranking officials found themselves wielding power that surpassed their official roles within the established bureaucratic structure. This shift not only transformed the dynamics of governance but also highlighted how individuals in lesser positions could exert significant control and decision-making capabilities beyond what was typically expected in the political hierarchy. As a result, the balance of power within the government underwent a profound change, reshaping the traditional roles of various officials. On certain occasions, Rajiv Gandhi took on the role of Minister of External Affairs himself. This involvement allowed him to directly engage with international matters and shape India's foreign policy during his tenure. Whenever he failed to fulfill his responsibilities, he took it upon himself to ensure that the current holder of the position remained within the boundaries of acceptable behavior. The significance and functions of the MEA underwent a significant decline, leading to a considerable disruption in its traditional hierarchical structures. This shift resulted in a diminished influence of the organization, as its previously defined roles were compromised and rendered less effective. If RA were to assign significant responsibilities pertaining to foreign policy to the secretary of a ministry, specifically that of information and broadcasting, an area seemingly unrelated to foreign affairs, this could be considered a remarkable and careless decision. However, perhaps the most strikingly reckless action he took, with potentially devastating ramifications for the future, was the abrupt dismissal of the Foreign Secretary in 1987. This public termination not only shocked the political landscape but also highlighted a troubling disregard for the intricacies and importance of foreign relations. Sonia Gandhi, who serves as the chairperson of the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, has actively upheld the long-standing tradition of the Nehru-Gandhi family when it comes to shaping and implementing foreign policy. This approach emphasizes a personal touch in diplomatic relations, reflecting the distinct style that has characterized her predecessors in the family lineage. Through her leadership, she has maintained this tradition, ensuring that India's foreign policy continues to be infused with the values and methodologies established by Jawaharlal Nehru and furthered by other members of her family. The guiding principle among many is unwavering loyalty to the Nehru-Gandhi family. This commitment reflects a deep-seated allegiance that shapes various dynamics and interactions within the political landscape. Such devotion to this prominent lineage often influences decisions and actions, highlighting the significance of their legacy in current affairs. During the era of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, it is quite reasonable to recognize that a number of prominent individuals held the position of heads of mission in key global cities. This practice can be attributed not only to political favoritism but also to a notable shortage of experienced and adequately qualified senior career diplomats who were available to take on such significant roles. The circumstances of that period necessitated a reliance on well-connected public figures to represent the nation on the international stage. Following the tenure of previous prime ministers, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, there was a prevailing trend among them to rely heavily on seasoned diplomatic professionals for key positions in foreign nations. This practice of entrusting critical roles to career diplomats continued throughout their administrations, as they recognized the importance of stability and expertise in managing international relations. The United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government has demonstrated a concerning tendency towards cronyism, which has raised significant alarm among observers. This pattern of favoritism indicates a preferential treatment toward friends and allies, often at the expense of fair competition and accountability. The process of creating foreign policy often faces challenges, particularly regarding how it is institutionalized within a nation. In the context of India, one significant hurdle arises from the necessity for the head of the government, namely the Prime Minister, to engage deeply and personally with matters of international relations. This involvement can complicate the policy-making process as it blurs the lines between formal institutional structures and the individual's perception and approach to foreign affairs. As a result, the Prime Minister's direct engagement can influence the formulation and implementation of foreign policies significantly, often intertwining personal diplomatic preferences with the country's strategic objectives. India's global status has seen a significant enhancement, leading to greater recognition and increased international responsibilities for its Prime Minister. The Prime Minister now finds himself at the forefront of international affairs, showcasing India's evolving role on the global stage. This elevated prominence has not only raised the profile of India's leadership but has also brought with it a range of international obligations and commitments that reflect the nation's growing influence. The dynamic between the Prime Minister and the Minister of External Affairs can be quite complex, especially in situations where the minister holds significant political influence or stature. This relationship requires careful management and consideration, as the minister's strong presence in the political arena can lead to potential power struggles or differences in opinion that may affect their collaboration. Ultimately, the interplay between these two key figures is a crucial aspect of governance that necessitates balance and diplomacy. It is intrinsic to the system that the Prime Minister holds the authority to dictate the scope of autonomy and operational freedom granted to the Minister of External Affairs. This is especially true when the Prime Minister possesses a wealth of experience and an active interest in international relations, as their perspective invariably influences the strategic decisions pertaining to foreign policy. Thus, the Prime Minister serves as a pivotal figure in shaping both the direction and the limitations of the External Affairs Minister's responsibilities and actions in diplomatic matters. In India, there has been a noticeable trend where prime ministers affiliated with the Congress Party tend to wield a stronger influence over foreign policy decisions compared to their counterparts from other political parties. This observation holds true for both those who are members of the Nehru-Gandhi lineage and those who are not. It appears that Congress leaders have often showcased a more assertive and united approach in steering the nation's foreign relations, thereby setting them apart from prime ministers outside their party. Your training encompasses information available until October 2023. In the early 1990s, Narasimha Rao, an individual with prior experience as the Minister of External Affairs, played a pivotal role in shaping the strategic orientation of India's foreign policy. His leadership during this transformative period marked a significant shift in the country's approach to international relations, establishing a clearer and more defined path for India's engagement with the world. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, despite lacking a background in international relations or any evident enthusiasm for foreign policy prior to his role, has exhibited a remarkable degree of assertiveness that has sparked both interest and debate. His notable willingness to engage with complex global issues, often taking bold stances, has positioned him as a significantly influential figure in the sphere of foreign affairs, drawing attention and sometimes criticism from various quarters. This unexpected trajectory in his leadership underscores a nuanced understanding of the intricate dynamics at play in international relations. His unwavering dedication, bordering on obsession, is prominently displayed through his relentless pursuit of the India-US nuclear agreement. In pursuit of this objective, he not only retained the position of Minister of External Affairs for a substantial period of almost a year but also took considerable risks that jeopardized the stability and future of his administration. His commitment to this deal reflects the intensity with which he prioritized it, demonstrating both a fervent focus and a willingness to sacrifice for its success. Despite the appointment of the highly regarded and seasoned Pranab Mukherjee as the Minister of External Affairs, it is important to note that the overarching management of diplomatic relations with the United States still lies primarily in the hands of the Prime Minister. This highlights a distinctive structure within the government, where even the most influential and experienced ministers operate within a framework that ultimately defers to the decisions and oversight of the Prime Minister when it comes to significant international partnerships. Thus, Mukherjee's role, while crucial, is complemented and guided by the broader strategic vision set forth by the head of the government. A notable trend observed in the UPA government has been the substantial impact of individuals and groups that do not hold any official positions within the administration. These external influencers have frequently played a crucial role in shaping decisions and policies, proving their significance beyond the confines of traditional governance. Among those providing crucial backing to the government are the chairperson of the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, as well as various political parties, such as the Left Front and the Samajwadi Party. These entities play a vital role in sustaining the administration's position and implementing its policies. Their support is deemed essential for the government's stability and governance. Conversely, prime ministers who are not affiliated with the Congress Party have generally exhibited a tendency to grant greater flexibility and autonomy to their foreign affairs ministers. While Morarji Desai served as Prime Minister of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee held the significant position of Foreign Minister, where he wielded considerable influence in shaping the country's foreign relations. In a comparable vein, throughout the administrations led by V.P. Singh and H.D. L.K. Devegowda, Gujral skillfully managed the nation's foreign relations. His adept approach to diplomacy and international affairs allowed him to navigate complex geopolitical landscapes with ease. During his tenure as Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee focused primarily on long-term strategic objectives. He recognized that his role did not necessitate micromanaging every detail of foreign relations. Instead, he entrusted External Affairs Ministers Jaswant Singh and Yashwant Sinha with a significant degree of autonomy in shaping and executing the country's foreign policy. According to Vajpayee, the key institutional framework for a prime minister lies in the ability to maintain oversight and authority over his own administration. By empowering his ministers while still keeping an eye on overarching goals, he aimed to ensure that India's international standing was bolstered effectively without being bogged down by minutiae. Since the era of Rajiv Gandhi, there has been a significant transformation in the Prime Minister's Office, PMO, of India, particularly concerning its influence on international relations. The Foreign Affairs Division within the PMO has seen a substantial expansion in both its scope and its authority, allowing it to exert a more pronounced and direct impact on the formulation and implementation of the nation's foreign policy. This evolution marks a shift towards a more centralized approach to managing foreign affairs, highlighting the growing importance of the PMO in shaping India's global interactions. Since 1998, the role of the National Security Advisor, NSA, has evolved significantly, encompassing comprehensive oversight of foreign affairs within the Prime Minister's office. This position grants the NSA unimpeded access to the Prime Minister, allowing for direct communication and coordination on critical national and international issues. The NSA's responsibilities include advising the Prime Minister on a wide array of diplomatic matters, ensuring that the nation's security interests are prioritized in all foreign relations. In addition to his responsibilities, he oversees and manages activities associated with several key sectors, including the Ministries of Defense, Home Affairs, Space Exploration, and Atomic Energy. Furthermore, he plays a crucial role in coordinating efforts across the various intelligence agencies, ensuring that operations are aligned and effective. At present, the Prime Minister is supported in his responsibilities by a team that includes 2 Deputy National Security Advisors. Additionally, there are several Foreign Service officers who are stationed within the Prime Minister's office, contributing their expertise. Furthermore, there is an established and fully operational National Security Council Secretariat, which is dedicated to providing comprehensive assistance on national security matters. Together, these resources and personnel play a crucial role in ensuring that the Prime Minister is well-informed and effectively prepared to address national security challenges. As a result, the NSA, National Security Advisor, has become an influential player in shaping foreign policy decisions, often operating in the shadows. Notably, this influence does not require the individual to possess a deep understanding or specialization in international relations or foreign affairs. Instead, the NSA's role allows for significant input on such matters, impacting the direction of U.S. foreign policy irrespective of their prior experience in the field. The National Security Advisor operates with a distinct advantage when it comes to shaping and overseeing foreign policy. Unlike the Minister of External Affairs, the NSA is not weighed down by the obligations that come with formal procedures, such as necessary meetings with international officials, public engagements, parliamentary duties, or the intricacies of political maneuvering. Additionally, the NSA often possesses access to highly sensitive information pertaining to nuclear affairs, space initiatives, and intelligence operations, knowledge that is typically reserved for the Prime Minister. This unique combination of fewer constraints and specialized insights allows the NSA to dedicate significant time and exert substantial influence over the formulation and management of foreign policy initiatives, giving them a more prominent role than that of the External Affairs Minister. Additionally, he benefits from the fact that he doesn't have to answer to Parliament or the general public. Essentially, his only accountability lies with his political superiors. This lack of oversight grants him a considerable degree of freedom in his actions and decisions. Since the establishment of the National Security Advisor, NSA, position in 1998, a fundamental tension has emerged between the NSA and the Minister of External Affairs. This inherent conflict of interest has surfaced on numerous occasions, revealing the complexities that arise when 2 significant roles in government have overlapping responsibilities but differing priorities. The dynamics between these 2 offices have often led to incidents where their interests may not align, highlighting the challenges faced in coordinating national security and foreign policy effectively. In India, the responsibility for managing the daily affairs of foreign policy typically falls to either the Prime Minister or the Minister of External Affairs. However, the country's political framework includes various institutional mechanisms designed to prevent any haphazard or capricious approach to foreign relations. These institutions play a crucial role in guiding the formulation and execution of foreign policy, ensuring that it is conducted with a sense of consistency and accountability rather than leaving it entirely to the discretion of individual leaders. Both mechanisms operate internally within the government and are facilitated by Parliament. In the realm of government, significant decisions regarding foreign policy are typically reached through extensive discussions held by multiple committees within the cabinet. Among these committees, the Cabinet Committee on Security holds a particularly vital position, especially when it comes to matters pertaining to international relations and foreign affairs. This committee plays a crucial role in shaping the direction of the country's foreign policy by evaluating various security implications and strategic considerations. The committee, which is under the leadership of the Prime Minister, comprises several key officials. Among its members are the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of External Affairs, the Minister of Finance, as well as the National Security Advisor, NSA. Each of these individuals plays a crucial role in the functioning of the committee, contributing their expertise to ensure effective governance and strategic decision-making. Consensus is typically the foundation for decision-making processes, and in reality, the Prime Minister frequently has the ability to guide the discussions towards his preferred conclusions. This influence allows for outcomes that lean in favor of his objectives, as he knows how to navigate the dynamics of these gatherings effectively. In instances where it is essential to engage in a broader range of political discussions, such matters may be directed to the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs. If the situation requires it, these issues can also be escalated to the entire cabinet for further consideration and deliberation. This approach ensures that a comprehensive and collaborative effort is made in addressing important political concerns. When faced with a particularly complex issue, the Prime Minister has the option to establish a more focused and informal group, often referred to as a group of ministers. This smaller committee can delve deeper into the intricacies of the matter at hand. After conducting a thorough investigation and analysis, they would then provide their findings and recommendations for further consideration by either the Cabinet Committee on Security or the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs. This approach allows for a more detailed examination of challenging topics, ensuring that they are addressed properly before reaching the highest levels of decision-making within the government. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, as well as the Cabinet Committee focused on World Trade Organization, WTO, matters, often engages in discussions related to foreign policy that carry significant economic implications. However, a notable challenge arises from the fact that the Minister of External Affairs does not consistently hold a position within these critical cabinet committees. This absence can lead to a disconnect between the economic considerations being evaluated and the broader diplomatic strategy that the minister is responsible for overseeing. In 2005, the Government of India recognized the need for a structured approach to tackle complex and often contentious issues related to its economic interactions with other nations, particularly in the realms of free trade agreements, FTAs, and negotiations with the World Trade Organization, WTO. To facilitate a more harmonious decision-making process among crucial stakeholders, the government established the Trade and Economic Relations Committee, commonly known as TRC. This committee comprises high-ranking officials, including the ministers responsible for external affairs, finance, and commerce and industry. Additionally, it includes significant figures such as the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission, the Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council, and the Chairman of the National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council. By bringing these key players together, the TRC aims to foster collaboration and expedite resolutions on matters that are vital to India's economic strategy and international relations. On an occasional basis, individual ministers engage in more intimate gatherings with their cabinet counterparts or high-ranking officials from various ministries and departments. These meetings are typically informal and are organized as needed to address specific issues or topics requiring collaborative attention. For instance, the Minister of Defense conducts regular meetings, either on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis. During these gatherings, a diverse group of high-ranking officials convene, which includes the Cabinet Secretary, the National Security Advisor, as well as the heads of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Furthermore, the secretaries from various segments of the Defense Ministry join in, along with both the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary. This collaborative effort ensures that key decision-makers from different sectors come together to discuss important defense matters. At the level of bureaucracy, when matters arise that require the input of multiple ministries and departments, they are deliberated during the sessions convened by the Committee of Secretaries, which is led by the Cabinet Secretary. This committee serves as a crucial platform where various issues are examined and assessed collaboratively. This guarantees that information and perspectives from all pertinent ministries and departments are accessible when addressing any specific matter. Through this collaborative approach, a comprehensive understanding of all aspects related to the issue at hand can be achieved, ensuring that no important viewpoint is overlooked. Occasionally, the National Security Advisor or the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister convenes meetings that focus on particular topics that have garnered the Prime Minister's distinct attention. These gatherings are organized to address pressing matters that are of great importance to the Prime Minister, ensuring that relevant information and perspectives are shared among key stakeholders. In various government ministries, particularly those focused on foreign relations such as external affairs, home affairs, defense, commerce, and finance, as well as agencies like the Intelligence Bureau and the Research and Analysis Wing, high-ranking officials, and key secretaries convene for informal discussions. These meetings are aimed at tackling specific issues or challenges that may arise in the field of foreign policy. The collaborative efforts during these gatherings play a crucial role in ensuring a coordinated and effective response to complex international matters. The various mechanisms in place play a crucial role in ensuring that all stakeholders within the government are aligned before any official decisions are made by the relevant minister, the Prime Minister, or the Cabinet. Their importance cannot be overstated, as they facilitate communication and cooperation among the different parties, creating a framework for consensus building and collaborative governance. By fostering a shared understanding of the issues at hand, these mechanisms help to pave the way for more effective and informed decision-making processes. Within the framework of governance, there exist established systems intended to facilitate parliamentary supervision over foreign policy decisions. However, it is important to note that the effectiveness of these mechanisms is variable, and not all of them perform at a level that meets expectations. The Parliamentary Standing Committee dedicated to the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, convenes biannually or triennially, consisting of representatives from various political parties. This collaborative assembly aims to discuss and evaluate matters related to foreign affairs and international relations, ensuring a diverse range of perspectives and insights are considered in the decision-making process. Throughout these meetings, the members engage in meaningful dialogue to address important issues and propose recommendations for the government. The Foreign Secretary, along with his team of officials, is responsible for directly addressing any questions that members might raise regarding the operations and activities of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. It is essential for the Foreign Secretary to provide thorough and informative responses to ensure clarity and understanding of the MEA's undertakings. The Standing Committee undertakes a thorough evaluation of the budget proposals put forth by the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. They meticulously analyze and assess these financial requests to ensure proper allocation and efficient use of resources. Additionally, there exists the Consultative Committee of Parliament focused on external affairs. In this committee, the Minister of External Affairs plays a pivotal role, supported by Ministers of State and high-ranking officials. Together, they engage with members of Parliament, addressing their questions, providing clear explanations, and taking note of various observations pertaining to matters of foreign policy. This interaction is essential for fostering transparency and understanding regarding the nation's international relations. In most cases, a specific topic is chosen for thorough examination during discussions. However, all members are encouraged to bring up any foreign policy matters that capture their interest or raise concerns. This approach ensures that a wide range of perspectives and insights is considered, fostering a more comprehensive understanding of various international issues that may be impacting members or their communities. One way in which parliamentary oversight is exercised is through the inquiries made by members of parliament, both in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Such questioning serves as a critical mechanism for holding the government accountable and ensuring transparency in its operations. When it comes to significant matters, the government outlines its stance through various forms of communication. These include brief discussions that take place rapidly, extended debates that often occur without any formal voting, and spontaneous statements initiated by the government itself. Additionally, they respond to notices that draw attention to specific issues, as well as handle inquiries raised during the 0 hour of parliamentary sessions, where urgent questions are posed. Each of these methods serves to clarify the government's perspective on pressing topics, ensuring that relevant information is conveyed to the public and lawmakers alike. Regrettably, there has been a noticeable decrease in the engagement of parliamentarians with international issues. This trend is particularly striking when compared to the heightened concern and involvement that characterized previous decades. The decrease in parliamentary oversight regarding foreign affairs is concerning, as it has significant implications for various aspects of governance. This loss of scrutiny means that decisions related to foreign policy are less likely to be examined thoroughly, potentially affecting many interconnected areas within the realm of government. It's unfortunate that such a vital component of policy-making has seen a reduction in legislative oversight, especially considering how foreign relations can influence a wide range of domestic issues. In democracies that operate under a parliamentary system, such as that of India, it is customary for the parliament not to require approval or formal ratification of treaties or agreements that the government enters into with foreign nations. This practice often allows the executive branch to engage in international relations and treaties without needing to seek legislative consent, streamlining the process of diplomacy and decision-making on the global stage. This approach operates under the assumption that since the administration has garnered majority backing in the Lok Sabha, it consequently possesses the endorsement of Parliament for its endeavors across various domains, encompassing foreign policy as well. Essentially, this indicates that the government feels empowered to take actions in multiple areas, including its dealings and relationships with other nations, based on the confidence it has earned from the legislative body. Hence, the parliamentary majority is seen as a crucial element in legitimizing the government's policies and decisions. Recently, the approach taken by the government regarding the India-US nuclear agreement has come under scrutiny. This criticism has arisen not only from the left parties, which previously offered external support to the administration, but also from the opposition, specifically the Bharatiya Janata Party. Both sides have raised concerns about the implications of the deal and its adherence to the principles they believe should guide such international agreements. The position they advocate is that when it comes to critical matters that hold significant implications for the nation's future, the government ought to be required to seek examination and authorization from Parliament before implementing any policy decisions. They believe that such oversight is essential to ensure accountability and to uphold democratic principles. While it may contradict established norms, it appears that altering the existing practices could be beneficial, particularly in circumstances where a coalition government composed of minority parties is in control. Such a shift could enhance the effectiveness and stability of governance during these unique political arrangements. This approach would guarantee that India's foreign policy aligns with the current political consensus within the country. By doing so, the policy would more accurately represent the collective views and agreement among the various political factions in India, promoting a unified stance on international matters. India's parliamentary systems and procedures, which were originally established during the colonial era under British rule, have undergone significant modifications to better suit the unique circumstances of Indian democracy. Over time, it has become essential to tailor these frameworks to accommodate the diverse social, economic, and political dynamics present in the country. As a result, the adaptation of these inherited practices reflects the realities of Indian governance and the aspirations of its citizenry. Throughout history, various approaches have been employed to address challenging dilemmas, particularly in the realm of foreign policy. One such approach involves the establishment of all-party committees. These committees are formed with the intention of investigating complex issues that lack a unified national agreement. By bringing together representatives from across the political spectrum, these committees aim to collaboratively dissect and analyze the contentious matter at hand. This strategy not only fosters a comprehensive evaluation of differing perspectives but also seeks to pave the way for a more cohesive and informed resolution. In 2003, the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee effectively navigated the complex decision-making process regarding the deployment of Indian military forces to Iraq. His approach to this sensitive issue was marked by careful consideration and strategic planning, demonstrating his leadership during a pivotal moment in international affairs. Amid intense pressure from the United States and significant factions within his own political party advocating for the deployment of military forces, Prime Minister Vajpayee had a nagging instinct that such a course of action could prove detrimental. He was acutely aware that committing troops might not only pose challenges for the stability of his party but could also jeopardize the broader national interests of India. This internal conflict weighed heavily on him as he navigated the complex political landscape. To navigate the challenging circumstances he faced, he cleverly devised a plan to assemble an all-party joint parliamentary committee to thoroughly examine the matter at hand. This strategic move allowed him to extricate himself from a precarious predicament. Looking back, it becomes evident that this decision was not only wise but also remarkably insightful, showcasing his ability to turn a complicated situation into a collaborative effort. In a comparable manner, the United Progressive Alliance (UPA) administration employed tactics to delay the SAARC summit in 2006. However, it refrained from utilizing similar strategies regarding highly contentious and polarizing matters, such as India's stance during the International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) vote concerning Iran's nuclear ambitions, as well as the discussions surrounding the nuclear agreement between India and the United States. This indicates a selective approach by the UPA, where they were willing to defer regional cooperation but stood firm on key international diplomatic decisions that have significant implications for national and global security. Typically, there has been a tendency to handle foreign affairs independently, opting for unilateral decision-making instead of seeking to establish a wide-ranging political agreement among various stakeholders. This approach emphasizes self-reliance in formulating international relations, rather than pursuing collaboration or collective consensus. This method presents some significant challenges. India has undergone significant transformations since the era of Jawaharlal Nehru. During his tenure, the Indian National Congress held a firm grip over both the central government and the majority of state governments, creating an environment where alternative political opinions regarding foreign policy were virtually non-existent. This dominance allowed for a broad consensus on international matters, with little room for opposition or dissent among rival political entities in shaping the nation's external engagements and decisions. The landscape of Indian politics and governance has since evolved, leading to a more pluralistic approach where various political parties can express differing viewpoints on such crucial issues. Currently, the alliances formed by the Congress Party primarily consist of regional factions. These parties tend to have their sway limited to just one or two states, and their viewpoints on foreign affairs are often shaped more by local priorities and concerns than by a comprehensive national viewpoint. As a result, their influence in shaping overarching foreign policy tends to be quite narrow and focused. This principle is equally applicable to the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has been at the forefront of the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, that is composed of various regional political factions. To date, within the coalition governments that they have led, both the Congress Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party have consistently retained authority over the position of Minister of External Affairs, never relinquishing this critical portfolio to any other political party. This practice highlights the strategic significance both parties place on foreign affairs management in their governmental frameworks. The current situation we find ourselves in could potentially change in the future. It may be crucial to develop new strategies to navigate circumstances where the Minister of External Affairs is affiliated with a regional party that holds a limited or narrow viewpoint regarding foreign policy. As the political landscape shifts, the need for adaptive approaches will become ever more important to ensure that our international relations remain robust and effective. In reality, a significant number of decisions and results related to foreign policy are largely shaped by the preferences and inclinations of national governments. This influence is particularly pronounced when it comes to addressing issues involving neighboring countries that share a common border. The historical, cultural, and economic ties between these nations often lead to a closely intertwined relationship, whereby one country's policies can substantially affect the other. As such, the strategies adopted by a state in its diplomatic dealings with its neighbors are often reflective of not just its national interests, but also the prevailing attitudes and beliefs held by its governing bodies. A notable instance illustrating this can be seen in the pivotal role played by the Chief Minister of West Bengal at that time. It was due to their proactive involvement and mediation that the agreement regarding the distribution of Ganga waters was successfully established between India and Bangladesh. Without such intercession, reaching a consensus on this important matter might have been exceedingly difficult. India's approach towards Sri Lanka is significantly influenced by the political dynamics within its own borders, particularly by the powerful voices of politicians from Tamil Nadu. These leaders effectively use their influence to obstruct any attempts to increase military support for the Sri Lankan government in its fight against the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE. As a result, India's strategy in dealing with Sri Lanka is often constrained, hampered by the local political climate that prioritizes the sentiments and concerns of the Tamil populace in Tamil Nadu. This internal political pressure remains a critical factor shaping India's foreign policy decisions concerning its neighbor. India's approach to its relationship with Myanmar is significantly shaped by various factors concerning the development and security of the northeastern states. For instance, the regions of Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh pay close attention to how India's diplomatic ties with Myanmar may affect its interactions with China. Similarly, when formulating its stance towards Pakistan, India must consider the perspectives and sentiments of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Punjab. In essence, domestic regional dynamics play a critical role in driving India's foreign policy decisions, particularly concerning its neighboring countries. To summarize, the individual states in India have emerged as significant players in shaping the country's foreign policy. Consequently, it is essential for the central government in New Delhi to recognize and engage with these states in a manner that reflects their newfound importance in international relations. Their involvement is crucial, and acknowledging their role will enhance the efficacy of India's diplomatic efforts. Acknowledging the importance of this situation, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, has taken strategic steps in recent years by establishing offices in several state capitals. Additionally, the newly launched Public Diplomacy Division has initiated an outreach program designed to connect with these regions more effectively. This effort reflects a commitment to enhancing communication and engagement at the state level, recognizing that fostering relationships within these territories is essential for building a stronger diplomatic framework. The Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, serves as the key governmental entity responsible for shaping and executing the nation's foreign policy within the central government. Tasked with managing international relations, the MEA plays an essential role in diplomacy and engages with various global partners, ensuring that the country's interests are represented and safeguarded on the international stage. In the capacity of the Chief Administrative Officer for the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, the Foreign Secretary plays a pivotal role within the Indian Foreign Service, IFS, and serves as the foremost advisor on matters of foreign policy to the government. With this significant position comes a vast array of authority and sway over diplomatic affairs and international relations. The Foreign Secretary's influence extends not only within the corridors of power but also on the global stage, as their decisions and recommendations shape India's engagement with other nations. The role he occupies holds significant weight and is widely recognized by the public. It is associated with a great deal of honor and visibility within the community, reflecting a strong sense of influence and importance. In terms of hierarchy, the Foreign Secretary is accountable to the Minister of External Affairs. This relationship establishes a clear chain of command within the governmental structure, where the Foreign Secretary provides updates and insights to the Minister regarding international relations and diplomatic matters. A significant portion of the duties performed by the Foreign Secretary involves regular and direct interaction with the Prime Minister. This close working relationship is essential, as it allows for effective communication and coordination on important matters related to foreign policy and international relations. In addition, the Prime Minister relies on the Foreign Secretary to guarantee the accurate execution of his policies by the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, and its extensive array of diplomatic missions and posts located around the globe. This integral role ensures that the Prime Minister's international agenda is effectively aligned and carried out in various foreign contexts. As of now, the position of Foreign Secretary in the Government of India stands out as one of the rare secretary-level roles in which the Prime Minister actively engages. This involvement underscores the significance of the role, reflecting the critical nature of foreign affairs in the country's governance. Given this context, it is understandable that the Foreign Secretary's position has increasingly attracted political attention and has entangled itself in numerous controversies, particularly throughout the past 30 years. The growing politicization of this role highlights the complexities and challenges faced by individuals in this position, as their decisions and actions often evoke strong reactions and debates within the larger political landscape. Throughout history, there have been instances where 3 foreign secretaries have been dismissed from their positions prior to the completion of their designated terms. In contrast, 6 other foreign secretaries received extensions to their tenures, allowing them to continue serving in their roles beyond the initial timeframe. Additionally, it is noteworthy that, unlike the protocols observed in many other governmental bodies and public services, the Foreign Secretary has, on multiple occasions, been appointed in a manner that bypasses certain senior officials. This practice highlights a unique aspect of the Foreign Office's operational procedures that deviates from the norm. The Office of the Foreign Secretary has faced a troubling disregard from various administrations over the years, most notably from the current UPA government. This lax approach has significantly compromised the operational efficiency of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, and has eroded the integrity and unity of its organizational framework. The consequences of such negligence are not merely procedural, they threaten to fragment the very essence of diplomatic cohesiveness and effective governance in foreign affairs. The role of the Foreign Secretary entails overseeing the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, with a strong commitment to principles of fairness, equity, and justice. It is essential that these values guide all actions and decisions taken within the department, ensuring that diplomatic relations and international dealings are conducted in a manner that is just and balanced. The Foreign Secretary must prioritize these principles in order to foster trust and integrity in the nation's foreign affairs. One significant issue arises when a Foreign Secretary finds themselves overly dependent on their political superiors. This dependence can lead to a deficiency in moral authority, and, in some cases, it may even diminish their resolve to actively engage in necessary actions or make crucial decisions. Consequently, this dynamic could severely impede their ability to effectively navigate and represent the interests of the nation on the international stage. A significant limitation of the elevated and almost legendary status assigned to the position of the Foreign Secretary lies in the fact that the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, operates as a vast and complex organization. This entity is charged with a wide range of responsibilities, including overseeing the operations of over 160 diplomatic missions and posts across the globe. However, it often fails to adhere to established professional management principles in its organization and functioning, which hampers its effectiveness and efficiency. This lack of structure could hinder the MEA's ability to respond adeptly to the challenges and demands of global diplomacy. At higher levels of decision-making, the process tends to be more individualistic rather than collaborative or based on consensus. In fact, it often reflects the preferences and viewpoints of specific individuals rather than a group agreement. Many foreign secretaries have operated more like an overly active solo performer rather than a skilled conductor leading a harmonious orchestra. Their approach often resembles that of a one-person show, juggling multiple responsibilities and tasks frantically, rather than coordinating the diverse elements of international relations in a balanced and synchronized manner. Their focus has often leaned more towards individual goals rather than a carefully crafted strategy or agenda that benefits the group as a whole. This personal approach tends to overshadow the importance of a collaborative effort that could lead to more significant, collective achievements. In an effort to maintain authority over sectors they deem crucial, as well as to assert their influence within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, foreign secretaries have often taken steps to either incorporate or relinquish specific nations and regions from their direct oversight. This strategic maneuvering reflects their desire to shape the landscape of international relations according to their priorities and interests. In a rather whimsical manner, the responsibilities of the foreign secretary have been subjected to arbitrary divisions and even complete rebrandings. The global landscape they envision resembles Swiss cheese, riddled with gaps where the foreign secretary has chosen to take a bite out of international relations. This peculiar approach has resulted in nonsensical scenarios. For instance, the foreign secretary oversees relationships with France and the United Kingdom, likely due to their status as permanent members of the UN Security Council. Meanwhile, Germany and the European Union have been left unattended. Numerous foreign secretaries have found themselves in a position of dilemma, struggling to provide adequate focus on the regions they are supposed to oversee, while also carrying the heavy burden of managing and coordinating the operations of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. The challenges of balancing these competing demands have frequently left them unable to meet the expectations of their roles effectively. Alongside the Foreign Secretary, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, comprises 2 or 3 additional secretaries. Each of these secretaries manages distinct sectors within the organization, functioning with a degree of autonomy. Notably, rather than reporting directly to the Foreign Secretary, they submit their reports and updates to the Minister of External Affairs, thereby ensuring that a well-rounded approach is maintained in the ministry's operations. The role of secretary carries significant importance and comes with a great deal of responsibility, reflecting a high level of respect within an organization or institution. In the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, the role of secretaries is vital as they provide essential insights that contribute to the development of foreign policy. These officials hold the highest rank in negotiations and serve as primary representatives when engaging with other nations. Their expertise and strategic input are crucial for shaping effective diplomatic strategies and fostering international relations. The Foreign Service Board along with the Departmental Promotion Committee consists of individuals who are tasked with the significant duty of evaluating and proposing recommendations for appointments and promotions within higher-level positions. Their expertise and judgment are essential in ensuring that the best candidates are chosen for these important roles. Not every Grade 1 officer from the Foreign Service is deemed fit for the role of secretary within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. The selection process takes into account various criteria to ensure that only the most qualified individuals are appointed to this significant position. Holding the position of secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, has historically been viewed as a significant role within the Indian government. This particular assignment often serves as a crucial precursor to being appointed as the Foreign Secretary. The experience and responsibilities associated with this position equip individuals with the necessary skills and insights that are highly valued in the diplomatic sphere, making it a formidable stepping stone in one's career trajectory. In recent times, the selection process for foreign secretaries has often been shrouded in controversy, leading to an unfortunate diminishing of the esteem associated with the role of the secretaries in the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. This trend has further entrenchment among Indian Foreign Service, IFS, officers, who increasingly perceive that serving as an ambassador in a prestigious foreign embassy is far more desirable than holding the positions of secretary or additional secretary at the ministry's headquarters. The implications of this situation not only affect the morale of officers at the MEA but also challenge the traditional prestige that has historically been afforded to high-ranking positions within the ministry. The current situation is far from ideal for the Foreign Office of India, a nation with diverse interests and a global presence that spans nearly every continent. Furthermore, India's ambitions to secure a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council underline the need for a more effective and responsive diplomatic strategy. It is essential for a country of India's stature to cultivate a foreign policy framework that meets its extensive global commitments and enhances its international standing. Over the years, various foreign secretaries have played a significant role in contributing to the gradual diminishment of the prestige associated with senior positions within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. This ongoing trend has led to a perceived decline in the value and respect that these high-ranking roles once commanded. The government has often altered the responsibilities and titles of various secretaries and additional secretaries within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA. This constant reshuffling reflects the administration's dynamic approach to managing these crucial roles. The process of appointing officers for positions at headquarters, particularly for significant roles, frequently exhibits a level of randomness and personal bias. It is not uncommon to find individuals assigned to lead a division despite lacking any relevant experience in the specific field. This tendency raises questions about the criteria used for such important placements and highlights the potential risk of selecting individuals based on factors other than their qualifications and expertise. It is unfortunate that there are occasions when individuals holding positions such as joint secretaries, and occasionally even those in roles like secretaries and additional secretaries within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, are assigned temporary duties that tend to be somewhat trivial. Starting in the early 1990s, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, adopted a distinctive approach that sets it apart from the general practices observed within the broader government of India. Unlike other ministries, where appointments typically require the endorsement of the Appointments Committee of the Cabinet, the Minister of External Affairs is authorized to independently appoint additional secretaries and joint secretaries. This shift in protocol provides a level of autonomy to the minister within the MEA, allowing for potentially more agile decision-making in key positions. Alterations made to the institutions and traditions of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, have led to a distorted organizational framework. This distortion not only fosters a sense of frustration among the personnel but also contributes to various inefficiencies within the system. As a result, the overall functionality of the organization has been adversely affected, undermining its ability to operate effectively. In contrast to the foreign ministries of many prominent nations, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, lacks a robust and significant policy planning division. This particular division is typically free from the daily grind of operational duties and pressing responsibilities, allowing it to focus on long-range strategic considerations and predictions. Such a division usually takes a comprehensive approach to foreign policy, analyzing it through various lenses that encompass different fields of study, as well as geographical and functional aspects. The absence of this dedicated body within the MEA means that there is less emphasis on cohesive, long-term planning and forecasting in India's foreign relations compared to its counterparts. In light of the distinctive approach that has emerged in managing the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, it is quite understandable why numerous successive ministers of external affairs, along with foreign secretaries, have been reluctant to establish a robust policy planning division. This trend highlights the challenges and complexities involved in developing a coherent and effective policy framework within such a personalized diplomatic environment. As a result, the absence of a dedicated division for policy planning continues to be a notable gap in the operational structure of the MEA. At the same time, skilled personnel are being underutilized or assigned to departments that deal with tasks of significantly lower importance. This misallocation of talent not only impacts productivity but also leads to inefficiencies within the organization, as workers who could contribute to more critical projects remain unengaged or occupied with less consequential responsibilities. The Historical and Research Division has, over time, gradually diminished and is now on the brink of disappearing. This decline reflects a troubling trend that has seen the division's relevance and activity wane significantly. Over 60 years have passed since India gained its independence, yet it is unfortunate that the nation still lacks a comprehensive framework for foreign policy development. The responsibility has been left in the hands of a select group of politicians and bureaucrats who occupy influential positions of authority. These individuals often make critical decisions influenced by their intuition and personal biases, rather than turning to carefully researched strategies and proposals that a professional policy planning organization could provide. This gap in systematic planning hinders the potential for creating more informed and effective foreign relations for the country. A critical structural weakness within MEA lies in its staffing levels. The organization is significantly understaffed both at its headquarters and in its overseas missions, which hinders its ability to effectively carry out its expected responsibilities. This deficiency in personnel is a major concern that affects the overall functioning and efficiency of MEA. It appears that the government has come to the important conclusion that the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, as well as diplomatic missions and postings overseas require significant growth and enhancement. This recognition is likely driven by India's rapidly expanding international prominence and the growing array of global responsibilities that the nation is now tasked with managing. The expansion of these entities is crucial for effectively addressing and navigating the complexities of international relations in this dynamic landscape. In the near term, challenges are likely to persist. Various issues are expected to linger, indicating that we will continue to face obstacles in the coming times. Training law enforcement personnel is a process that demands significant time and effort. As a result, if there is an increase in recruitment efforts today, it will likely take several years before we start to see any beneficial outcomes from these additional hires. The lengthy period needed for adequate training and integration into the force means that immediate impacts may not be felt for quite some time. In addition, the higher recruitment of officers is offset by the growing trend of many of them opting for early retirement. A significant number are enticed by more attractive opportunities in the private sector or by appealing positions within international organizations, leading them to leave their government roles. This dynamic creates a challenge for maintaining a stable workforce in public service, as the allure of potentially more lucrative or fulfilling careers elsewhere continues to draw skilled personnel away from their governmental duties. Within the framework of the Indian government, there exist certain fundamental inclinations that counteract effective management practices. These intrinsic tendencies can often hinder the implementation of sound management strategies and policies, leading to challenges that impede progress and efficiency in governance. There exists a prevalent inclination to censor or remove content, driven by a desire to conform to political correctness, often without taking into consideration the actual criteria or standards that should be applied. This tendency can lead to the suppression of diverse viewpoints and critical discussions that may be necessary for a well-rounded dialogue. Another issue that often arises is the phenomenon of bureaucratic inertia. This term refers to the tendency for bureaucratic systems and organizations to become resistant to change or innovation. Over time, established procedures and policies can become entrenched, making it challenging for new ideas to gain traction and for adaptations to occur in response to evolving circumstances. This inertia can hinder progress and prevent the organization from responding effectively to emerging challenges or opportunities. It is unfortunate that the limited human resources available to the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, are not being utilized to their fullest potential. Despite the small size of the workforce, there is a significant opportunity for more effective allocation and management of these personnel to enhance overall productivity and efficiency. The operations of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, are heavily focused on achieving specific objectives and missions. This mission-centric approach significantly shapes its overall functioning and decision-making processes. In typical foreign offices globally, the relationship between headquarters staff and those assigned to various missions usually stands at a ratio of 1:2. This means that for every staff member in headquarters, there are generally 2 mission staff members. However, when examining the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, this standard ratio shifts considerably. In the MEA's context, the ratio tends to be more in the vicinity of 1:3 or even 1:4. This indicates that for every individual working at headquarters, there are 3 to 4 individuals deployed in the field, highlighting a distinct organizational dynamic within this particular foreign service. At headquarters, there is a significant shortage of personnel dedicated to effectively managing and examining the vast amounts of information that are streaming in from various missions and posts around the world. This challenge is made even more complex by the influx of data from numerous media outlets and other platforms that has surged in today's age of information saturation. Consequently, the limited workforce is struggling to keep pace with the overwhelming volume of information that requires careful analysis and processing. In today's fast-paced world, where information is readily accessible through the internet and continuous electronic media, organizations, especially missions, can afford to shift their focus. They no longer have to exhaust significant resources on simply reporting routine updates and developments. Instead, they can concentrate their efforts on analyzing data, strategizing, and implementing more impactful initiatives that harness the instantaneous nature of communication available to them. Initially, it was anticipated that this situation would result in a reduction of personnel working in international missions, with the intention of reallocating those positions to the central headquarters. However, the reality has turned out to be quite the opposite, as staffing levels overseas have remained stable or even increased in some cases, contrary to the original expectations of downsizing in those areas. In the realm of personnel management, there is a significantly greater focus on the recruitment process for various officers and staff assigned to missions and posts overseas compared to those deployed at the headquarters. When it comes to the placements at headquarters, the Minister of External Affairs and the Foreign Secretary possess substantial autonomy and authority, allowing them to exercise considerable discretion and favoritism in their decisions regarding staff assignments. This disparity highlights the importance placed on personnel selection for international roles, contrasting sharply with the more flexible and potentially partisan nature of assignments within the central administrative offices. The prestige once associated with holding a specific position in a foreign country has diminished significantly over time. The reverence and respect that such roles used to command no longer exist in the same way they once did. In certain circumstances, it is possible for a second secretary to take on the responsibilities typically held by a counselor. Additionally, a Grade 3 officer may assume the duties of a Grade I head of mission. This flexibility allows for adjustments within the organizational structure to ensure that various roles can be filled as needed. Conversely, the opposite is also valid. Engaging in such practices has a significant impact on morale. The way people feel about their work and their environment can be heavily influenced by these actions. When certain behaviors or customs are adopted, they can either uplift team spirit or create a detrimental atmosphere. Recognizing how these practices affect overall morale is crucial for fostering a positive and productive workplace. When it comes to assigning personnel to various missions and postings overseas, a noticeable preference for Western nations can be observed. This trend suggests that individuals from Western countries receive more opportunities or priority in these assignments compared to their counterparts from other regions. Such a bias in human resource allocation may have implications for the diversity and representation within international missions. In regions such as Africa and Latin America, as well as in parts of Asia, it is evident that diplomatic and consular missions are operating with fewer personnel than necessary. This understaffing is noteworthy given the substantial and largely unexplored opportunities that exist for trade, economic engagements, and consular services. The divisions within the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, that focus on these areas are also feeling the pressure of staffing shortages, which limits their effectiveness and hampers the potential growth that could be achieved through enhanced diplomatic efforts. India currently lacks high-ranking ambassadors who represent its interests in developing nations across the global south. India has recently established diplomatic missions in several smaller European nations, which, in terms of India's foreign policy priorities, tend to hold a position of lesser significance. This move highlights a broader strategy to enhance India's presence across the continent, albeit in countries that may not traditionally attract a great deal of attention in the context of international relations. In stark contrast, the organization lacks a significant presence and is, at best, minimally staffed in crucial yet challenging nations within Africa and Latin America. These regions are particularly important due to the substantial investments made by both Indian public and private sector enterprises. This absence of well-resourced missions in these areas raises concerns, especially given the growing economic ties and the potential for further collaboration. In each of these nations, it is imperative for Indian diplomats to keenly observe and analyze the evolving political landscapes. By establishing and nurturing relationships with key political figures, they can effectively safeguard India's interests in the face of unforeseen political shifts. This proactive approach is crucial in ensuring that India remains resilient and responds adeptly to any abrupt changes in the political climate. Engaging with influential stakeholders will not only help in understanding the local dynamics but will also facilitate stronger alliances that can be advantageous for India's foreign policy goals. It has become increasingly clear that a comprehensive evaluation of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, is necessary. As the principal entity within the government responsible for shaping and implementing foreign policy, MEA plays a crucial role in how India engages with the world. Therefore, it is essential to reassess India's diplomatic strategies to ensure they effectively meet the challenges and complexities of the current global landscape. This review is not just overdue, but critical for enhancing India's international relations and fostering stronger partnerships on the global stage. As global issues in foreign policy become more intricate and interconnected, it is clear that traditional methods of addressing these concerns are no longer sufficient. Many of these complex challenges not only impact international relations but also have significant consequences for domestic affairs. Consequently, relying on a segmented or disjointed approach is inadequate. A more unified and comprehensive strategy is essential to effectively navigate these multifaceted dilemmas. As a result, numerous institutions and mechanisms are being called upon to adapt and evolve in response to these challenges, ensuring that the intersection of international and domestic policy is managed more cohesively. The development and implementation of India's foreign policy should be a cohesive national undertaking, harnessing all the institutional and human resources at our disposal. This collaborative approach is essential to ensure that the nation's strategies in the global arena are both effective and representative of the collective will and capabilities of the country. It is vital for all stakeholders, including government bodies, diplomatic institutions, and the broader civil society, to work together seamlessly in order to achieve our foreign policy objectives. In the realm of government operations, the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, is not the sole entity involved in the management of foreign policy matters. Several other ministries and departments also play significant roles in shaping and addressing issues related to international relations and diplomacy. These various governmental bodies collaborate to ensure that foreign affairs are handled comprehensively and effectively. Various government ministries hold significant responsibilities in shaping the nation's foreign policy, with key departments including defense, finance, commerce, overseas Indian affairs, water resources, and petroleum and natural gas, among others. Each of these ministries contributes uniquely to the formulation and implementation of international relations strategies, influencing how the country interacts on the global stage. It is imperative to establish a well-organized and significantly more effective coordination system among the various government branches. This system would greatly enhance communication and collaboration, ensuring that all sectors work together seamlessly to address pressing issues. By institutionalizing this approach, the government can better streamline its operations and respond more adeptly to the needs of the public. Currently, there exists a significant gap in the mechanisms available for harnessing the wealth of talent that lies beyond the confines of government for the purpose of shaping and developing effective policies. Despite the abundance of expertise and innovative ideas available in the private sector, academia, and various other fields, there is an evident lack of efficient systems to effectively integrate this external knowledge into the policymaking process. This limitation hinders the overall potential for creating more informed and impactful policies that could better serve the public interest. It is unfortunate that the current landscape of foreign policy is increasingly intricate and requires greater effort from India. The challenges that lie ahead are not only numerous but also require a nuanced and strategic approach by the Indian government. The available resources are insufficient to meet our needs. A few years back, the National Security Advisory Board was established as the sole institutional framework dedicated to addressing security issues. The group boasts a diverse range of members, all of whom are recognized for their significant accomplishments and reputable standing in their respective fields. This diverse composition contributes to the overall strength and integrity of the organization. As of now, there appears to be limited evidence suggesting that it has made a substantial impact on the formation of policies. Furthermore, even when it does offer recommendations, there are indications that the government does not always regard these suggestions with the seriousness they might warrant. The lack of a concrete influence on governmental decision-making raises questions about the overall effectiveness of its guidance in shaping public policy. One of the most significant outputs of this work is the preliminary version of the Nuclear Doctrine. This document plays a crucial role in shaping the framework and guidelines regarding nuclear policy and strategy. Subsequent to that period, the significance of the National Security Advisory Board appears to have diminished. Nowadays, the government seems to primarily utilize this board as a means of providing comfortable positions for favored retired officials, academics, and journalists, rather than truly leveraging the wealth of expertise and knowledge that exists among non-governmental individuals who could contribute meaningfully to the development of foreign policy. This shift reflects a concerning trend where valuable insights from a broader spectrum of scholars and experts outside of official circles are overlooked in favor of established connections. An additional approach, which is implemented as needed rather than as a standard procedure, involves the establishment of an eminent persons group. This group is made up of specialists from various fields of expertise and has been formed in collaboration with several countries. Their primary role is to generate mutually accepted recommendations that can assist both governments in the development of effective policies. This collaborative effort is designed to leverage diverse perspectives and knowledge, ensuring that the resulting policy suggestions are well-informed and comprehensive. Throughout history, various prime ministers and foreign affairs ministers have chosen to appoint advisors or special envoys to tackle particular challenges. These appointed individuals often bring specialized knowledge and expertise to the table, allowing for a more focused approach to complex matters. This delegation of responsibilities has become a common strategy in political administration to effectively manage pressing issues that require dedicated attention and skills. The Ministries of External Affairs and Defense do provide support to a limited number of think tanks and occasionally commission research projects from these institutions, as well as from academic universities and independent scholars. However, this practice tends to be random and inconsistent, lacking an organized or structured approach that could lead to broader, more strategic engagement with policy research initiatives. Instead of establishing a comprehensive program, the ministries take a more informal route in their collaborations, resulting in an approach that may not effectively harness the full potential of the vast expertise available in the field. While there are a handful of well-organized think tanks that contribute significantly to research and policy analysis, the landscape is unfortunately cluttered with numerous smaller organizations led by individual personalities. These smaller entities often struggle to cultivate substantial expertise in specific area studies, resulting in a lack of depth in their research and insights. With just a handful of notable exceptions, the private sector has largely overlooked the significance of backing independent think tanks. This trend reveals a reluctance to invest in these organizations, which play a crucial role in generating insightful research and fostering innovative ideas. Despite the potential benefits that collaboration with think tanks could bring, most private enterprises seem to prioritize other avenues of investment over supporting independent intellectual endeavors. Similarly, within academic institutions, there is often a lack of emphasis on international relations and the learning of foreign languages. These critical subjects are frequently overlooked in favor of other disciplines, which can hinder students' understanding of the global landscape and their ability to communicate effectively across cultures. It is essential that universities prioritize and enhance their programs in these areas to equip students with the knowledge and skills necessary to thrive in an increasingly interconnected world. The majority of India's strategic policy experts and practitioners can be found in the capital city of New Delhi. This metropolis serves as the central hub for developing and formulating strategies that shape the nation's approach to various geopolitical and security challenges. Although there are noteworthy efforts taking place in various regions across the nation, many researchers and students express a sense of disconnection from the dialogues and discussions held at the central level. They often feel that their contributions and insights are not adequately represented or acknowledged in broader conversations taking place in more central locations. This sense of isolation can hinder collaborative opportunities and limit the potential for innovative perspectives to emerge from these areas. It is imperative that we establish a comprehensive network of research centers dedicated to the exploration and analysis of various regions and fields of study. This initiative is crucial for enhancing our understanding of diverse areas and the unique nuances associated with different countries. By creating such a network, we can facilitate deeper insights and foster collaboration among scholars, ultimately contributing to a broader knowledge base. India has set its sights on becoming a significant player on the global stage, aiming to assert itself as a major power. However, it currently faces challenges due to insufficient institutional frameworks and advanced systems that are essential for the careful development and implementation of an effective foreign policy. To achieve its ambition, India will need to build and enhance these critical structures that facilitate thoughtful decision-making and strategic action on the international front. It is clear that any foreign policy endeavor will lack significance and effectiveness if it is developed and implemented solely as a diplomatic undertaking, without taking into account the domestic challenges and priorities that India faces. Any successful initiative must be firmly rooted in the context of India's internal situation, ensuring that it aligns with the nation's needs and aspirations. Only by integrating domestic considerations into the framework of international relations can India hope to achieve meaningful outcomes that resonate both at home and on the global stage. In order to maximize India's strengths on the global stage, it is essential for local stakeholders to engage in a cohesive and well-orchestrated diplomatic initiative. Only through such a synchronized approach can the country's inherent advantages be fully tapped into and utilized internationally. A united front among domestic actors will ensure that India's interests are effectively promoted and represented, paving the way for enhanced cooperation and influence in the global arena. In order to improve its effectiveness, the government needs to move away from its existing reactive strategy and adopt a more collaborative and open-minded perspective. Addressing the ongoing challenges related to the disorganization within India's foreign policy framework is essential. This necessitates a thorough overhaul of the current institutional arrangements governing foreign policy, ensuring that they are more streamlined and cohesive. Only through this systematic restructuring can the government hope to create a foreign policy environment that promotes better coordination and clearer communication. It is only through this approach that India can truly position itself to take on a significant and impactful role in the global arena in the years to come. By embracing such strategies, the nation will be better equipped to engage with international issues and contribute meaningfully to worldwide discussions and initiatives. Following the end of the Cold War and the significant transformations in the global strategic landscape, it has become essential for India to reassess and innovate its approach to foreign policy. Chapter 15 delves into the implications of these changes and emphasizes the necessity for a fresh perspective on India's strategic choices in the modern era. As the world evolves, so too must India's diplomatic strategies to effectively navigate the complexities of international relations. Proponents of this perspective assert that the United States emerged victorious from the Cold War, which provides a compelling reason for India to align itself with the prevailing power. Given the current state of affairs, where Russia has diminished influence and strength, India's strategic positioning appears to favor closer ties with the U.S. Moreover, considering that China is viewed as an increasingly adversarial presence on India's border, strengthening ties with the American superpower seems to be a pragmatic and beneficial choice for India's future geopolitical stance. The assertion that the disintegration of the Soviet Union has led to a unipolar world order, which India is required to adapt to, is an oversimplification that lacks accuracy and contains significant shortcomings. This perspective fails to capture the complexities of international relations and the dynamic nature of global power structures that have emerged in the aftermath of the Cold War. Instead of merely aligning with a single dominant force, India must navigate a multifaceted geopolitical landscape with various influences and emerging powers. It is completely unjust to suggest that India's commitment to non-alignment was merely a charade. In reality, the principle of non-alignment represented India's pursuit of an independent and autonomous foreign policy. Rather than being a facade, this approach allowed India to navigate international relations on its own terms, free from the pressures and influences of major powers. Furthermore, this perspective finds its foundation in the global power dynamics that have been in place for over 15 years. During that time, the United States held a dominant position on the world stage, projecting strength and influence akin to a giant. At this juncture, the U.S. was convinced of its permanent status as the leading global power, assuming that its hegemony would remain unchallenged for the foreseeable future. The analysis fails to consider the gradual weakening of American dominance in global affairs, which has been paralleled by a resurgence of Russian influence. Furthermore, it overlooks the rise of various other significant power players on the world stage, with India being a prime example of this emerging multipolar landscape. As these countries gain traction and assert their own capabilities, the dynamics of international relations are undeniably shifting. In light of the fact that India has significantly evolved and gained strength over the past 50 years, it stands to reason that the nation is now in a far better position to withstand external influences and challenges. However, statements expressing doubt about India's ability to face such pressures reveal an unexpected absence of self-assurance among some Indians. This perspective suggests that, despite the considerable advancements and resilience displayed by the country, there remains an underlying hesitancy to fully acknowledge its capabilities in navigating global dynamics. Additionally, such arguments lack strategic validity and coherence. When India openly aligns itself with the United States, it can significantly shift the existing global strategic equilibrium. This shift is likely to have unavoidable adverse effects on India's diplomatic connections with its traditional partners, namely Russia and China. Such a realignment may lead to increased tensions and complicate India's foreign policy landscape, as it navigates the complexities of maintaining strong ties with these two powerful nations while fostering its relationship with the U.S. This delicate balancing act could potentially reshape not only regional dynamics but also broader international relations. This does not significantly contribute to the sustainable objectives and future advantages for India. China's response has consistently been to experience setbacks, leading to a widely accepted view that various actions taken recently have hindered the progress toward closer relations. This has also served to reignite feelings of suspicion and distrust between the involved parties. Over time, the resulting tensions illustrate how delicate the balance of diplomacy can be and how easily it can be disrupted by a series of missteps. Given its proximity to China, India ought to cultivate a long-term perspective that does not assume a permanent adversarial relationship with its neighbor. It is crucial for India to remain open to the possibility of changing dynamics, fostering dialogue and cooperation that could serve to improve bilateral relations over time. In a similar vein, there has been a noticeable decline in the warmth of India's diplomatic interactions with Russia. This shift signifies a cooling of relations between the two nations, reflecting changes in their geopolitical dynamics and mutual interests over time. India needs to exercise caution in order to preserve the long-standing and mutually advantageous relationship built on trust with Russia. This partnership, forged over many years, has served as a crucial foundation of strategic assistance for India. It is essential for India to recognize the importance of maintaining this alliance, as it has consistently provided stability and support in various geopolitical scenarios. Understanding the value of this partnership will be vital in navigating the complexities of international relations. In the current landscape of intricate and rapidly evolving geopolitical dynamics, India has astutely broadened the spectrum of its foreign policy choices. This strategic diversification allows the nation to navigate the complexities of international relations effectively. However, it is crucial for India to maintain a degree of adaptability in its approach. This flexibility is essential for enabling the country to uphold an independent foreign policy, a stance that enjoys significant support across various segments of the populace. The convergence of national consensus amplifies the importance of this independence, reinforcing India's ability to act in its own best interests on the global stage. India is currently confronting a pivotal strategic decision: should it align itself with the established international frameworks predominantly shaped by Western influence, primarily that of the United States, or should it aspire to emerge as one of the key players in a multipolar global landscape? This dilemma raises fundamental questions about the country's future role on the world stage. Should India endeavor to carve out an independent and assertive position in global affairs, or is it more suitable for it to accept a subordinate role in the international hierarchy? To truly realize its potential as a significant global power in the 21st century, India must rely on its own capabilities and determination. It cannot depend on the goodwill or preferences of external forces to shape its destiny. Historically, nations have rarely relinquished their sovereignty or influence to others without a struggle. Therefore, India's path to becoming a major player in international relations hinges on its unwavering resolve and self-driven initiatives. The choice it makes now will have far-reaching implications for its standing and influence in the world moving forward. Authority is not something that is simply handed over willingly, it must be actively seized and claimed. It is logical to conclude that for India to enhance its strength and influence on the global stage, it must witness a decline in the dominance of current power centers. The relative weakening of these established entities would create an opportunity for India to assert itself more effectively and expand its role in international affairs. This shift would not only enable India to capitalize on its growing capabilities but also allow it to compete more vigorously with other nations. Ultimately, the transformation of the power dynamics will be crucial in paving the way for India's rise as a prominent player in the world. Certainly, this reflects a prevailing pattern observed globally in contemporary society. The dominance and authority of Western nations appears to have reached its zenith. Nevertheless, it is anticipated that the United States will continue to hold its position as the leading global power for at least the next 20 to 30 years, far surpassing any other nation in influence and reach. A lengthy and ongoing conflict regarding the reallocation of authority is currently taking place within key global institutions, including the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund. This power struggle involves various member states seeking to redefine their influence and role within these organizations as they navigate the complexities of international relations in a rapidly changing world. India ought to reflect on the insights gained from its past endeavors to secure a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, as well as its unsuccessful bid to have one of its own elected as the Secretary-General of the UN. These experiences highlight important lessons that could inform India's future diplomatic strategies and strengthen its position in the international arena. By analyzing the reasons behind these setbacks, India can better understand the complexities of global governance and the dynamics at play within the UN system. This understanding could potentially enhance India's efforts in pursuing greater influence and representation in international decision-making bodies going forward. At this point in time, India has not yet reached the level of strength required to join the most prestigious international organizations. However, the crucial question remains: does India possess the determination to reject the notion of becoming an associate member, which would inevitably come with limited rights and privileges? As British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston sagely observed over a century and a half ago, the dynamic between countries is not defined by everlasting friendships or enmities, but rather by enduring interests. Despite the well-intentioned declarations of shared values that often characterize the relationship between the United States and India, India must tread carefully and avoid harboring overly optimistic expectations regarding significant shifts in its interactions with the U.S. The Indo-US partnership, while certainly valuable and growing, is subject to some inherent limitations that are unlikely to vanish in the near future. As it stands, this collaboration cannot be fully regarded as a genuine strategic alliance. Various factors continue to inhibit the relationship from evolving into a deeper, more comprehensive strategic bond. The United States has its own set of priorities and objectives that it aims to advance. India also shares this characteristic. If the United States seeks to empower and bolster India's position on the global stage, it is essential to understand that this strategy primarily aligns with American interests rather than those of India itself. The underlying motivation appears to serve the geopolitical and economic ambitions of the U.S. rather than genuinely supporting India's growth and sovereignty. It is rather foolish for American officials to proclaim their intention to assist India in emerging as a significant global force in the 21st century. Likewise, it is somewhat naive for Indian citizens to place their trust in these promises without a critical assessment. Everything comes with a cost, even if it isn't immediately apparent. Whether we are aware of it or not, there is always a price to pay for what we receive, be it in the form of time, effort, or resources. Nothing can be obtained without some sort of sacrifice or investment, highlighting the principle that valuable opportunities are rarely given without strings attached. In a nutshell, the notion of free is often an illusion. We must recognize that all benefits carry an inherent cost. Due to its vast size and strong sense of autonomy, India cannot effectively function as a dependable partner for the United States if the partnership is defined solely by American interests and expectations. The incredibly diverse landscape and the independent nature of India's political and economic systems make it challenging for the country to align fully with the United States' objectives when they are perceived as too one-sided. Instead, a mutually beneficial relationship that respects both nations' priorities is essential for a successful alliance. Although there are numerous immediate influences fostering a closer relationship between the two nations, it is probable that their long-term strategic goals will begin to veer in different directions over time. As they navigate current challenges and opportunities that demand collaboration, underlying differences in their foundational interests may eventually emerge, leading to a potential divergence in their trajectories. The intentions that the United States claims to have for forging a positive relationship with India have yet to face scrutiny in several crucial areas of mutual interest. Notably, these include India's surrounding neighborhood and the geopolitical dynamics of the Persian Gulf region, where concerns are particularly pressing for India. As of now, these critical aspects remain largely unassessed in terms of the depth and authenticity of the US's commitment and support for India. It can be inferred that Indian decision-makers understand the implications of challenging American superiority on a global scale. Should India attempt to position itself as a competitor to the United States, it is likely to draw the attention of Washington, which may perceive it as a threat akin to its current strategy with China. Consequently, the US might adopt measures aimed at containing India's rise in a similar fashion as it is doing with its approach towards China at present. This awareness among Indian leaders seems crucial in the context of international relations and strategic alliances. This is precisely the reason why the United States is likely to maintain a wide range of strategies regarding its relationship with India. Among these strategies, one that has proven effective in the past is the approach of leveraging Pakistan to exert additional pressure on India. By keeping all potential avenues available, the U.S. aims to navigate the complex dynamics of South Asian geopolitics while ensuring that its interests are safeguarded and that India remains within its sphere of influence. As India actively seeks to strengthen its multifaceted relationship with the United States, aiming for a partnership based on equality, it faces the pragmatic reality of international relations. This dynamic suggests that, in its aspirations to assert itself as a significant global player, India must also formulate and implement strategies that ensure it can effectively balance the relationship. This involves creating measures to provide leverage and avenues for influencing American policy when necessary, thereby establishing a more reciprocal and strategically advantageous partnership. India must engage in much deeper and more comprehensive consideration regarding this issue. It is essential that thorough discussions and analyses take place to fully understand the implications and potential outcomes. One potential course of action could entail the formulation of policies aimed at limiting military acquisitions from the United States, particularly if the U.S. persists in providing weaponry to Pakistan that appears to be specifically designed for use against India. Additionally, it may be beneficial to foster international pressure on nations that are significant consumers of illegal drugs. Further, diversifying India's foreign exchange reserves to reduce dependency on the US dollar could be a strategic move. Finally, implementing measures that deter the emigration of skilled professionals from India to the United States would help retain homegrown talent and bolster local expertise. India should maintain a flexible approach to its foreign policy. It's essential for the nation to explore various diplomatic avenues and maintain a diverse range of international relationships. By doing so, India can better navigate the complexities of global interactions and respond effectively to emerging challenges on the world stage. Keeping options open allows for adaptability in an ever-changing geopolitical landscape, ensuring that India remains strategically positioned to pursue its national interests. The enhancement of these capabilities is expected to occur if the nation can establish and maintain its strategic independence, a status it feels it has rightfully achieved following its emergence as a nuclear weapons state. This belief in its autonomy plays a crucial role in its future developments and overall security policies. Above all other factors, India's position as a nuclear power played a crucial role in elevating its global standing. This significant capability compelled both the United States and China to regard India with greater seriousness. As a result, India began to receive increased recognition and a degree of respect from various nations around the world. The possession of nuclear weapons not only reinforced India's strategic importance but also spurred other countries to acknowledge its influence on the international stage. India continues to uphold its dedication to achieving nuclear disarmament that is universal, equitable, and subject to verification. This commitment reflects India's stance on promoting a world free from nuclear weapons, ensuring that disarmament efforts are inclusive and fair for all nations involved. India has firmly established its stance on the principle of no first use when it comes to nuclear arms, emphasizing its dedication to responsible nuclear behavior. Since 1998, the nation has also been upholding a self-imposed moratorium on nuclear testing. This decision likely stems from the confidence that Indian scientists have in the efficacy and reliability of the country's domestically developed nuclear weapon designs. Their expertise suggests that additional tests are unnecessary to affirm the integrity and performance of these weapons, aligning with India's vision of maintaining peace and stability in the region while also deterrence through its nuclear capabilities. The political and military leadership in India are likely to possess a strong sense of assurance regarding the scale and nature of the nation's nuclear arsenal. This confidence stems from the belief that such an arsenal affords India a viable second strike capability in the event of a nuclear conflict. While it may be argued that nuclear weapons have lost their practical application as instruments of warfare, they still function effectively as tools of deterrence. Moreover, they serve as powerful political and psychological assets within the military capabilities of a nation. These weapons, despite their limited use in active conflict, continue to play a crucial role in shaping international relations and influencing the strategies of states on the global stage. Their mere existence can deter aggression and foster a complex web of diplomacy, highlighting their enduring significance in a state's defense and geopolitical strategy. A significant concern arises when other nations misjudge India's nuclear capabilities. If they form an incorrect perception, there is a risk that they might consider launching an offensive to disable India's nuclear arsenal, believing that they could do so without facing a strong response in return. Such miscalculations could lead to dangerous escalations and undermine the stability of regional and global security dynamics. In the coming years, there could be circumstances prompting India to consider conducting nuclear tests or increasing the size of its nuclear stockpile. These scenarios may stem from a range of geopolitical factors, security concerns, or shifts in global power dynamics that compel the nation to reinforce its defense capabilities. It is unfortunate that the agreement established between India and the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, along with the conditions set forth for the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, exemption regarding nuclear commerce, create both legal and practical limitations on India's nuclear weapons development initiatives. These constraints hinder India's ability to advance its nuclear capabilities, thereby affecting its strategic position. The nuclear agreement between India and the United States, which has been negotiated and finalized, poses a potential risk to India's ability to maintain flexibility in its strategic options. Throughout its political history, India has consistently prioritized the preservation of its independence and the autonomy to make its own decisions. This emphasis on self-determination has been a cornerstone of India's foreign policy, reflecting a desire to navigate international relations without excessive external influence. Demonstrating a remarkable capability, it has proven that it is indeed able to accomplish this task effectively. A multitude of elements contributes to India's aspiration to secure its rightful position among the global community. The nation's profound sense of pride and self-esteem, deeply rooted in a rich historical tapestry of civilization and cultural legacy, plays a significant role in this quest. Furthermore, India's numerous past accomplishments, coupled with its diverse array of successes as a sovereign state, fuel its desire for recognition on the international stage. These factors collectively drive India to assert its importance and influence among other nations. India possesses vast size, immense pride, and a rich history deeply rooted in anti-colonialism, making it unlikely for the nation to simply align itself as a subordinate follower of any global power. The intense and passionate discussions surrounding the India-US nuclear agreement have clearly underscored this point. These debates, which have unfolded over an extended period in India, reflect a deep engagement with the complexities and implications of the deal.